Chapter 33, Shijima's Evaluation. Akira immediately shifted to a room with a bath after he returned from Shizuka's shop. This room was pretty wide compared to his previous room. He put down his stuff in this room and said to Alpha with a serious tone. Alpha, I want to make sure of one thing, we're resting today, right? No, we're going to take a rest today, I'll take no complaints. Alpha smiled and replied. Don't worry, we'll take a rest for today. Alright then, I guess I'll go and take a bath. Akira looked happy as he was heading to the bath, but Alpha suddenly stopped him. If you want to take a good long bath, you better finish all of your leftover business for the day. Business? Is there still anything I should do? You placed your bike at Cheryl's place yesterday, remember? Since you didn't say how long you are going to leave your bike with her, she might misunderstand and think that you'll take the bike back soon. So I think it's a good idea if you go there and explain it to her. Not to mention that you still have 500,000 orum debt to pay. If you postpone paying that debt, the peaceful situation that we're having at the moment might crumble. So I think it's better for you to pay that debt soon. Akira, who already decided on taking a bath, hesitated. Can't it wait for some more time? I won't force you, but it might cause some problems if you keep postponing it, you know? Alpha said it lightly while smiling as if it was nothing to worry about. But Akira got worried instead and decided to do them immediately. Akira was dragging his feet as he was walking through the slum city. It was because he had filled his bag with more medicine than usual, plus he was carrying 2 AAH assault rifles and 1 CWH anti-material rifle. The augmented suit, of course, helped him in carrying all of those equipment, but carrying that much stuff made it harder for him to control the augmented suit. Although it would be easy to do that with Alpha's support, he was training to walk without her support at all. Because of that, Akira was having a hard time walking. Walking is hard enough already. Maybe I should have left the CWH anti-material rifle behind. No, you shouldn't. You'll fight more battles in the future where you'll need to use that rifle, so you should get used to it from now on. You don't want to fight those mechanical monsters with AAH rifle again, right? Akira remembered all the hardship that he had faced the other day and smiled bitterly. You're right. Well, I went and bought it anyway. So I guess I'll work hard until I can at least use it proficiently. He then continued walking slowly through the slum. An inexperienced hunter who was having a hard time handling his new equipment, it was a common sight among the hunters. But even so, most of the people in the slum city would step aside and make a way for Akira. After all, for commoners, picking a fight against someone who is equipped with an augmented suit and carrying a big anti-monster rifle on his back was the same as doing suicide. In order to avoid getting people's attention, Akira walked through the slum city's back alley. But he did not realize that the people around him were actually avoiding him. When Akira arrived at Cheryl's place, she looked very delighted and invited him to her private room. She then casually closed the door. As they were the only ones inside her room, she nonchalantly hugged Akira from the front the moment he put his stuff down. Akira, who somehow expected this, just let out a sigh and said, "Can you just get off me for now? It's fine, isn't it? Yesterday you left as soon as you arrived, so it's from yesterday's portion too. I don't understand what portion you're talking about, but I'm here because I have something to tell you. So put this off for later, will you? I understand, but I can continue after that, right?" Cheryl then got off from Akira and stared at him. She looked contented as she got Akira's promise. As Akira realized that he might have to keep dealing with this behavior of Cheryl from now on, he started to look at her as a troublesome girl. After resetting the mood, Akira took a seat across the table from Cheryl. He reached out for 500,000 orum from inside his rucksack before casually placing it on the table. "This is the rest of the payment for Shijima. So take this money and give it to him." Cheryl looked surprised. For her and the other children, it was a huge amount of money. She was worried whether he had to do dangerous stuff in order to get this money, so she could not help but ask Akira. Are you alright? They haven't asked us to pay the rest yet, so I thought there'll be no problem delaying the payment for later. I got quite a lot of money from yesterday's work. Compared to the total reward, this is just a small amount, so there's no need to worry. Akira felt a bit strange when he said that so casually. According to Alpha, even 12 million orum was just a spare change. Thus 500,000 orum was, even more, a spare change to that. So, Akira felt that the money in front of him right now was not a big amount. Akira realized that the boy inside him who was shaken at the sight of 12 million orum had disappeared completely. But whether it was a sign of growth or a sign that his sense of money had dulled, or whether it was a good or a bad thing, Akira did not know for sure. Cheryl smiled while still looking surprised. I understand, I'll give it to Shirjima. And also, about the bike, since the inn that I'm staying has no parking spot, I can't bring my bike over there. So for the time being, is it okay for me to leave the bike here? You can leave it here anytime you want. We'll keep it safe for you no matter how long it is. Not to mention that if it makes you come to this place more often, it'll help with the security of this place too. Is that so? Well, thanks. Cheryl looked very happy from the outside, but inside, she was thinking a lot of things. The last time she met Akira in his room, it was a small and cheap room, and now, Akira even called 500,000 orum a small amount. But even so, he was staying in an inn where he could not bring his bike with him. Cheryl tried to deeply analyze Akira's words. That's all I have to tell you today. Do you have anything you need to report to me? The moment Akira said that, Cheryl just shelved all of her questions for now. I have nothing to report for now. Will that be all? Cheryl made an alluring smile to Akira, who saw that was taken aback and did not know how to react. As he was still at loss on what to do, Cheryl already changed her seat beside Akira as she snuggled to him and circled her arms around him. She looked like she was having the time of her life as she said. That's quite a hard cloth. It's an augmented suit after all. So it's normal that it's harder than a usual cloth. I see. Won't you take it off? No thanks. It's fine, isn't it? It's not like you'll lose anything anyway. No, I will. If I take the augmented suit off, my physical ability will decrease. But at this rate, we will have to stay like this longer, you know? Ha! Why? Because this cloth will reduce my satisfaction. Akira frowned, looking annoyed and a bit troubled. On the other hand, Cheryl locked her gaze at him while smiling brightly. There was an unusual awkward mood between them as both of them were staring at each other's eyes. But then Akira broke his gaze first. Akira let out a big sigh and took off the upper part of his augmented suit. Cheryl looked happier than before as she was still clinging on him. Her face was filled with all kinds of expression like bliss, peace, happiness, pleasure. It made a mess on her beautiful face. She even let out a strange sound from time to time. Cheryl felt like something within her was getting satisfied. Akira thought that it was not like he was losing anything, or more like, he actually just did not care, not to mention that it seemed Cheryl would let him go if he just let her be for a while. Thus he just shut up and let her clung on him. But then he noticed that Alpha was smiling teasingly at him, so his face immediately frowned a bit. What? It's nothing. I don't know why though, but it seems that she really likes you. As I thought, you're interested in this kind of thing too, aren't you? Why does it even come to that? Akira then let out a sigh. Cheryl. You should stop soon. I'm still tired from yesterday, so I'm planning to relax and take a good long bath for today, you know? If it's a bath, we also have one here, you know? Do you want to try the bath here? You have a bath here? Yes, it's quite a wide bath, so I think you can really enjoy taking a dip. Although this building looks abandoned, it even has a bath, huh? But even if you have the facility, how about the bill for the hot water? Are you sure they haven't stopped the hot water? From what I heard, in order to prevent the residents of the slum city from causing a riot because of water shortage, and their own concerns that the slum city might become a source of disease and spread to the lower district, the city management decided to keep supplying the slum with water. You didn't know about this? I too know about this since I used to clean my body with water even when I was living in the back alley of the slum city. But I didn't know that they also provided the slum city with hot water though. So that's why you can make hot coffee, huh? The data of the landowners in the slum city was never clear. Thus there was no clear address where the city should send their bills for the water usage. But even so, the manager of the city kept supplying the slum with water to avoid any dissent, not to mention that they could also estimate the number of the residents in the slum city and their jobs from the water usage. But then, depending on the situation, the city could stop or limit the water supply anytime. The free water supply was adjusted with reputation and profit in mind to prevent the slum from growing any bigger than it should or even to cull the population in the slum city. Since there are not that many buildings in the slum that have a bath facility, this base is pretty famous, you know. Sibia and his friends took this building by force and made it their base before we inherited the place from them. If it was not because of your support, we would have been kicked out from this building by now. That's why, since it's thanks to you, you can use the bath here anytime you want. I'll tell the children to prepare the bath if you want to get in, so, how about it? Nope, I'll go back to my room and take a bath there. I'll also help you wash your body, you know, that I did rent that room because of the bath, so I'll be taking a bath there. Not to mention that I want to relax in my own room too. Is that so? That's such a shame. To be honest, Cheryl was really planning to get into the bath together with Akira. But she noticed a small shift in his behavior which triggered her wariness, thus she stopped pressuring him. Akira refused her offer simply because he could not trust her completely. After all, he could not get into the bath in his augmented suit or while carrying his rifles. Even right now, the reason why he could take off the upper part of his augmented suit was only because he was sure that he could handle if a fight suddenly broke out here. Cheryl understood this, that was why she backed off. He still can't fully trust me, huh? Although Cheryl understood that it was only to be expected, she was still a bit frustrated as she tightened her arms around Akira. Suddenly someone knocked on the door of her room. Cheryl looked annoyed and answered the knock. What? Ario flinched when he heard Cheryl's annoyance in her voice. He then answered Cheryl's question while still looking scared. Boss. Shirjima has come here with his men. He said that he wants to meet you, that I see, I'll go and meet him. Cheryl thought that she had to properly do her job as the boss in order to win Akira's trust. So she reluctantly separated from Akira. Although it was hard to call it a meeting room, it at least had a table and some chairs. Inside the room, Cheryl, Akira and Shirjima were sitting together. The two bodyguards behind Shirjima were fully armed and looked serious but relaxed at the same time. While Ario and Alicia who were behind Cheryl looked very nervous. A small kid from Cheryl's gang came in and placed the coffee on the table before quickly retreating out of the room thinking that his job was finished. Ario and Alicia felt betrayed as they were glaring at that kid. Cheryl smiled at Shirjima and said, I'm sorry that we can't bring out any snacks, after all, we don't have the resource to do so. No problem. So then, what business do you have with us? What? It's nothing serious, just paying a visit. After all, we could not find a chance to really sit down and talk after that incident. Is that so? As you can see, Akira is okay. It's all good that you're doing fine. Cheryl was trying to look dignified in front of Shirjima. Both of them were smiling at each other and their smiles were saying that both of them understood why the other party was here. On the other hand, Akira still did not notice the real reason why they were here as he made a puzzled look. Alpha, what's with this conversation? It seems that Shirjima came to visit Cheryl by himself to check how you are doing. After all, there were a lot of dead hunters after the big battle yesterday. I bet he thought that you were killed in that battle. If Cheryl was in a panic right now, it could be inferred that you were killed yesterday, which would mean that she had lost her only support. That's why she just said that you're doing fine. And I think that's the reason why Shirjima replied back as he did after confirming that you're really alright. Akira understood the situation a bit after he heard Alpha's explanation. That's really sly, or more like, isn't that just too much work? It's one of the responsibilities of a gang's boss. Cheryl placed the 500,000 orum that she received from Akira not too long ago on the table. This is the rest of the money. Very well then, this means that the previous incident is resolved now. I wish we can get along in the future. I hope so too. Shirjima was observing Akira and Cheryl while talking to them. Shirjima took a good look at Akira. Most of the hunters who could not move up the rank could not equip themselves with augmented suits due to their economic situation. But even so, Akira was already using an augmented suit, and he even was carrying a big-sized gun that only people with an augmented suit could use effectively. Shirjima assessed the total worth of Akira's complete equipment and approximated his ability to earn money, and thus he became warier of Akira. I thought that he was just a normal boy, but he got all of this equipment in such a short time, huh? I guess I should give myself credit for not antagonizing him back then, or maybe I should despise myself for not killing him back then before he could get all of his current equipment. Well, either way, I guess it's useless to think about that now. Shirjima then looked at Cheryl. She looked calm as she was smiling at him. She looked like a completely different person compared to the last time he met her. The little girl who was trembling and looked so nervous when she visited his base together with Akira had completely vanished. Even when she put the 500,000 orum on the table, she looked completely calm. This accompanied with that fact that it was a big amount that would normally warrant some raised eyebrows when shown in front of the residents of the slum city. And she was also very calm even after seeing his fully armed men. It would be much more understandable and much more normal to be very nervous just like Alicia and Ario. But in contrast to them, Cheryl's smile did not even waver. Why is she this calm? Is it because she understands that Akira who's supporting her is actually a skilled hunter? It's understandable that I can't mess with her gang, but that doesn't explain her calm reaction towards such an amount of money. The two kids behind her are nervous in this situation and shocked when they saw the money. So why in the world can she be this calm? There's no way someone could change that fast. Seriously though, what's going on with her? Shirjima then reassessed Cheryl's gang considering the future prospect of her gang, its power, the region under its control and the new information that he just discovered about Akira and Cheryl. After he finished all the calculations inside his head, he looked at Cheryl with a smile that he would never use to someone under him. He had recognized Cheryl as someone that he needed to seriously negotiate with for the future of his gang. Well now, I want to talk about our future. We might be able to come to some deals that bring profit to both gangs. This might take some time though. Are both of you okay with that? Since I'm the one who is suddenly asking for negotiation here, if my timing is bad, feel free to say no. Cheryl noticed that Shirjima suddenly changed how he was treating her. If he did not look down on her, it meant that he might come full force at her to crush her instead. But even after knowing that, her smile did not waver at all. It's alright, we can do that now. Then, about the area under your management which is also the real cause of the last incident. Suddenly Akira interjected. Can I say something before we start? Do I really need to be here for this negotiation? It seems that this will take quite a long time, and to be honest, I want to go back home now. Everyone in the room immediately shifted their gaze towards Akira who just said something that was really out of the blue. It was as if he could not read the mood inside the room at all. Cheryl kept smiling at Akira without showing even a shred of surprise or panic. You're right. We don't know how long this will take and I'm sure no one would want to be forced to attend a long negotiation. Please don't worry about me, you can go ahead and leave. Then Shirjima also replied back to Akira with a serious face. Well, considering the topic that we're going to talk about, this is a discussion between two gang bosses. It would be great if everyone unrelated leaves this room. Ario and Alicia stared at Akira's back hoping that he would not leave. But unfortunately, Akira could not pick their cue since they were standing behind him. I see. Well then, I'll go back home. Cheryl, just tell me in case anything happens. I'm really sorry to have bothered you. Please feel free to come over here again anytime. Akira then exited the room as Cheryl sent him off with a smile. But, on the other hand, Ario and Alicia got more nervous now that the main fighting power that protected them had left the room. Cheryl noticed that as she said to Ario and Alicia without turning back. Don't worry, everything will be fine even without Akira here. And it's not like we're talking to a fool like the last time. Shirjima also joined in to reassure Ario and Alicia, which also doubled as a warning to his own bodyguards. We won't do anything that might offend you. You guys did pay that 1 million orum to resolve that incident peacefully, after all. So even if the negotiation turns sour, we won't cause any ruckus here. After being told that, Ario and Alicia finally calmed down. But looking from the other perspective, it only made them calm down a bit. Although Ario and Alicia wished that the negotiation would not take too much time, it did take quite a long time to finish. Akira already returned back to his room and got inside the bath. He dipped his whole body in the warm cozy water up to his neck. He looked relaxed as he enjoyed the warm water and let it take over his whole body. It felt like all of his tiredness was melting into the warm water. Akira's consciousness got completely taken over by the warm water. It was only a matter of time before he would not even be able to answer simple questions. But before that happened, Alpha asked him. Akira. I'm sorry to bother you while you're enjoying your bath. But there's something that I want to talk about with you, is that okay? Akira was still in a daze as he turned his gaze at Alpha. Alpha was also inside the bath just like the last time. The warm water caused her rosy alluring skin to look even more enticing. Her perfectly proportional limbs would sway together with her reflection in the warm water because of the wave on the water surface. It was as if it was playing with the reflection on the hot water surface to hide some parts of her body. Sweat and hot water droplets would form and slide down her beautiful skin before getting sucked into the valley between her glorious chest. It was an image of an extremely beautiful girl produced through an immensely advanced and complicated calculation. But Akira showed a very small interest in all this. It was because he was already used to it, and not to mention that Akira was completely absorbed in enjoying his bath. Akira felt that he did not want to talk about anything annoying at the moment. Is it about tomorrow's request? Yep. To be more precise, it's about getting yourself ready to take that request. Getting myself ready, huh? Do I have to do anything else other than doing it carefully and with vigilance just like usual? Alpha made a serious face as she warned Akira. You have a lot of preparations to make. From now on, you need to be very careful. Try to think that even the slightest injury will kill you. Not to mention that we already used most of the medicines that we got from the ruins, so we don't have many left. Thus it would be difficult to do a crazy stunt like last time. So you really need to be careful, okay? Akira realized the seriousness of the situation from the way Alpha warned him. He then asked her. Is the medicine that we bought from Shizuka-san not good enough? Their healing ability is completely different. Remember that you broke your leg yesterday? With your usual medicine, you can completely heal in 5 minutes, but with the medicine that you bought yesterday, it will even take 2 hours, you know. Akira was obviously surprised that their healing abilities are on a completely different scale, huh? In that case, I should just buy the same healing medicine as the one that I usually use, right? That will be extremely difficult. Even if you can find a place to buy it, it'll at least cost 1 million orum per box, you know? Akira was blown away by this new information. I was checking something that expensive all this time. Although it saved you so many times, it was indeed very expensive medicine. Akira understood the gravity of the situation. If he kept getting himself injured like usual, he would have to spend a lot of money on the medicines that would greatly affect his daily lives. There was a limit on how much he could use the augmented suit to help him move with broken bones, and in the worst-case scenario, he might even get killed. Ah, that's right, we can go to the ruins to gather more of those medicines, right? I think there should still be more of those medicines scattered in the ruins. Akira looked proud as he thought that he came up with a very good idea, but he quickly returned back to his usual self as Alpha shook her head and shot his suggestion down. Because of the big battle from yesterday, I believe that the distribution of the monsters in the ruins has changed greatly. The monsters that you would normally find deeper in the ruins might have come out to the outskirts of the ruins. If the current you go to the ruins now, you might end up dead even with my support, so it won't work, huh? Alright then, I'll try to be cautious. That's good. I'll also give my best support too. Akira tried to get into his serious mood, but the warm bath was too strong to fight against. And so he could not help but let out a long moan. Akira's eyes met Alpha's. I can't help it, you know. Well, it's your way of doing things carelessly and getting hurt, after all. I'll force you to walk even if both of your legs are broken, you know. So you should be extra careful that you don't have to go through something like that. That sounds very painful. So I'll definitely be extra careful. This time Akira was able to answer back seriously. After Shojima finished his negotiation with Cheryl, he went back to his private room in his base. The result of the negotiation was that half of Cheryl's territory that her gang could not manage would be passed over to Shojima's gang. As an exchange, Shojima would transfer 1 million orum to Cheryl's gang, and so their cooperative relation had been set. The result is not that bad, not to mention that I got more territory now, but... Shojima's face was filled with an unknown uneasiness. As I thought, Cheryl's change is something to worry about. It's more worrying than Akira. Where exactly did she get that courage and confidence from? Is she getting ahead of herself thinking that she is completely capable of controlling Akira now? But I don't think that's the only reason. Shojima thought that Cheryl might have come to realize something annoying and he just could not shake off his worry. Chapter 34, Various Outcomes of the Battle. Drankum's base was located near Kagamayama City's lower district. It was a huge complex sitting on a wide ground, complete with huge warehouses and buildings lined inside. It even had a large shooting ground inside it. The Hunter office also built a branch in the complex. This displayed the power and influence of the gang. Katsuya was undergoing his shooting training inside the indoor shooting ground while making a serious face. His face was clearly showing the frustration he was feeling due to his lack of strength. He kept on training without even taking a break. He was already strained both physically and mentally, because of which, his accuracy was declining. He understood that it would be meaningless even if he continued. But he felt like all the bullets that missed its target were mocking him. This made him obstinate as he continued his training in order to shake off that feeling. Yamaina and Eri were worried as they looked over at Katsuya. They were watching the heartbreaking scene where Katsuya continued his training despite the uncountable reminder of failure. They couldn't stand it anymore and called out to him. Katsuya. You should take a rest. It's better if you take a rest, continuing this way will only make you more tired instead of making you better. But even so, Katsuya kept on persisting in his training. Yamaina then walked over to Katsuya and placed her hand on his gun. As Katsuya turned and met her eyes, she shook her head. Katsuya finally placed his gun down, he hung his head low and mumbled in frustration. If only I was stronger, that it's not your fault. We did the best we could. Just like you, everyone else was also prepared for it, it was not your fault. For Eri and Yamaina, watching the current Katsuya was much more painful than the incident that happened yesterday. Drankum dispatched a lot of its hunters during yesterday's big battle. It was a compulsory request for veterans like Shikarabe unless they were injured, or had any other reasons that made it impossible for them to accept the request. But most of these hunters thought that it was a nice chance to earn a lot of money, thus they took the request voluntarily. Even Shikarabi was excited as he prepared himself and left for the request together with the other hunters. Young hunters like Katsuya may join the battle, but it was not compulsory for them. As for Drankum itself, the gang wanted to avoid sending inexperienced young hunters to a battle against a swarm of monsters that even warrant the city to send its defense squad. But of course, the city welcomed any extra firepower, and it was also an emergency request coming from the corporate government. But, because of that, the hunter gangs could prohibit the young hunters from taking the request. In the end, they took a stance where young hunters were allowed but not forced to join the battle. But the young hunters thought that it was a nice chance to make other hunters recognize their ability since they were often despised due to their young age. So a lot of young hunters opted to take the request. Katsuya was the first one to raise his voice, and so did a lot of young hunters, who were sent to the battleground. The young hunters were sent in groups of 10. They were stationed a bit further away from the main battleground where the city's defense squad clashed fiercely against the main monster swarm. Katsuya and the other hunters had a hard fight against the smaller groups of monsters that detached from the main swarm. They were able to test their ability in that battle. As a result, 7 of them were able to return home with the glory and money that they earned from that fierce battle, while the other 3 were claimed forever by the wasteland. All the dead hunters in his group were Katsuya's close friends. They had gone through the hard training together and shared the dream of becoming great hunters. But after that fierce battle, Katsuya was only able to return back with their dead bodies. Katsuya blamed himself and drove into a corner, thinking that he could have saved them if only he was stronger. Yamaina gently hugged Katsuya from behind. Let's grow stronger so that we can protect everyone next time. I'll also help, so let's take a rest now, okay? Eri also conveyed her will to help Katsuya. I'll help too. Because of that, Katsuya was finally able to cheer up a bit, although he was still in remorse. He then tried his best to put up a smile as a gesture of gratitude towards Yamaina and Eri. You're right. Sorry to make you worry. The 3 of us were at least able to return alive. I'll give my best so I can protect you two next time. I'll be looking forward to that. That would be great. Seeing how Katsuya was finally cheering up, Eri and Yamaina were finally able to smile again. While at another site, Shikarabi was called by his friend Arabe, who was also one of the officers in Drankum. It's kinda rare for you to call me like this, do you need anything? If it's about that debt from the battle, I should have repaid that with my contribution in the front line. Or is it that I'm here for another lecture? The defense squad that clashed with the main monster swarm consisted of a private army equipped with tanks, humanoid weapons, heavy-armed cyborgs, and hunters with a powerful augmented suit. In short, each of the monsters in the swarm was so powerful that only soldiers with those kinds of equipment could stand a chance against them. In the last battle, Shikarabi's squad was positioned near the main battleground. Despite the danger, he was able to earn quite a lot of money. So it was not like it was a bad thing for him, but he did not like the reason why he was positioned there. Although he only got to know it later, he was actually positioned in such a dangerous place as punishment after making that ruckus arguing with Katsuya during the patrol job. In such a dangerous place where he could be blown away by the shockwave from the main battleground, he did so well that it would definitely bring fame to the gang. So if he got another scolding after doing so much, he was planning to give Arabe a piece of his mind. Arabe smiled bitterly and tried to calm him down. I was not even included when they made that decision, you know. So don't vent it on me, will you? Well, due to the gang's policy, we prioritize getting more young hunters. So, it's understandable for something like that to happen. Although it's not like I did this as a form of an apology, I just adjusted the assignment so you don't have to look over those children again. So calm down and cheer up, okay? Very well then, sorry I was venting on you. Don't worry, I can understand. I too don't want to get assigned to watch over children anyway. Shikarabi cheered up after the friendly banter. So then, if it's not for small talk, then why did you call me here? Ah, well, it's about those children that you don't have to watch over anymore. Those guys were assigned in a group of 10 and sent into a quite dangerous place, but then I heard they did very well, you know. Even without someone to watch over them, only 3 of them were killed. Looking at their achievements, they are pretty competent. Not to mention that they already had some brushes with death and returned back alive. Don't you think they've graduated from being conceited young hunters? As Shikarabi heard those words that sounded as if Arabe recognized their abilities, he replied back with strict critiques. Well, I'm not really sure. Looking from the other perspective, it can also be said that they had to sacrifice 3 people to be able to get back alive. I think it's too fast to approve their abilities. I'm sure Katsuya's thinking that he would have been able to protect everyone if only he was stronger. That's just stupid. Even if he gets 1 billion times stronger, he'll just get sent to a place that's 1 billion times more dangerous and he'll lose some of his friends there again. What he really needs is the ability to know his own capability. So, does that mean that he has no talent for being a hunter? Shikarabi went silent for a moment after hearing that before he answered the question with a serious face. Talent-wise, he's more talented than me or you. It's extremely rare to be able to find someone as talented as him. He'll be a great hunter if we train him well. If we keep polishing him and sending him to dangerous battlegrounds, there's no mistaking it that he'll be an extraordinary hunter. Arabe looked very surprised. That was quite a compliment. I thought you hated him. I'm not a fool that I would let my personal feelings cloud my evaluation. Even you know just how talented he is, right? Isn't that why you're prioritizing him? Am I wrong? Well, I wouldn't assign you to watch over him otherwise, you know. I originally thought of having you to train him, but it seems that you can't get along with him. Can you at least endure it for a bit more? It's worth making him indebted to you while you can, you know. Shikarabi looked annoyed as he lashed back. No thanks. First of all, that's only true if he's really going to be a great hunter in the future. I did say that he would be one if we keep training him, but there's no way I would be his grinding stone. I have no plans of becoming a stepping stone for his bright future. Not to mention that there are already 3 people that died because of him, you know. If he did not stir them up, those young hunters would not even think of going to that battle in the first place, right? Having people close to him dead would make him more disciplined and make him grow up as a man. But it is all over for the people who died. So what I'm saying here is that I have no wish to die just to make him grow as a hunter. As Shikarabi's mood turned worse, Arabe let out a big sigh. You always find something to critique about, that's exactly why we can't decide the next young hunter to be assigned under you. Yeah, I can understand that. I don't want to be assigned to watch over any young hunters after all. Arabe was originally thinking of assigning Shikarabi back to Katsuya's group after letting him off for a while so that he could calm down. But seeing how much Shikarabi despised Katsuya, he completely scrapped that plan and changed to another. Do you know anyone that might happily watch over him? When he said that, Arabe meant for Shikarabi not to pick someone out of grudge. But with that being said, Arabe thought that Shikarabi would never intentionally pick someone bad anyway. And as expected, Shikarabi answered back seriously and even came up with some names. Elena and Sarah, how about those 2? It seems that he really likes them. If I'm not mistaken, Drankum is also trying to recruit those 2, right? We're still in negotiation about it, but it doesn't look good. Then just make them watch over him through training requests. They've been doing some requests together lately, right? Having them accompanying him and actually training him are 2 completely different things. The amount of the reward will also be different. Not to mention that it's not that simple to employ someone from outside the gang, you know? Looking at how Arabe frowned while racking his brain, Shikarabi smiled teasingly since his friend had completely changed from doing hunter work into running the gang. That'll be your job together with the other officers, so good luck with that. I know that. So, about those 2, are they skilled enough? I can't really say much about their teaching ability. But as hunters, they are extremely skilled. I don't think there are many hunters in Drankum who are on par with their skills. I saw them during yesterday's battle. They were able to completely annihilate the camouflaged monsters. Although they had some hard time, they were able to quickly regain the upper hand. Is that so? I'll offer more rewards and see how it goes from there. I'm sure those people in the management would shut up if I say that I'm doing it as an initial step for inviting them to join Drankum. Shikarabi pulled back his head and grumbled. The people in the management, huh? I really hope they would try to understand the difficulties that we're facing in the field. Arabe laughed bitterly. Well, it'll be troublesome if they're not around too. It's just one of those disadvantages when the gang grows this big. And we're the ones suffering from that, you know. In that case, how about you join the officers too? You can help me fix this problem, you know. Arabe smiled, challenging Shikarabi, but Shikarabi just smiled back and said, No thanks, I'm not suitable for working behind the desk like you. Geez, and so you threw that job to me, huh? After that, Shikarabi and Arabe laughed together at their displeasure with Drankum. Elena and Sarah were buying ammo and medicines from Shizuka's shop. They looked tired, but among those two, Elena looked especially tired. Shizuka. We're taking the usual, but triple the amount. That's a lot. And you look very tired too. Was the battle so worse? Shizuka shifted her gaze from Elena to Sarah's face before sliding down to Sarah's breast. Sarah's suit could not hold back her glorious breasts the last time Shizuka met her, but this time, her suit was able to hold them in. Yep, it seems that it was a hard fight, huh? As Sarah was the main firepower among the two, she would spend quite a lot of nanomachines when she used the heavy and powerful gun which had a strong kickback even if it was used only for a short period of time. Not to mention, Sarah would die if she depleted the nanomachines inside her breasts. Elena understood that well, that was why she always strategized such that Sarah would not use too much of her nanomachines. But, even so, Sarah spent a huge portion of her nanomachine reserve in the last battle. It showed just how brutal and chaotic the battle was. Shizuka was able to understand that just by looking at Sarah's breast size. Sarah just smiled bitterly. I really hope you would stop coming up with such a conclusion from my breast size though. Well, the reward was worth all the hard work. I think they distributed extra rewards for the hunters who came back alive in order to avoid any complaints. Elena joined the conversation and grumbled. There were monsters which could camouflage, you know. All the hunters with investigative devices were suddenly sent near the main battleground. It was hell, you know. So it's not my fault for complaining. Shizuka gently smiled. If they gave you enough reward to stop you from complaining, you should use it to buy some stuff from my shop. Let's see, if it's for you, Elena. Shizuka, who was about to recommend some of her goods to Elena, looked closely at Elena's equipment and found something weird. Now that I think about it, Elena, you don't use an augmented suit, right? Even Akira who just became a hunter bought one not too long ago, you know? So how about you buy one too? Augmented suit, huh? Well. Elena let out a long before she smiled faintly and said, I thought that I can still go on for a while without an augmented suit though, but I guess it's better if I buy one soon, huh? Those from the Eastern District had higher physical abilities than most of the common people. Although there were individual differences, they were able to attain superb physical ability with enough training. But from time to time, some people with abnormally high physical ability would appear. There were also people who had gone through long and hard training in order to have a strength equal to the people with an augmented suit even without equipping an augmented suit themselves. These people were called superhuman and they were able to destroy a tank with their bare hands. Even right now, no one knew for sure why such a thing happened. There were many theories floating around like they were descendants of the people from the West who could slay numerous monsters with their bare hand or just a sword. Some even thought that they were descendants of physically enhanced humans using the technology of the old world. The reason why Elena was able to carry all of the heavy information-gathering devices without an augmented suit was because of her training and not because she was a superhuman. For Sarah, who nearly had the same power as a person with an augmented suit, Elena was relatively weak. There was no precise way to measure the physical strength of a person. Those who aimed to be superhuman had no other choice but to believe they were superhuman and keep on training. Not to mention, there was a rumor saying that using an augmented suit would stop your physical ability from improving because training would be meaningless at that point. Because of that reason, plus they were in an economical problem until recently, Elena did not have the leeway of buying an augmented suit. But the money problem, or to be more precise, Sarah's nanomachine reserve problem was already solved. Thus Elena thought that it might be a good chance to renew her equipment and give up increasing her physical ability through normal training. Well, it's true that this is a good chance to do that. Shizuka, can you pick something good for me? Shizuka looked troubled. Both she and her shop were not specialized in an augmented suit, after all. Stop that, you should go to the right shop for it. Go ask an expert about it and buy an augmented suit from them. I'm sure you can buy one with the reward money that both of you received, right? Well, it's fine, isn't it? I heard that you picked Akira's augmented suit, you know. So you're already experienced in choosing one, right? I want to buy all my equipment from the same shop. Not to mention, I don't like the measuring device in the specialty shop. I just don't feel comfortable with that measuring device which measures my body up to the tiniest detail. I can understand that if one wants to get a custom-made augmented suit that fits perfectly on their body, but it's not like I'm planning to buy something that expensive. In that case then, you pick an augmented suit, then I'll put the order for it. Gathering and analyzing information to come up with a conclusion is your specialty after all, right? I'm asking you to choose one since you usually have a good intuition, you know. And not to mention that nothing you suggested has gone wrong up until now. So, won't you do that for me? Just think of it as a service for your frequent customers. Since you did that for Akira, you can at least do that for us who have been coming to this shop for a longer time, you know? Shizuka finally gave up and let out a bitter smile. She then answered back jovially as she was smiling. It can't be helped then. I'll make you buy a very expensive one, so you better be ready for it. After hearing Elena wish to buy an augmented suit, Shizuka suddenly remembered something. Augmented suit, huh? Just a question though, but do you turn super strong just by equipping one? Sarah answered Shizuka's question. Of course not. An augmented suit is nothing more than a piece of equipment. You can't be strong unless you train. It's not a rare occurrence for a hunter to have difficulties in performing simple movements because of the sudden increase in strength, you know. But well, if we're talking about an augmented suit from the old world, I guess it's to be expected for you to suddenly become strong without any additional training. Although I'm enhancing my strength with nanomachines, I still had to go through hard training to be this strong, you know. Well, I thought so too. There was no mistaking that Akira got that huge amount of money from yesterday's big battle. But even so, it was still not normal. He should not have had much time to train himself properly, not to mention that he fought against the mechanical monsters only with his AAH rifle that was not an effective rifle against such an enemy. It was hard to believe that he would return alive from that battle with 12 million orum. Shizuka was still bothered by it, that was why she clarified with Elena and Sarah. And Sarah's answer confirmed that it was indeed a weird situation. But as she was looking at Sarah, she remembered what she talked about with Sarah not too long ago. And suddenly, everything made sense. As I thought, Akira is someone who can connect to the old world domain. But his augmented suit should have nothing to do with it. After all, I was the one who picked that augmented suit for him. Now that I think about it, he did ask for some specific functions. I wonder if those functions are very useful to someone who can connect to the old world domain. As Shizuka was about to dig deeper, she suddenly decided to stop there. Well, it's not like I can ask him about it. I guess I should stop trying to dig any deeper. Curiosity killed the cat. If she pried too deep, it might rub Akira the wrong way. As Shizuka thought of that, she decided to stop thinking about it. In the middle of their silly talk, Elena suddenly asked. On another subject though, Shizuka, what do you think about the battle? Even if you ask me, I don't know much outside what was reported. Is there anything strange in the report? There was a big wall display in Shizuka's shop. It was set to mainly show information about the corporate government, the city, the hunter office, or any other hunter-related information. As Shizuka turned the display on, it was showing the news about that attack. A woman from the corporate government was delivering the news. The corporate government had come into conclusion that yesterday's monster attack from the Kuzushihara ruins was a terror attack instigated by the nationalists. There were already a number of confirmed statements from some terrorist groups. They were saying that this is a holy war against the Eastern District ruled by the corporate government that's treating them unfairly. The corporate government immediately took action in response to this statement in order to protect the people from the terrorist group which disrupted the peace in the Eastern District. Sarah then worded out her opinion about the news. The nationalists, huh? I bet that's the reason why the request dispatcher was the corporate government. If they had that information before the incident happened, I really hope they would do something about it. Well, it's not like I have anything to complain about the reward though. It was a big thing in the Eastern District and the corporate government was the one issuing the request, not to mention that the reward would also be abnormally huge. After all, if the reward was too small, it would hurt the corporate government's reputation, and it was even more important when it came to requests regarding the nationalists. The nationalists aimed to form a nation. There were a lot of them in the Eastern District, so the corporate government could not afford to just ignore them. They also received help from the Federation of Nations in the Central District, which worsened the situation in the Eastern District. These nationalists often invaded and occupied a city and declared independence from the corporate government. When that happened, the situation often developed into a full-blown war. Because of that, a lot of cities had turned into a mountain of wreckages which ended up as a big expenditure for the corporate government. Elena could not agree with the news. To be honest, I don't think this city holds so much influence that the nationalists would aim for this city. Baiting monsters from the deeper part of the ruins like that would definitely need a lot of sacrifices from the nationalists' side. Not to mention that it would affect their current standing among the other nationalists. It's questionable how much of that news is the truth. What do you think, Shizuka? Shizuka spent a bit of time thinking before answering. They're not lying. The story fits the situation. But there's something that still bothers me. But again, about that part. It's not like we can do anything about it, right? No matter what was actually happening behind the scene, it was not like it would cause any loss to them. At least that was what Shizuka's intuition was telling her. Elena and Shizuka changed the subject of their conversation. That's true. Since they gave us such a huge reward, I don't think it's something for us, the hunters, to worry about. Rather than talking about that, let's focus more on how we are going to spend the reward money. Shizuka, with that being said, I'm counting on you for the augmented suit, okay? Sure, remember that you're the one who told me to choose, okay? No matter what I pick, you'll have to use it, okay? Don't come running at me crying later, alright? Shizuka smiled fearlessly while teasing Elena. Shizuka's intuition that day was on point like usual. An armed squad was marching to the deeper part of the Kuzushihara ruins. Their guns were on a different level compared to the common hunters around the Kagomayama city, and their coordination showed that they were trained soldiers. The squad was commanded by a guy who goes by the name Yanagisawa. He was marching at the front of his squad, leading them deeper into the ruins. Captain Yanagisawa. Are you sure that this is all right? Yanagisawa laughed as he replied. As I said before, it's not a problem. The corporate government has given its permission. But still, to bait a swarm of monsters to the city. Not to mention that the news blames the nationalists for the incident too. In the worst-case scenario, they might think that we're one of those nationalists, you know? The one who really baited the monster to the city and died doing that was really a nationalist. He was a member of Alfred's squad. So it's not wrong to say that the nationalist did it, That guy did fulfill his goal in exchange for his life, so I bet he has nothing to complain about anyway. That guy is one of the Alfred squad, huh? And here I was wondering where you got that guy from. I never thought that you had some connections with the nationalists. Well, information is crucial. If you have a lead, you would be able to find them in no time with a little digging. Another guy joined in. Although the defense went well, I still wonder if it was really all right. This kind of thing would normally warrant a death penalty, you know? I don't know what you are planning, Captain. But please don't abandon us, okay? I did properly ask the corporate government to stay quiet about that part too, so don't worry. Well, the defense squad did not get any chance to spring into action lately, and those rich people living inside the inner wall started complaining about the expensive maintenance expenditure for the defense squad. Maybe it's because they spend their life leisurely inside a safe environment that they have forgotten this place is also a part of the Eastern District. This area filled with monsters is also a part of the Eastern District, you know. Safety is an expensive commodity. It's important to remind the people in the inner wall not to get too comfortable with their easy life. But then another guy joined them and asked. In that case, wouldn't monsters from the other ruins work just fine? There was no particular reason why we had to bait those super strong monsters roaming in the deeper part of the Kuzushihara ruins, right? It has been quite a while since the last expedition was sent to scour the outskirts of the Kuzushihara ruins. So the corporate government must be thinking that it might be the time to send a real expedition to the deeper part of the ruins. That's why we thinned out the number of monsters in the deeper part. We baited them out into the wasteland since if it's over here, we could use tanks and other weapons with huge firepower to annihilate them. That method is much safer than sending soldiers into the ruins, you know. But with that being said, it's not like anyone would volunteer to be the bait, right? That's why I went through all of these troubles. So that's why you brought Alfred's squad, huh? Yep, that's the reason. And luckily, that guy said that he would happily sacrifice his own life for something like that. And since I don't want to die, so everyone got what they wanted. Well, if they had asked for more explanations, I would have explained everything truthfully. But since we're originally enemies, I have no duty to tell them everything. Some of his squad felt disgusted, some were laughing and some just ignored it when Yanagisawa said that with a big smile. They had different reactions and opinions about it, but no one there doubted his skill and ability. Another of his men then asked him. But some hunters were harmed and even killed, right? If they come to know that it was Captain who was responsible all along, the dead hunters would come back and haunt you, wouldn't they? The man who asked Yanagisawa that question was originally a hunter who was scouted into the squad. His face looked stern since he felt a kind of camaraderie with the other hunters. Yanagisawa just brushed it off as he said. The hunters also earned a lot of money from that battle. I bet some of them just got rich in one go. But well, I don't deny that some of them also got killed in the battle, but those people decided to be hunters even after knowing all the dangers. Not to mention that those hunters who have no luck or skill would eventually die sooner or later anyway even if that battle didn't happen. Working as a hunter means that they have to risk their lives for money. I don't have the time to listen to their complaints just because they lost their gamble and died. Well, it's true that's what it means to be a hunter. The city management wanted to shut the people in the Middle District, the defense squad wanted to see more action and have more meaning in its existence, Alfred's squad wanted the renown, the corporate government wanted to explore the deeper part of the Kuzushihara ruins, and finally the hunters sought rich and fame. Other than for the people who were killed, that battle was a good thing for everyone, don't you think so? Some of his men felt ridiculous seeing how Yanagisawa boasted about himself. But you did all the hard work there. So, what did you get from that? What is your plan? Is there something you need to do in the deeper part of the ruins? Since you called for us, it's not like it's going to be a normal search expedition, right? Yanagisawa deliberately laughed invincibly. It's a secret. If I have to say it, it's to pave the way for the future of humanity. Don't worry. I won't do anything bad. We're simply going to search the ruins, it'll earn us quite a lot of money too. After all, if it doesn't, we won't be able to pay back for all the equipment that we borrowed. These are the latest equipment used in the front line, you know? I even went to get that Ragnarok too. It's also loaded with the Annihilator warhead. Of course, I'm not saying that you can go trigger happy with that, but it really kicks a punch, you know. It's exactly because we're on this occasion that I decided to get one. That's why I want you guys to understand that I'm serious here. The normal equipment for this squad was advanced enough. But this time, they brought even better equipment than usual. And it was Yanagisawa who prepared all of the equipment. Yanagisawa was having silly talks with his men and he seemed to be in a very good mood. But once they reached a certain area, his mood suddenly turned serious as Yanagisawa said to his men. The silly talk stops here, let's go. And with that, Yanagisawa's squad continued venturing deeper into the Kazusuhara ruins. Chapter 35, Information Gathering Device. Akira was riding through the wasteland on a bike. He was in the middle of an individual patrol request. The bike was equipped with an onboard information gathering device that Akira borrowed from the hunter office. This device would record everything around him, the route that he took, the type and number of monsters that he encountered, and how many of those monsters he defeated. All of this data would be then exchanged for money, deducting the rent fee of the information gathering device, and the rest would be paid as Akira's reward for this request. If Akira patrolled around an area filled with dangerous monsters, his reward would shoot up. On the other hand, if he only patrolled around a relatively safe area just to kill time, his reward would be so less that it might not even cover the rental fee. And if he got unlucky and encountered another swarm of monsters alone, he could monopolize the reward all for himself. Even if he decided to run away from that swarm of monsters, no one would have any complaint against him. Compared to the group patrol from the last time, an individual patrol request like this had its advantages and disadvantages, but for the current Akira, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Akira was speaking to Alpha through telepathy while on his bike. It was to avoid the information gathering device from recording him talking alone. I was really afraid that I might meet another swarm of monsters. But now that I'm here, I don't even see that many monsters. It's a bit disappointing. A lot of monsters were killed in yesterday's battle. But it can also be said that there are that many monsters left even after we killed so many of them yesterday. I'm sure it won't take that long before the population of monsters in the area returns back to normal. Akira frowned. So right now is like a moment of calmness before a storm, huh? But if I think like that, it feels like there are a lot of monsters today. I wonder where all of these monsters come from. Although we periodically thin them out, they always return back to normal in no time, right? I bet there are undiscovered production facilities somewhere out there, or production facilities guarded by powerful defensive devices, which makes it impossible to subjugate them. These keep producing monsters endlessly. The monsters in this area might come from a production facility near the area or come from a faraway place. That might explain the mechanical monsters, but still. That's also the case for the biological monsters too. Akira looked surprised and confused at the same time. The biological monsters are also produced in factories. They don't multiply from breeding. Alpha smiled, boasting her knowledge. That's right. It's an easy task to produce biological organisms using technology from the old world. Livestock, pet, bodyguard, biological soldiers, you can use old world technology to produce all kinds of biological creatures. But a high-quality creature can only be produced by synthesizing everything from scratch. Well, of course, it was properly maintained back in the days, thus these monsters would not randomly attack people. Moreover, some biological monsters can multiply by using their reproductive abilities. So even if the factory where these monsters were originally produced are no more, they would still multiply. The more I hear about this old world, the crazier it sounds. And you'll be exploring the ruins filled with this crazy old world technology many times in the future, you know? So be sure to work hard to get yourself proper equipment and skill to survive these deadly ruins, okay? As for training, how about you try fighting a monster on your own? There's a monster right over there, Akira. Roger that. This patrol request also doubled as training for Akira. As he spotted and confirmed his target, he stopped his bike. It was a small carnivorous monster. The burly fur hid its limbs and it did not look strong. As a matter of fact, it was a relatively weak monster. But it was strong enough to actually attack and kill a human. And since it was roaming in the wasteland, it showed that it had enough strength and ability to survive in such a harsh environment. This quality alone was enough to make anyone run away from it out of fear. Akira held his CWH anti-material rifle with the help of his augmented suit as he took an aim at that monster. But since he was still inexperienced in using an augmented suit and still not that familiar with CWH anti-material rifle, the TPL extended from its muzzle was swaying left and right. Akira took a deep long breath while making a stern stance. He gathered his focus and pulled the trigger. A bang reverberated as a bullet flew out from the muzzle and cut through the air before landing near the ground where the monster was standing. A miss, that was close though. I still couldn't hit my target even with the help from TPL, huh? It seems that I still have a long way to go before I can shoot accurately on my own. It might also be because you always shoot from a safe range during the training. No need to be nervous and do your best. That monster is heading this way now. Roger that, next shot. The monster noticed Akira and immediately ran towards him. Its huge limbs kicked the ground as it closed its distance to Akira. Through his aiming device, he could clearly see that the monster really wanted to take a chomp off his flesh. The fear that was bubbling inside Akira was telling him to either take his bike and escape or ask for Alpha's support. But Akira stood his ground and suppressed his fear. Although it drew closer for every shot he missed as that monster was charging towards him, he continued shooting at the monster. Then finally, one of his bullets hit the monster's body. The monster immediately slowed down. Akira then calmly took an aim and delivered the killing shot. Alpha smiled and praised him for his performance. You did well, that was pretty good. Thanks. Well, I guess this much shots against a monster won't put me on red, right? Yep, maybe. Alright. Akira firmly nodded and smiled lightly. As he returned back to patrolling the wasteland, he asked Alpha. Alpha, about the patrol request though, we'll keep doing this request until I reach a certain hunter rank, right? Although my hunter rank went up to 17 from the last battle, until what rank do I need to keep doing this? Your goal is to reach hunter rank 20. You'll need to at least reach that level to be able to borrow a custom-made vehicle to traverse the wasteland. Although a lower hunter rank is actually enough if you just want to borrow a vehicle, you also need to think and find a balance between the vehicle specification, the rental fee and the insurance fee. A vehicle, huh? But I already have a bike. So, do I still really need to hurry up to get a vehicle? Yes, you should. There's a limit on how much supplies you can bring with you on this bike. Although you'll need to get all the required equipment before going to explore the other ruins, a vehicle specially designed to travel in the wasteland is quite expensive. So you'll just have to rent for the time being. The other ruins, huh? Is it okay if I take a peek into those ruins for a bit with this bike? We'll only do that once you get yourself the proper equipment and a vehicle. If it's possible, I want you to get an information gathering device at least. We'll only visit other ruins after you have all of that, okay? To be honest, I want to at least collect some medicines though. Is the bike really not enough? Oh, I haven't told you this, huh? My detection ability deteriorates outside Kuzushihara ruins, you see. That's why it's crucial for you to get an information gathering device. Or do you still want to go without one? Alright, let's not do that. Akira immediately backed off. He understood that it would be futile to challenge a ruin relying solely on his own power without Alpha's detection support. After all, he would not want monsters to swarm him from all directions. So besides a vehicle, I should get an information gathering device too, huh? That would require a huge amount of money. Although I just got 12 million aurum, it has gone in a puff. The CWH anti-material rifle is pretty expensive after all. That's what it means to be a hunter. If it requires more money than what you can earn right now, then it means that it's still too early for you to get it. That's all there's to it. You're right. It was not a rare occurrence where a hunter who got ahead of himself challenged a ruin that was outside his ability and then was claimed by the ruin. It was the same for Akira too. He would have died if he did not meet Alpha in Kuzusuhara ruins. Akira understood that lucky coincidence had kept him alive up until now and let out a bitter smile. When Akira visited Shizuka's shop, he found Elena and Sarah talking with Shizuka. Akira then joined their conversation while placing a refill order for his ammo. As they were talking about the augmented suit, the conversation somehow shifted to Elena's augmented suit. Akira seemed obviously surprised when he found out that Elena was not using an augmented suit until now. Elena-san, so that's just a simple armor, huh? Since I've seen you carrying heavy equipment, I assumed it was an augmented suit. So you're actually stronger than you seem, huh? Sarah looked amused by Akira's reaction. That's right. But even so, Elena always says that she's just a weak girl, you know? Don't you think that's just unreasonable? No. Akira could not immediately agree to that as he was at loss for words. Elena, who had just gotten teased there, quickly retorted. I don't want a girl who carried an A4WM automatic grenade launcher saying something like that to me. That gun is crazy heavy, you know. And even more so when it's fully loaded. That's normal for me. After all, I'm a nanomachine-enhanced human. But of course, without the nanomachines, I'm just your normal weak girl. And without the nanomachines, Sarah's glorious chest will turn back into its original pitiful size. Elena and Sarah smiled at each other. Although Akira was just an observer, he could feel the immense pressure in the air. Shizuka was enjoying the show, but when she noticed Akira looking uncomfortable, she tried to mediate between them. You two should stop there. Akira is scared, you know. What are you girls doing letting out veteran hunters' intimidating aura in this place? As Elena and Sarah heard Shizuka and turned down their intimidating aura, both of their gazes shifted to Akira. Akira, who was still at loss for words, tried to squeeze out everything he had to change the mood. He took a standpoint between Elena and Sarah with his narrow knowledge of vocabulary. Well, I don't know about being a weak girl, but I think Elena-san is a pretty girl with a beautiful slender body. Although Elena immediately understood from her experience that those words were just flattery, she also understood that Akira was being honest when he said that. Thus she was pretty happy with his compliment. Sarah just smiled and stared at Akira as she asked. Akira, how about me? There was obviously some pressure emitting from her smile. So Akira could only answer back in a panic. Of course, I think that Sarah-san is also a beautiful girl. And with that, Sarah's mood immediately turned better. Shizuka, who was only watching them as an observer, suddenly joined in. Akira, then how about me? Shizuka-san is also a beautiful girl. Akira answered back casually since he understood that Shizuka knew he would answer with that when she asked him that question. But it was obvious that Akira was a bit bashful when he said that. Of course, Alpha could not help but join in as she smiled and asked Akira the same question. Akira, how about me? Yeah, you're beautiful too, are you satisfied now? Alpha looked displeased with Akira's answer as she retorted. Why are you always so mean to me? Because I know for sure that you did that only to tease me. I'm trying my best not to look suspicious here, so can you please stop interrupting me? Akira was trying to be careful not to look at Alpha, who was invisible to Elena and the other girls there. Shizuka was a bit surprised when she found herself happy from Akira's words, thus she tried to hide it by teasing Akira. Akira, did you say that just to change the mood? No, I'm not a person who can say anything if someone tells me to say that because it's more profitable that way. So, although we are in that kind of situation, I didn't lie. Everything I said is true. I see. The mood in the room suddenly turned embarrassing. Shizuka, Elena, and Sarah looked at each other and noticed that their faces had turned reddish. Since they all noticed that, they stayed quiet hoping that no one would point out the fact. Akira then came up with a new subject as he was trying to change the mood again. Now that I think about it, Sarah-san doesn't use an augmented suit, right? Me? That's because I'm a nanomachine-enhanced human. If I use a common augmented suit, my physical strength might reduce instead. Moreover, it has to be an augmented suit suitable for someone with a nanomachine-enhanced body. Of course, I can get such an augmented suit that solves all of these problems, but it's so expensive that I can't afford to buy one. So until I have enough money, an armor that increases the efficiency of my nanomachine consumption works better than a common augmented suit. I see. So there's a lot of things to consider, huh? So then, Elena-san, what kind of augmented suit you're planning to get? Elena looked a bit flustered. Well, it's basically an advanced augmented suit. Just like in your case, Shizuka is picking one for me. I see. I'm sure an advanced augmented suit will look completely different compared to my augmented suit, right? So what kind of augmented suit is it? Well, about that. Elena answered back vaguely. Akira did not mean to ask anything strange, so he was puzzled by Elena's answer. His confusion was shown on his face as Shizuka smiled. It's something hard to explain with words, so instead, you can see it for yourself, you know? It should be here by next week so you don't need to wait that long. Elena panicked. Wait. Is that so? Alright then. Akira was confused as to why Elena panicked, but since Shizuka suggested that herself, he just casually accepted the offer. Shizuka just pushed that promise to Elena. She was in a panic since she could not say that she did not want to show her augmented suit to Akira at this point. Shizuka noticed that and understood the reason why Elena was in a panic as she smiled teasingly at Elena. Sarah could not help but join Shizuka and tease Elena. Akira caught a glance of Elena's information-gathering device and thought. By the way, about that information-gathering device, did you buy that from this shop too? Elena quickly answered back to change the subject. Nope, I don't really remember where I bought it, but I didn't buy it from here. Shizuka doesn't sell information-gathering device, you know. This shop specializes in ammo. It will only bring trouble if I sell stuff that I'm not familiar with, that's why I don't sell them. But you can still order them from this shop. But your shop sells everything that's related to hunters, right? Since you also sell a lot of guns that can be operated in tandem with an information-gathering device, I think it'll be fine if you sell information-gathering devices too, you know. Don't you think so too, Akira? Both Elena and Shizuka turned to Akira. He looked panicked as he tried to run away from having to choose any side. I'm actually thinking of buying an information-gathering device soon. I just thought that it would be a great help if Shizuka-san has some recommendations. Shizuka shook her head. I'm sorry, but information-gathering devices are outside my expertise. If you want to get some recommendations, I advise you to ask Elena. Me? But even if you ask me. Enemy detection, ruins mapping, relics identification. There are so many different options depending on what you want to use it for. Since she did not want to recommend anything bad to Akira, Elena was a bit at loss because of the number of options that she could go for an information-gathering device. As she was humming while thinking, she suddenly remembered an information-gathering device that was only gathering dust back in her house. That's right. I have an information-gathering device that I bought in the past but I'm not using it right now. You can buy that from me if you want. Although it's a generic type, I think it's actually perfect for a beginner. I was thinking of dismantling it and scavenging some parts off it, but if you want to buy it, I don't mind selling it to you, you know? I actually don't really like that type, so how about you give it a try? But you said that you don't use it. Is it because it is faulty? It's not that it's faulty or anything bad. Well, to explain it simply. Elena then explained everything in detail so that Akira did not misunderstand her as selling something faulty to him. The information-gathering devices sold to the hunters were mainly categorized into two types, specialized and generic. Specialized type focused on one kind of function like movement detection, sound detection, image analysis, etc. While on the other hand, the generic type was an amalgamation of different functions. It could compile all the information that it gathered into a map or an image. Furthermore, the generic type could process all the analysis on its own. Both of them had their own pros and cons. If a specialized type information gathering device broke, it only needed a small part replacement to fix it. It could also be combined with parts or devices from the other companies to add extra functions. In short, it had great flexibility. But on the other hand, the gathered information needed more processing before they could be used. Although there was a standardized output for each type of information, each company tended to use different formats. Because of that, it needed advanced processing technology to transform all the information into a usable form. A generic type information gathering device did not need any of that. But in exchange, it was not as flexible as a specialized type. Most of the generic type information gathering devices produced by the companies would need a total replacement even if only one part was broken. Moreover, the information output from the onboard program in a generic type information gathering device was not interchangeable. Elena preferred to use an information gathering device that she made herself by combining multiple different specialized type information gathering devices. But lately, the generic type was getting famous as a lot of new generic type products went on sale, thus Elena decided to buy a device from one of the popular series. But after she used it for a while, she found herself not liking it at all. It simply felt like a half-baked device to her. In the end, she just left it to collect dust. So that's why I don't use it. If you form a team, it's a good idea to get at least one person who specializes in analyzing information. But if you go alone, then I recommend you to get a generic type information gathering device. Since the series specialized for the solo hunters are pretty small-sized, they won't get in the way of your movement too. Alpha then interjected. I think that's a good idea. The problem is whether you can afford it now or not. If it's alright, I want to buy it, so how much would it be? Let's see, it's basically a second hand for you, and even if I sell it, it'll only sell for a low price. Not to mention that it'll be just sitting in my house if I don't sell it, so how about 2 million orum? Relatively speaking, it was actually pretty cheap. But even so, it'll take most of the money that Akira had with him now. So if he bought it, he would have to return back to sleeping in a room without a bath. Akira hesitated for a bit, but since Alpha, Elena and Shizuka recommended it, Akira decided to push his hesitation aside. Okay then. Is it okay to pay through bank transfer? Of course. Akira operated his information device and transferred the payment to Elena and she confirmed his payment. I have already confirmed the payment. This will conclude the deal then. I'll give you the device right away, so let's go to my house now. Shizuka, see you around. Elena and Sarah smiled at Shizuka and left the shop. Akira bowed and followed suit. Both from the inside and from the outside, Elena and Sarah's house was much more different compared to the room where Akira slept. As he was waiting for Elena inside one of the rooms, he looked around and thought that Sarah and Elena were really on a different level as hunters compared to him. Elena then returned with a box covered in dust. This is it. It's the whole package, I think. Well, if it's missing anything, I'm sorry. It's second-hand goods after all. It's an information-gathering device made by Senva Electronics. If I'm not mistaken, its name is Midnight Eye. I don't use it only because I don't like it, but it's actually a pretty good device. Thank you very much. Do I need to do the initial setting too? Since the last setting is still installed from when I used it, you should be able to use it as it is. But if it's hard for you to use, feel free to change the setting. Akira looked genuinely interested in that box. Elena smiled as she watched Akira's behavior, but the alarm in her information device suddenly rang. Elena looked apologetic as she said, "I'm sorry, I actually wanted to serve you some snacks and tea, but looking for that box took me more time than I thought. I need to go soon for my next request. Please don't be. I'll leave right away. Thank you very much for everything." Akira politely bowed while carrying the box. As their guest, Elena and Sarah saw him off. As Akira left Sarah and Elena's house, he passed by Katsuya by chance. Although their eyes met, Akira just ignored him and went on. When Akira arrived in his own room, he immediately opened the box that housed his new information-gathering device. It was a rectangular tool equipped with a terminal and all kinds of extra parts sticking out from it. As he picked it up, his eyes stuck to it without blinking, completely engrossed in it. It was only when Alpha suddenly spoke up did he finally snap out of his state. "Akira. Connect that tool to your information terminal." "Do we still need to do something with this tool?" "Yep, I need to rewrite the whole software so that it'll work together with my support." "I see. Well, it's a good thing if it helps me use it afterwards. So, I'll be in your care." Akira then picked the information-gathering device out and connected it into his information terminal. Once the two were connected, Alpha immediately took control of the information-gathering device through the information terminal. "There's some data left from when Elena used it. Is it okay if I erase it?" "What kind of data is it?" "There are some blueprints of old-world ruins around Kagomayama City, some data from the scanned monsters, there might be some other data compiled from the other information-gathering devices too. There's also individual output power setting for its parts, it seems that it's a leftover data from when Elena was tinkering with it." "I see. I don't really understand it, so I leave it to you." "Alright. There's also some data about Elena and Sarah's body measurement. I think it's from when they did a test run on this device. It seems like a highly accurate data since it was taken from a close range. Want me to make an image reconstruction using this data?" In
the next moment, Alpha used her advanced computing ability to reconstruct images of Elena and Sarah based on the data and showed those images to Akira. Akira was shocked and froze up. Especially after realizing that those two images were naked. For Elena's image, rather than just being simply slender, it was a flawless image with fats in places just where it should be to enhance her sexuality. Her skin was smooth and glossy with a healthy complexion. The elegance of a functional body and the beauty of a sensual body existed together without disturbing one another. As for Sarah's image, her body was well endowed and simply gloriously voluptuous. The perfect combination between her curvy waist, her firm skin and her glorious chest only served to enhance her beauty. Both of these images were considered jaw-dropping, although they came from two different kinds of beauty. The two beautiful bodies were fully exposed in front of Akira, and top of that, Alpha put an enchanting smile on their beautiful faces directed at Akira. Akira was captivated by the naked images of the girls who saved him in the past, but he immediately returned back to his senses and shouted, "Erase it right now." Those two images immediately vanished from Akira's vision. Alpha, who was floating beside him, looked surprised. "You don't have to be that annoyed, you know." As Akira used one of his hands to hide his reddened face, he glared intensely at Alpha. Why were they naked? "It's because the data is from their body measurement. Putting clothes on them would need extra data. Just don't ever do that again. It would only make me feel awkward the next time I meet them." "I thought you're already used to something like that. Or was I mistaken?" "It depends on the subject and the situation." "Is that so?" "Yes, it is." Alpha looked doubtful. "Very well then. Don't worry, I won't do it again since you told me not to. That aside, we'll go to the ruins tomorrow, so be sure to do proper maintenance on your guns. Akira asked Alpha with a reddened face. Didn't you say that we won't go to the ruins before I can borrow a vehicle? This information gathering device is better than I thought, and there are still some leftover data about the ruins from when Elena was using it. Moreover, we'll go to a relatively safe ruin tomorrow. Not to mention, we need to get you familiar with using this information gathering device, that I see. All right then. Akira then picked his gun and started his usual maintenance. 2 AAH assault rifle and 1 CWH anti-material rifle, these 3 guns were Akira's lifeline right now. Akira was still not used to CWH anti-material rifle maintenance. Thus he was more focused than usual to make sure that he did everything correctly.
But the image of naked Elena and Sarah stuck to the back of his mind. Because of that, he spent more time trying to calm himself down, and he just could not focus on his job. Alpha kept observing Akira closely as she was working on his new information-gathering device. Chapter 36, The Rules of Engagement. There was a residence complex ruin near Kagomayama City that could be reached by vehicle. That area was called Higuraka Residence Ruin. The hunters from the city already regarded it as an exhausted ruin since most, if not all, worthwhile relics from that place were already brought out due to the years of expeditions. But for the hunters who already had vehicles, it was still more profitable to search for relics in this ruin. Elena and Sarah brought Katsuya and his friends to this place. But it was not for searching relics. The request that Elena and Sarah accepted from Drankum was to train Katsuya and his friends. Elena turned at Katsuya and said with a serious face, "We'll have you guys look for relics in the Higuraka residence ruin. This is ruin exploration training and we're here as your instructors. With that being said, I'm sure you guys are not complete amateurs, so we're not going to instruct you in each and every step of the way. You'll make your own decision and move accordingly." Sarah was smiling as usual when she said, "The monsters roaming this area shouldn't be that strong, but in the end, it's just based on the latest information. So keep in mind that the possibility of encountering a strong monster is not zero. We'll still be watching over you from a distance and will immediately come to help if we judge that the situation is too hard for you to handle. And don't worry, I don't think monsters in this area can give us any trouble. But try to decide and move assuming that we're not around. Once you're done exploring the ruin, we'll give you our evaluation. Normally, we'll also evaluate the time when you decide to end the exploration and go back home. But for this time, you have 4 hours at most. So, any question? If not, then we'll start right away." Elena looked over Katsuya and his friends, and suddenly, Yamaina opened her mouth. "I know that you are telling us to freely search the ruin, but what exactly should we do?" Sarah answered the question. "It's also a part of your training, try to think about that yourself. But well, you can just think that you're here for a usual ruin exploration. But, if I'm not mistaken, there's no more valuable relics in this ruin, right? You can assume that your training for today is to confirm that. After all, it's not like you can have training in a ruin with valuable relics since powerful monsters would also roam that area. The request that we took is also to make sure that you guys return back alive, you see." Elena then added, "We know very well that there's no more valuable relics in this ruin. That's why, even if you guys can only come back with cheap relics, we won't give you a bad evaluation. So there's no need to worry about that. We'll evaluate your performance based on other factors like how long you spend searching an area before moving on, or are you properly watching your surroundings and keeping your guards up, etc. So please just continue like how you usually search for relics. Of course, if you can find any valuable relics, it'll give you a big boost." "Alright." Yamaina nodded and ended her question. Eri was the next one to ask, "Is there any passing grade for today's training? We might have to change the way we move according to the passing grade." Elena answered that question. "Nope, but if I have to say anything, then it would be to get the biggest result from the least amount of work. Basically, we'll also test whether you can accurately predict how much you can earn from doing something dangerous. It's important to make the best possible choice in our line of work as hunters, you know. Originally, it's as Yamaina said, you should start from deciding whether you would search for relics in this place, but since this is only training, so let's just say that you picked this place because of a certain reason. With that being said, you can also decide to immediately go back home after a brief search. And if you do that, you just need to explain to us why you made that decision and we'll evaluate you based on your reasoning. I understand, I'll aim to do an effective exploration rather than just going back home. After Yamaina and Eri finished asking questions, the last one among the three of them, Katsuya, made a stern face as he asked. Who was that boy that I saw coming out from Elena-san and Sarah-san's house? Sarah and Elena turned and looked at each other. While Yamaina looked worried and Eri didn't make any visible reaction. Elena then smiled at Katsuya. There was a strong intimidating pressure of a veteran hunter emitting from her. It seems that our explanation was not enough. I meant questions about the training. It's just that it's really bothering me. So I think it might disrupt my concentration during this training. Katsuya still stood with his question though he was under pressure by Elena's gaze. So, Sarah replied back with a smile. In that case, you should experience it yourself how dangerous it is to not maintain your focus. This might also double as training to keep your mind clear of anything unnecessary during dangerous work. If there's no more question, then let's start the training. As Elena's smile marked that she would not take any refusal, Katsuya and his friends scrambled into the ruin in a panic. Sarah then turned her bitter smile that she just directed to Katsuya to Elena. I think it's fine if we tell them. We can just keep the fact that we know him as secret and just say that he's someone who bought your unused information gathering device. What if he has a lot of questions cropping out from that statement and starts probing further instead? I don't want to deal with that, you know. He might even ask questions that we need to answer very carefully. That's why it is fine like this. Since we promised Akira not to say or ask anything unnecessary, we also have to be careful not to reveal anything that might make other people probe about him. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. Guess I need to be more careful too. Sarah's face stiffened a bit as she remembered that after she asked Elena and Shizuka just a bit about Akira, she was able to make a pretty detailed guess about Akira. As Katsuya and his friends continued the training, they were able to find some relics, albeit just cheap ones. They were also able to successfully take out the monsters that they encountered. But because the exploration went smooth, it gave enough room for Katsuya to start thinking about Akira again. Say, about that boy who came out from Elena-san and Sarah-san's house. He's the same hunter that we met back then, right? Is that so? I don't really remember. Yamaina and Eri did not really remember Akira. After all, to them, he was just a fellow hunter who coincidentally was in the same truck as them during one of their patrol jobs. And it was not like he left any memorable impression on either of them. But for Katsuya, Akira left a deep negative impression on him. Although he was just another young hunter who was more or less of the same age as Katsuya, a hunter who was looking down on other young hunters recognized his skill. And when Katsuya did not have any other choice but to sit quietly on the truck to head back home after Shikarabe challenged him, Akira, on the other hand, headed to the battlefield alone. On top of it, Shikarabe seemed to recognize Akira's guts when he saw that. All of these things were burned into Katsuya's memory and left a deep impression inside him. The image of Akira from those memories somehow stuck in the back of his mind. Then he saw Akira coming out from the house of the hunters that he looked up to. So he just could not shake it off from his brain. Seeing how Katsuya was acting, Yamaina got annoyed. Katsuya. I don't know exactly why you're so bothered about that boy, but just like Sarah-san said, you need to straighten up. It's dangerous to lose your vigilance here, you know. Or do you also want to make Sarah-san and Elena-san think that they're only here to protect us? Eri also joined as she gave a strict warning. If you keep troubling Sarah-san and Elena-san, they might really think like that. So get a better hold of yourself. Yamina and Eri thought that their warnings were just a little bit harsher than usual. But they did not expect Katsuya to suddenly pick himself up and make a solemn expression. You're right, I'm sorry. I need to get a better grip on myself. If they made Elena and Sarah take care of them, it would feel like they made Elena and Sarah clean up their mess. It was something that Katsuya wanted to avoid no matter what. Because of that, Katsuya immediately renewed his resolve. Eri and Yamina saw Katsuya's serious expression, he looked so reliable and cool. But on the other hand, thinking of the reason why Katsuya changed his attitude so quickly, Eri and Yamina felt a bit of displeasure. Elena and Sarah were watching how Katsuya and the other kids were moving around as they were looking for relics. They told Katsuya and his friends to stay within their detection range, while at the same time, they kept their guards up in case a monster that the kids could not handle appeared. Elena. When we took this request, you said that this might be their first step for recruiting us into Drankum, right? Yeah. But that might be only me reading too much into it. After all, Drankum seems to be looking for hunters to teach their young hunters. That also might be the reason why they sent us some requests to work together with Katsuya and his friends lately. Recruiting us, huh? Although we always refused their offer until now, what are we going to do from now on? It doesn't seem that they would let us go easily once we join them. If they rush us for a decision, we'll refuse them again. I think Drankum also knows this well, that's why they won't rush us for a decision. So let's take our time to properly think about it before making any decision. Sarah, what do you think? If you think that it might be a good decision, I'll try to be more optimistic. To be honest, I'm not really sure yet. But are you okay with that? There are pros and cons if we accept their invitation, after all. If we join Drankum, there's no mistaking it that we'll have an easier life. We will be able to get better equipment and all kinds of help from them. I'm sure they would help us if we ever get into a similar situation like back then when we couldn't even refill your nanomachine reserve. Sarah smiled bitterly and made a stern face as she said. When you say it like that, it does sound pretty enticing. But if we join them, we'll lose some amount of our current freedom. We'll have to do the job assigned to us even if we don't want to do it, and not to mention that there'll be a lot of other problematic stuff we need to take care in order to get along with the other members. Sarah's nanomachine reserve was basically her lifeline, thus she usually welcomed any money that she could get as an insurance in case anything bad happened. But there was also a chance for Drankum to basically hold her life hostage because of that. There was also a very good chance that they would slip a clause in their contract that would limit Sarah and Elena's freedom in exchange for gang support. Whether it was for the better or for the worse, Sarah and Elena were already used to living freely as a team of 2 hunters. Thus it would greatly affect them if they lose their freedom. Although she knew that it was important for her to stay alive, Sarah also did not want to cause trouble for her best friend or make her worry. Looking at Sarah, who was at loss on what to do, Elena firmly but gently smiled at her. I'm sorry that it seems like I'm pushing the decision to you, but I think that you're the one who will be affected the most. That's why I want you to decide first. But don't worry, you can take as much time as you need. And no matter what decision you come up with, I won't complain. Thank you, Elena. I'll think about it carefully. Sarah smiled back at Elena as she was delighted to hear that her best friend was genuinely worried about her. There was not much time left until they reached the time limit that Elena had set. And during this time, Katsuya and his friends kept looking for relics seriously. Although they were still a bit amateurish, they tried their hardest to show their promising potential to Elena and Sarah, who were watching over them from afar. And it was worth it. Katsuya and his friends were able to gather a good amount of relics from Higuraka residence ruin. But Katsuya was not satisfied with the result. Thus he could not help but grumble as he found a relic when he was searching a certain abandoned house. There is really nothing but cheap relics here. Well, that can't be helped. Elena-san and Sarah-san did say that there's no valuable relic left in this ruin anymore. Ah, the time limit is near. I think it's fine if we just finish here. So how about we stop looking for relics now? Katsuya, what do you think? Say, how much money do you think we can get from all the relics that we gathered today? Only a small number of them have any technological value as the old world relics. So I'm sure it won't fetch us a good amount of money. After hearing that realistic but expected answer from Eri, Katsuya let out a sigh and seemed pretty disappointed. Although he did get motivated by Eri and Yumina's words from before, deep in his heart, he also hoped for a better result. Despite the fact that they gathered quite a lot of relics considering that they did it all by themselves, their result was still not satisfactory. And if they used Elena and Sarah's abilities as a standard, their results were not worth all the hard work. Not to mention that Elena and Sarah were contracted to keep Katsuya and his friends alive, so in short, they were there as paid bodyguards. Thus if the reward that Drankum needed to pay to Elena and Sarah was included, there was no mistaking it that they would end up in the red. Looking at it pessimistically, it would seem like they made Elena and Sarah watch over them using Drankum's money. Although Katsuya might not be aware of it himself, those thoughts had already taken roots deep in his mind. That was why he was unconsciously hoping for results enough to cover for that. And now that the time limit was closing in and he still had not gotten the desired result, he started to panic. Suddenly, Elena's face turned grim when she was monitoring the area. It was because her information-gathering device detected a big-sized monster not too far away from Katsuya and his friends. The signal appeared from a place that was not directly visible from Katsuya's location. Elena adjusted her detection device to gather detailed information from that signal and tried to make a guess from the shape of the image that she got. But her face turned grimmer after she got a good guess of what kind of monster it was. Greedy crocodile. So they're also here, huh? Greedy crocodile was a type of monster that looked like a crocodile. It had 2 tails and strong metallic scales, and its big and strong jaws could easily tear through mechanical monsters. Its diet was clearly reflected in its appearance. All the mechanical monsters that it ate caused it to grow guns on its back, and all the tanks that it ate caused tank cannons to grow from its body, even some of them had tank wheels under their bellies. Elena could confirm the size and the shape of the greedy crocodile and guess its firepower from the data that she got from her information-gathering device. Fortunately, this monster had no guns growing out of its body. But even so, it still had its powerful jaw that could easily rip metals, powerful hard scales, and a strong vitality like the other biological monsters. Sarah. I think it's not heading this way, but just to be safe, be sure to prepare yourself if it does. I don't think Katsuya and his friends can handle it. In that case, should we go there and kill it? Let's just leave it alone so long as it doesn't come here. It seems that it had not noticed Katsuya's group too, so it should be fine if we leave it be. Well, there's no need to kill it if it doesn't attack us, huh? And so they decided to just keep their eyes on the crocodile for the time being. Katsuya and his friends were about to end their relic search and go back to Elena and Sarah. He suddenly noticed a faint signal from his information-gathering device. It was so faint that normal people would not notice, but Katsuya was able to notice that due to his rare talent as a hunter. Because of that, Katsuya put up his guard and turned towards that direction. What he could see on the far end of his view was a greedy crocodile creeping out slowly from behind wreckage. Katsuya then thought, that's a greedy crocodile. The relics that we gathered today are not great. But if I kill that monster, then it might leave a good achievement for today's training as a monster subjugation rather than a relic search. If I remember it right, the reward from killing a greedy crocodile should be pretty high. It's at least higher compared to all the relics that I've gathered today. And if I defeat that monster, maybe Elena-san and Sarah-san will recognize my skills, right? He was in a position where he had the first strike against a monster that would give him a noticeable achievement if he could kill it. Not to mention that in reality, the hunter job was mostly about hunting monsters rather than hunting relics. Plus it was the perfect chance to overturn their result. These reasons pushed Katsuya to make his decision. Katsuya asked Yamaina and Eri while making a serious face. Yamaina, Eri. Do you think we can kill that monster, that greedy crocodile, huh? It's still far away from us and it doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. It doesn't seem that it has any guns growing on its body either. I think we have a good chance of winning against it if we ambush it. We might be able to focus on its head and kill it before it notices us. As Katsuya looked seriously at Yamaina and Eri, their answer encouraged Katsuya's decision to attack that monster. Yamaina said that they had a good chance against it and Eri came up with a strategy to kill it. After hearing their answers, Katsuya judged that they had enough of a winning chance. In that case, I want to kill that monster. Our relic search did not go so well. Although it is not relic hunting, I want to at least leave this place with an achievement. Tell me if you're against it. As Yamaina looked at Katsuya's serious face, she remembered him desperately training in the shooting range while making a pained expression. With the thoughts of all his dead friends, he continuously swore to himself to not let anyone die anymore. Watching that expression for hours was enough. She never wanted to see him in such pain again. So, she made her decision. If we can defeat that greedy crocodile and make Katsuya feel better about himself, it should stop him from doing that reckless training. And even if we can't handle it, Elena-san and Sarah-san will help us. This is going to be okay. The fact that Elena and Sarah were there to watch over them if anything bad happened gave her confidence. If you say so, I don't mind helping. Eri looked at Katsuya as she thought. Our equipment is better compared to before. And I don't think Katsuya would make a suggestion that he knows to be impossible. If he thinks that it's possible, then it should be possible for us. Not to mention that he had trained himself hard since then and I didn't miss any of my training too. Shikarabe also recognized his talent. As long as we're together, it should be possible to defeat a greedy crocodile. Her trust in Katsuya and her confidence in her own skill gave Eri the last push. I'll take the first shot. After all, I'm the best here when it comes to shooting. Katsuya smiled and felt so happy from gaining all the trust of his companions. Thanks. Well then, let's go. It was the moment when Katsuya was the most motivated in the whole day. Elena and Sarah quickly noticed that Katsuya and his friends were thinking of killing that greedy crocodile. Elena frowned a bit and Sarah looked surprised when they noticed it. Sarah, get yourself ready to help them. We'll quickly kill that monster the moment it looks dangerous, but we won't join the fight until then. Although I'll also keep my aim on that monster, don't assume that it's safe just because I didn't shoot. You can go ahead and shoot when you think that it has gotten out of hand. Roger that. But still, we should have killed it back then, so this would not have happened. We're not here as their bodyguards, after all. Not to mention that I did tell them to make decisions as if we're not around. Moreover, they might do that because they know that they have a good chance of winning. And if that's true, then we shouldn't get in their way. Although Elena said that, the grim look on her face revealed that Katsuya's group only had a slim chance in winning the fight. Looking at that, Sarah could not help but let out a faint smile. Well, even if it was the wrong decision, having a hard fight can also serve as good training. Sarah used her nanomachine-enhanced body to swiftly move behind a wreckage not too far from their location. After making sure that Katsuya and his friends would not get into her shooting trajectory, Sarah readied her CWH anti-material rifle. In order not to get too much in the way of Katsuya and his friends, but to be able to quickly help them when the situation turned worse, Sarah loaded highly explosive piercing ammo that could take that monster out in one shot into her rifle and took an aim on the monster. She just had to pull the trigger to kill that monster now. Sarah then calmed her breathing and stayed there to watch how the situation would develop. As for Elena, she kept checking her information-gathering device as she readied her DSS sniper rifle. The rifle was connected to her information-gathering device to increase its accuracy and it was modified to increase its firepower. She loaded a bullet with high piercing power into her rifle. Although it had less destructive power compared to the bullet that Sarah was using, the information-gathering device connected to Elena's rifle allowed her to accurately aim for the monster's weak points. Thus she would be able to quickly take out the monster by shooting at its weak points like its brain. Elena then sent the data to Sarah to increase Sarah's accuracy too. With that, they were ready to take out the greedy crocodile anytime. Eri was crouching on the ground and taking her aim on the greedy crocodile. The crocodile had not noticed Katsuya yet as it slowly dragged its body along the ground. When Eri was confident enough with her aim, she pulled the trigger. And as she expected, the bullet hit the crocodile's head. But the bullet just bounced off its hard scale and only chipped a small amount of flesh off the crocodile's head. For a monster with a high level of vitality like that crocodile, such a wound was just a scratch. It noticed Katsuya and his friends as it quickly turned its badly balanced body and charged toward them. Eri kept shooting at that monster as it was running fast towards her. It quickly closed their distance. Yamaina joined and started shooting at the crocodile's head too. Katsuya also followed suit as he set his rifle on full auto and started spraying bullets at that monster. Even when it was receiving a volley of bullets from 3 people head-on, there was no sign of the monster slowing down at all. It was showered with countless bullets but none could pierce through its big and strong scales. The bullets could only strip off a small amount of meat under its scale as they bounced off it. But even so, the crocodile kept charging with vigor. It charged straight toward Katsuya and his friends without showing any sign of evading or escaping. They originally had the upper hand since it was a one-sided fight when the monster was far away. They could shoot at the crocodile but it had no means of fighting back from that distance. But as the crocodile got pretty close to them, Katsuya and his friends started to panic. Katsuya gritted his teeth and kept on shooting while Yamaina and Eri desperately tried to help him defeat the monster. But the crocodile seemed unfazed. Sarah thought that it was getting dangerous and was about to pull the trigger of her rifle when suddenly one of Eri's bullet hit an open wound in the head of the crocodile by pure coincidence. The bullet shattered and wreaked havoc inside the crocodile's head and tore its flesh. But even so, it was not a fatal wound for the crocodile, but at least it was enough to make it stagger and slow down. Noticing this, Katsuya and his friends grabbed the chance as they kept on shooting at that particular part of the crocodile. The crocodile finally stopped moving when half of its head was mutilated. Katsuya and the other 2 did not notice that the crocodile had become immobile and they kept on shooting it. But eventually, they realized it and looked at each other with a smile of victory. Katsuya then shouted in joy. "We did it! We killed it! It's our victory! We were able to defeat it ourselves." Yamaina let out a sigh of relief and smiled happily. Although it was a close win, a win is still a win. "I'm glad we were able to kill it." Then Eri smiled proudly and said, "We were able to defeat it because of our skill. Now that we've defeated a greedy crocodile, I won't let anyone call us amateur hunters anymore." Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina looked at each other and praised each other for their victory. Sarah returned back to Elena and found Elena looking at the greedy crocodile with a puzzled look. That was a bit dangerous, but they were able to defeat it on their own in the end. They're pretty good. Elena, what's wrong? Sarah, I feel like that greedy crocodile suddenly slowed down back there. What do you think just happened? Isn't that because one of their bullets hit its weak point by pure chance? Since they shot that many bullets at it, it's not strange if one of their bullets hit its weak point. So they were lucky, huh? Well, luck is a part of their ability too. Oh my, Elena, is there anything that bothers you about their performance? That's not what I meant. It's just that there's something else that bothers me a little. Unlike Sarah who was smiling like usual, there was a strange disturbing mood around Elena. Katsuya and his friends returned back to Elena and Sarah in a good mood. Good work. Well then, let's take your result for today and bring them back home. We'll be on the lookout for monsters on the way back, so you all can rest easy. But remember that normally you should not relax until you're back in your base, okay? And so Elena and Sarah headed back to Kagomiyama City together with Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina. Katsuya and his friends were waiting inside a room in Drankum's base for Elena and Sarah to return. Elena and Sarah were submitting their reports on their request to the Drankum's officer who sent them that request. Elena and Sarah would also provide their evaluation for today's training in that report, and they were told that Sarah and Elena would tell them the evaluation after that. Thus Katsuya was very nervous as he was waiting in the room. After some time, Elena, Sarah and a Drankum officer entered the room. Elena and Sarah sat across Katsuya and his friends while Arabe was leaning on the wall near them. Elena then started talking. I'll give you my evaluation of today's training. First of all, you did well defeating that greedy crocodile on your own. To be honest, I thought that it would be a bit hard for you, so I was surprised when you actually did it. So I have to start my evaluation by mentioning that point. Thank you very much. Katsuya looked happy as he immediately replied back. Eri and Yamaina also looked delighted. Elena then continued while still looking at them. Other than defeating that greedy crocodile, your ability to search for relics while monitoring your surroundings is mostly satisfactory. As for the evaluation from Drankum, they'll evaluate your performance from our report, but we don't know how that will come out, so let's just put that aside for now. But for us, it doesn't seem there's any problem. Basically, I think you guys are full-fledged hunters now. Katsuya, Eri, and Yumina's expression loosened after Elena said that they did well as hunters. Up until now, other hunters used to handle them as if they were dead weight. Thus they were really happy as they felt that they had broken away from that view. Elena then continued. Now then, I'll move on to the overall performance evaluation. But before that, I want to ask you one thing. Tell me again the aim of today's ruin exploration. Katsuya and his friends were a bit taken back by that question. But Yamaina then quickly answered back. Our aim was to gather relics. To be more precise, as training to gather relics. The aim was for us to be able to effectively gather relics. This is my understanding. So it's okay to assume that you did everything with that in mind, right? Yamaina was confused when Elena said that. And so she added more explanation to her answer. Well, of course, that's if we ignore the fact that we already knew there were no more valuable relics left in Higuraka Residence Ruin and still decided to search the ruin despite that fact. It's okay to take that out of the equation here. If that's the case, then yes, that's my answer. Elena then looked at Katsuya and Eri to confirm Yumina's answer. Katsuya and Eri nodded at her. I agree with her. Me too, that I see. All of you have the same opinion, huh? It's a good thing to have the same aim when you work together. Elena paused a bit. Arabe, who already listened to Elena and Sarah's report beforehand, just smiled bitterly. Katsuya was confused when he noticed Arabe's bitter smile. Elena then continued. This is just my evaluation though, so you need to judge it for yourself whether it's indeed correct or not. After all, every person has different indicators for their evaluation. If your performance agrees with these indicators, then you'll get a good evaluation, and vice versa. I just want to make sure that you know it. So, with that being said, for me, I can only say that your performance today was terrible. Katsuya, Eri, and Yamaina were really surprised by such an unexpected evaluation from Elena. Katsuya panicked and asked. But why? We should have done well during the training, right? We might be not really that good in your eyes, but I don't think we're that bad either. You also praised us when we defeated that greedy crocodile, right? That's the point, that's where my evaluation comes from. You guys did an awesome job defeating that greedy crocodile. But was there any reason why you should have done that? It was because we recognized that we could defeat it. And we did defeat that greedy crocodile. Elena waited for a bit after Katsuya said that. After confirming that Katsuya finished giving his explanation, she then asked him. Is that all? What do you mean? You killed it because it seemed an easy target for you. Is that all? Do you really need to kill all the monsters that your detection device picks? You even had to focus all of your firepowers on it to be able to defeat that monster. You could have evaded the fight if you had just left it alone, but you decided to fight it although it could have easily killed you if you're not lucky. So, is that really all the reason you have for doing that? Katsuya could not give any answer. Elena then shifted her gaze from Katsuya to Eri. Eri paused for a bit before answering back. Our original objective of gathering relics did not end up well. So we thought that we can improve our situation by defeating that monster, and I think we did well by defeating that monster. I see. So then, what exactly did you get from defeating that greedy crocodile? Is it the reward money and points for your hunter rank? If you put that in scale with the danger, was it worth it? Or is it that you thought you should be able to defeat it easily but it turned out that it was more difficult than you thought? Or that you knew that it would not be easy and thought that the reward you might get from defeating it was worth the risk? Eri could not retort back after Elena said that. Elena then shifted to Yamina. Yamina hesitated before speaking up, that we used to get despised just because we're still children. So, I thought that no one would look down on us if we can defeat a greedy crocodile and it might make us more confident in ourselves too. To be more precise, it was actually for Katsuya. Yamina thought that it might help him, that was why she did not stop him. She did not want to see him getting depressed because of his own weakness again. I see. Well, I'm sure you have your own reasons. But even so, when you decided to do that, can you say for sure that you didn't include us in your calculation and didn't expect us to help you when the situation got really bad? And even if that's true, are you sure that the people who looked down on you would stop after hearing what you did back there? Yamina could not say yes to that as she shut her mouth and did not answer back at all. Elena looked at the three children who could not say anything to her and continued. For me, it looks like you put yourself in needless danger. And I don't think the reward from that action could justify the danger. That's why my evaluation of your performance is as I said. As a hunter, I wouldn't want to work together with you, and if I'm assigned to watch over you, I wouldn't want to do that unless we get a lot of money from it. That's all from me. Sarah, do you have anything you want to add? Katsuya and his friends looked at Sarah with pleading eyes. But Sarah just smiled bitterly and looked sorry at them. Sarah basically agreed with what Elena said. Well, it's as Elena said. This is about the basics. Hunters basically work by putting their lives at stake, so it's important to make sure that whatever they might get, it should be worth risking their lives for. But of course, it's different from person to person on what kind of reward would be worth risking their lives for. So it's not easy to work together with the other hunters who don't agree on the same principles or guideline. And our principles are somehow different from the three of you. That's why our evaluation of your performance is bad. I want you to at least understand that. It is true that you were able to defeat that greedy crocodile, and I'm sure there are other hunters who agree with your decision. If you can't accept our evaluation, you can just laugh it off and ignore it. You are even free to think of us as just cowards. Sarah's words did not cheer them up at all. After that, Sarah and Elena exited the room. Then Arabe walked to Katsuya, Eri, and Yamina. Well, although a lot of things happened there, we from Drankum think highly of you for defeating that greedy crocodile. And so, we judged that you don't need a veteran hunter to accompany and look over you like we usually do for young hunters. After all, we don't have the manpower to assign veteran hunters to watch over hunters who can defeat a greedy crocodile on their own. From now on, you can pick requests on your own as a full-fledged hunter, and you're free to recruit other hunters into your team. So I hope you will work hard as the role model for the young hunters in this gang, that I understand. Katsuya pushed himself to give his answer. Meanwhile, Arabe just smiled bitterly watching how the three of them were acting. Well, you can take a rest for the day. As a hunter, you'll be facing many more failures in the future. You won't be able to continue for long in this line of work if you get depressed every time you fail. Later then. Arabe just left them with those words before exiting the room. Just as he was walking in the hallway, he remembered what Shikarabi said to him and clicked his tongue. It turned out exactly as what Shikarabi predicted, huh? It seems that it's impossible to use them to recruit Elena and Sarah now. I need to rethink my plan. Originally, he was planning to ask Elena and Sarah to watch over Katsuya's group. But Elena and Sarah already knew about it. Of course, Elena and Sarah would not want to watch over other hunters who did not know their own limits and always drove headfirst into dangers. After all, they would be roped into the dangers too. Arabe understood that and let out a big sigh while trying to think about his next move. Even after Arabe left them in the room, Katsuya, Eri, and Yamina stayed inside while hanging their head low for a while. Damn it. Katsuya whispered that word under his breath that he himself could not hear. And he himself did not know the real reason why he swore. Chapter 37, People Who Are Connected to the Old World Domain. Akira went to Higuraka Residence Ruin using his bike to test the information-gathering device that he bought the other day from Elena. Relics in that ruin were hidden among the wreckages and the monsters that roamed the area were relatively weak. It was the perfect place to get himself familiar with his new information-gathering device. It was his first time visiting a ruin other than Kuzusuhara ruins. Thus, Akira could not help but get a bit excited. He was looking forward to seeing a ruin with a different scenic view. But he was only half satisfied when he arrived there. It's somehow different to Kuzusuhara ruins. Akira looked a bit disappointed as he walked through the ruin. Although it was true that it had a different scene compared to Kuzusuhara ruin, all the crumbling and abandoned buildings that were packed close to each other in the area reminded him of the slum city. Thus, it was a huge letdown for him since he was looking forward to a ruin filled with advanced technologies. Alpha smiled at Akira and explained. Higuraka Residence Ruin is from a different era compared to Kuzusuhara ruin, you see. That's the reason why it looks different. What do you mean? Just like the people of the current era who are trying to rebuild their civilization using the technology that they retrieve from the relics of the old world, the people in the past also did the same. So the people who built Kuzusuhara ruin and the people who built Higuraka Residence Ruin are from two different eras. Even the Kagamayama city where you live right now might be called Kagamayama Ruin and regarded as a ruin of the old world 100 years from now, that I see. So it's like the civilizations in the Eastern District were annihilated not only once but many times, huh? Yep, that's correct. That's why don't expect to find the same kind of relics that you found in Kuzusuhara ruin here. But since our main aim here is not to collect relics, let's take it easy for today. I'll be adjusting the information gathering device, so you can just walk around randomly the area. Akira then pointed his finger at a small-sized binocular-like visor that he was using. Do I really only need to put this on? The visor was a part of the information gathering device set that he bought from Elena. It was basically some sort of an information display device. The visor part was made of a clear and transparent material so that it did not reduce Akira's ability to see. Akira was also able to just lift it up if it was blocking his view. It might be because it was originally Elena's that it was relatively small, making it a comfortable fit for Akira. You can take it off if it bothers you. After all, I can just display my scan result of the area directly to your vision even without that visor. But you can also keep it on to avoid people from getting suspicious about where you get your information from. Even if you remove it, you can just say that you're using contact lens type information display. Well, it's not really bothering me, so I'll keep it on. Not to mention that I don't want to deal with all the suspicion, so I think I need to get used to it. Alright then, let's go. Akira stopped his bike under the shadow of an abandoned building in the outskirts of the ruin and put a camouflage sheet over his bike. He then started walking deeper into the ruin. This would also double as ruin exploration training for Akira, thus he carefully stepped into the ruin and explored around the area. While at the same time, he would also look for relics in the abandoned houses as part of his relics hunting training. As he explored a random house, he found utensils and other small articles. Although these were still old-world relics, the technology of the current era was able to produce their substitutes, that was why these were considered cheap relics. These were not relics that hunters would risk their lives in bringing them back to the city. Akira hesitated for a bit before eventually returning them back from where he found them. As Akira looked at the outward appearance and the insides of the ruin, he mumbled. These buildings are pretty sturdy, I wonder if there are people who live here in secret. As long as they can secure enough food, water and ward off the monsters, I'm sure there would be a lot of people who want to live here. So the slum city is still better, huh? There might be people who can find a solution for the food and monster problem and cannot live in the slum city for some reason. So they might have decided to live here, you know. There might be traps that are left by those people, so you should be careful. As Akira moved deeper into the ruin, he found a dead greedy crocodile corpse lying on the ground. It was pretty big, it was even bigger than the monster that Akira kicked and killed the other day. It was obvious how scary it would be if it was alive. Akira would have approached it carefully had its head not been half destroyed. Looking at the greedy crocodile from a close distance, Akira let out his honest opinion. This is a huge monster. This is the greedy crocodile. This type of monster evolves by eating other mechanical or biological monsters and turning the metal that they eat into their scales. They would even process guns and other weapons that they eat inside their body and make them grow on their body for their own use, you know. There were a lot of cases where greedy crocodiles had evolved its body so much that people would mistake it as a mechanical monster, but this monster is actually a biological monster. So it's like those weapon dogs, huh? But this one has no gun on its body though. It's a type of monster that greatly varies individually after all. I think this one hasn't eaten that many monsters with guns. Or the hunter who defeated this monster might have cut off its guns and took them home. After all, many of the guns growing out from this kind of monsters are good guns, so there's a chance that the one who killed this monster was actually aiming for its guns from the start. That's also the reason why only its head is badly damaged. It might be to make sure that its guns are still intact after killing it. I see, I wonder if I can kill it too. Since I'm with you, I'm sure you can do it. But it's a different story whether you can take its guns home or not. After all, that will be impossible with a bike, unless if you're planning to carry them yourself back to the city. No thanks. So it's impossible until I either buy or borrow a vehicle, huh? Akira then left that area and continued his exploration. In the midst of exploring the ruin, he thought of something and asked Alpha. Alpha, it seems that you're very knowledgeable about the monsters. I wonder if you know the origin of these monsters. Only a part of it. And I only know it as a second-hand knowledge. It's not like I've investigated it myself and there are a lot of guesses embedded in it. But my information source is a secret, okay? It'll be too much trouble to explain it, so don't ask about it. But of course, I don't mind telling you if you're ready to hear 100 years of oral explanation with a lot of permissions and confirmations. Alpha smiled invincibly at Akira while he just smiled back bitterly. I won't ask you where you get that information from. So then, why do monsters like that greedy crocodile exist? They might originally be test specimens that ran away from some experiment. I bet they were planning to make some kind of cyborg for military purposes. Or it might be from an experiment where they tried to make a machine that has the same regeneration ability as a biological creature. Or adding an organ that would allow it to regrow its own body parts so that they didn't have to do any maintenance and then planning to install that organ in a human. I think they were trying to create a nanomachine that would make that possible. It's common sense for such research to be tested on animals like a dog or a crocodile first before testing it on humans. It's also possible that a war broke, and these test subjects managed to escape from the lab. This could have happened when they just finished the nanomachines and were about to test it on humans. But well, of course, there's a chance that someone released it to the wild as a horrible prank. Akira imagined a lot of stuff as his face frowned. Whatever it is, it gives us a lot of trouble. What the heck were the people of the old world thinking? Compared to the technology of the current era, the technology of the old world was abnormally advanced. Since they had the means to do a lot of things, it made them want to try everything. I believe that part of humans stays the same whether it's for the people of the current era or the people of the old world. And if they make a blunder because of their curiosity, their current civilization will be wiped out and become a part of the old world civilization. So you're saying that someone might just make a big mistake and destroy the whole civilization tomorrow? Yep, that I at least want the current civilization to not get wiped out before I die though. Akira just mumbled out his real opinion, but there was nothing in this world that would guarantee that. As Akira continued his exploration, he found a mansion that looked completely different from the other abandoned buildings around it. Although, just like the other buildings, it was abandoned and was deteriorating for years, it gave off a look that someone rich had lived in that mansion in the past. Akira thought that he might be able to find some expensive relics inside it as he entered and searched that building. But his expectation was immediately shot down. Although there were many rooms inside the mansion, all of them were more or less empty. Most of the other hunters also thought the same and had fought each other for the relics inside this building, that was why it was left with nothing. They even took all the relics that they would have normally ignored. The mansion was left with nothing but dust and dirt. Akira just could not give up that easily as he continued searching the mansion. But he found nothing at all. Thus he started to get sloppier and sloppier every time he checked a room. Then, right when Akira almost got fed up checking the empty rooms, Alpha suddenly called him. Akira, wait, go to that room. Akira then entered the room that Alpha pointed. Since Alpha even told him to go inside that room, he thought that there must be something there. But he was bound to get disappointed after he scanned the room, it was indeed empty. Is there anything in this room? I can't find anything. It has a secret door. I believe that the door leads to a secret room in the basement. Akira then looked down onto the floor. Any openings on the floor were already filled and covered with dust and dirt. But suddenly he saw a green frame on the floor, with vision support provided by Alpha. Akira walked to that frame and crouched to take a good close look at it. There was a groove on the floor that wasn't completely covered with dust. He then slipped his finger into that groove and moved the tile. He could see a hidden knob under that tile. Is this it? How did you find it? I just used my high calculation ability to analyze the image data from the information gathering device. Ain't I amazing? Alpha smiled after she said something that sounded like, you can go ahead and praise me now. That's amazing. Oh my, that was pretty straightforward of you. But like, that's really amazing, right? Yep, I'm indeed amazing. I'm glad that you find my support amazing. Alpha looked a bit surprised when Akira praised her straightforwardly, but she quickly returned back to her usual smile. She thought that Akira would ignore her just like always, that was why it was rather surprising for her. A different outcome from her prediction showed that she had not observed Akira enough and that she still had not fully understood this person named Akira. Alpha concluded that she needed to observe him more in order to make a more accurate prediction of his behavior. But as she thought of that, she did not show it on her face, which was smiling like usual. Akira grabbed the secret knob, pulled it up and entered the basement. No sunlight was able to reach the basement, making it completely pitch dark. The faint light that entered the room from the open door was not of much use either. Akira thought that since it was a secret room, he could hope to find some unclaimed expensive relics and used a portable flashlight to check the room. As the light filled the place, Akira could see the 4 concrete walls that were surrounding him. The room was empty, there was nothing but the floor, walls and ceiling that was covered in dust, there was not even that much dust down here. Akira turned to Alpha with a dumbfounded face, seeing which she smiled to cheer him up. Yep, there's nothing here, someone must have found and emptied this place before us. But it's not my fault. Akira actually was not planning to blame Alpha at all, thus he felt a bit sorry when she awkwardly tried to make excuses to him. So, he casually replied with a little bit of joke, no, I was just wondering if there's another secret door. According to my search, I don't find anything though. But, do you want to try looking around a little more? If you can find another secret door that I didn't detect, then it means that the information gathering device is faulty. Try to check the walls and the floors as closely as you can. Since Alpha's answer sounded hopeful, Akira decided to check the room one more time. He checked the walls and the floors very closely that his nose was almost touching them. He was looking for any grooves like the one from before. But he could not find anything in the end. Nope, nothing. Alpha, do you find anything? Unfortunately, I don't find anything too, that I guess I'll just go back home now. Akira then turned off his light and was about to climb up the ladder when he suddenly stopped. He then extended his hand outside and pulled the trap door close. As the only source of light in the room was gone, the whole room went totally dark. Akira then scanned the whole room, but he could not see anything. That didn't work, huh? I thought that if there's any groove, there should be some light leaking out from that groove. But now that I think about it, we're in the underground now, so I guess that's to be expected, huh? Akira looked like he had given up this time for sure and was about to return back outside. But right when he was about to go, Alpha suddenly called out to him while smiling. It did work, I found something. Although, it might be a little different than what you are expecting. Even inside that completely dark room, Akira could see Alpha clearly. After all, she was actually some kind of image data that was displayed directly into Akira's vision, thus her image was not affected by the brightness in the place. In the next moment, the room which had nothing but alpha and darkness was projected as a black and white image into Akira's vision. I've expanded your vision, this is an image made from the data gathered through the information gathering device. Although it has no color, it should be enough, right? In his vision, Akira could clearly see Alpha who was bursting with colors inside that black and white world. It was weird for him to see how only a small part of his view was colored. Well, it's true that I can see better now. So, what did you find? Alpha then pointed her finger to the floor. When Akira shifted his gaze there, he could see a circle with something that looked like a footprint in the center of it. It's painted using fluorescent material. Although it's painted with such material so that it's easy to see, but since we're in total darkness and there's a limit on how sensitive the information gathering device can be, it's still rather hard to notice its glow. Is it telling me to stand there? Who painted such a thing in this basement? Is it a cultural thing from the old world? I don't know that far. There's nothing like this in my knowledge about the old world. Well, since we did find it, I guess I'll try to stand on it. As Akira stood on the place that was painted on the floor, suddenly, a girl in a maid uniform appeared out of nowhere inside that basement where there should not be anyone else other than Akira and Alpha. But even so, Akira was only a little surprised. After all, his first meeting with Alpha was far more surprising. As he thought that it was one of Alpha's jokes, he quickly shifted his gaze to Alpha. But Alpha reacted as if she had nothing to do about it at all. So, it's nothing, huh? Akira? Alpha, what kind of joke is this now? Joke? What are you talking about? Akira glared at Alpha, but it seemed that she genuinely did not know what he was talking about. What do you mean by what? That girl in front of me dash. Before Akira was even able to finish his sentence, Alpha suddenly took control of his augmented suit and forcefully pulled him away from where he was standing. Whoa, what was that for? It was really out of the blue when Alpha suddenly moved his augmented suit. Thus Akira could not follow its movement and his body was subjected to intense stress which left his body in stinging pain after that. He looked annoyed because of her sudden move and his pain as he glared at Alpha. But Alpha looked back at Akira with a stern worried face as if his annoyed glare was invisible. Do you have any headache? Do you feel like puking at all? Do you feel dizzy? Can you clearly hear my voice? Can you clearly see me? Akira was taken aback by that barrage of questions. I am okay. I don't feel any headache, I don't feel like puking, and my mind is clear. Only that my body is feeling stinging pain. I see, thank goodness. Alpha let out a sigh of relief as she smiled at Akira. Akira. Can you still see the person that you saw just now? Akira shifted his gaze to where that maid girl was standing, but she had completely vanished. No, I can't see her anymore. So, what was that exactly? Why were you so panicked? Alpha made a serious face as she started her explanation. Akira, I'll explain it to you. You almost lost your life just now, you know. I lost my life? What do you mean? There's actually some kind of wireless receiver inside your brain. I've told you about this before, right? That's the special power of the people who can connect to the old world domain, and someone tried to abuse that power just a moment ago that it might even kill you. Akira was taken aback when Alpha said that he almost got killed. She then continued her explanation. The network of the old world facilities that were still connected and working even in this era was called the old world domain. Normally, people would need to use an old world terminal relic in order to connect to the old world domain. But among the people of the Eastern District, there was a very rare type of people who could do that even without using any special relics. These people were known as the people who were connected to the old world domain. So basically, you're someone who is connected to the old world domain. I know that you don't recognize it yourself, but the reason why you can see me or receive my support is because you're connected to the old world domain. Akira was both surprised and puzzled. So then, how is it connected to why I almost got killed just now? Even if what I saw just now was something that only people who are connected to the old world can see, that doesn't explain why that would kill me, right? If I'm going to die because I see one, then I should have been already dead after seeing you so many times, right? Everyone who is connected to the old world has a different threshold of how much information and what type of information he or she can process. And in your case, fortunately enough, you have a high level of compatibility with me. The person that you just saw might be someone from the old world domain. People of the old world used to get help from those entities with no corporeal bodies to expand their vision and sense of hearing or to provide them with other kinds of support. They might also exist as a part of a facility as a guide, to provide explanations about that facility. Some might even be sent to gather information or other kinds of jobs. I bet there were a lot of people who were connected to the old world domain during the old world era. It sounds nothing but good things though, so, what's so dangerous about them? The person that you saw was invisible to me, so what kind of person was it? It was a girl in a maid uniform. She didn't look dangerous at all. Well, they were originally not dangerous after all. The problem is that she was an entity from the old world, thus she was created for the people with old world equipment. In short, they might be not compatible with the people of this era. But since you were able to see it, it meant that you could receive information sent by her without any trouble. Hypothetically speaking, if that girl was the manager of this mansion and asked you if you need any information about this mansion, then what would you answer? Something like okay, sure, or maybe even yes, please. You might be killed the moment you answer back with that, you see. That'll be enough to kill me. Akira was shocked by that unexpected answer. Alpha continued her explanation while giving him a warning. As I said, they might not be compatible with the people of this era. Thus she might send you all the information about the mansion into your brain in one go. She might even send the complete blueprint of this mansion down to its molecular level, and that amount of data will be enormous. It would be fortunate if your brain filters it as noise and ignores it, but if you're not lucky, the part of your brain that allows you to connect to the old world domain might try to receive all of that information, and that would likely leave you paralyzed for the rest of your life or even fry your brain and kill you. After all, there were people who were connected to the old world that met their ends just like that. Akira was completely shocked. It took some time before he came back to his senses as he tried to calm himself down by taking a deep breath. Alpha just waited for him until he finished. Are you feeling better now? Why yeah. Alpha, about that question, what should I answer back if I'm asked? Let's see, I think you should say no in that case. Either that or you should request the information to be displayed in the simplest form so that you can process it through your vision, maybe something in the form of blurry images. Or you can also ask the information to be sent to your information terminal and then ask it to explain the details through that method. There are many methods that you can request so that it won't overload your brain. But even so, I still can't say that you'll be safe for sure. It might be alright if they ask you for permission for every information that they will send, but there are cases where they don't, you see, that if I meet one like that, then what should I do? Can I do something about it? Akira's face looked grim. It was because he was just told that he was someone who was connected to the old world domain. But there was a danger of sudden death that came with it, and there was no way to avoid that sudden death. Alpha suddenly started talking in a monotonous voice with an expressionless face. It was completely different compared to her usual self. Are you sure you want to allow downloading information from the old world domain through this unit, Alpha, in order to avoid harming the subject, Akira? To be more precise, the downloaded information will contain the following topic. First dash. Akira remembered something similar had happened to him before, thus he swiftly answered back without waiting for Alpha to finish. You have my permission. Permission confirmed. Well, this will do the trick. As Alpha's voice and demeanor turned back to normal, Akira felt a bit of relief. That was the same thing, right? Something like you needed my permission for stuff, right? Yep. The reason why you didn't do that back then was because you didn't have the permission to ask for the same, huh? That's correct. Although I got your permission to help you with all kinds of support, this wasn't included in that permission. Will this happen again in the future? Of course, there are still a lot of things that I need to ask for your permission. But it's not like I can tell you all the details, but you do know the reason, right? Yeah. Because that'll take 100 years of oral explanation and you don't have the permission to ask for the same, right? It's great that you're a smart boy. Alpha smiled at Akira and he returned with a bitter smile. Deep down, he felt relieved now that he was at least safe from that sudden death. Akira then turned off his flashlight once more and stood on that place again. The room was immediately filled with colors as the maid girl from before appeared again. That beautiful girl was smiling gently at Akira. The black and white maid uniform focused more on beauty rather than functionality. It was made of very beautiful fabric and it had an elaborate design all the way up to her neck. Her black shoes were peeking out from her long skirt and both her hands were enveloped in snow-white gloves. The ribbon that she used to tie her hair was extremely long. She was floating above the ground, ignoring the gravity. Akira knew that the thing he was seeing was not real, it was just like Alpha. He was looking at that maid girl full of curiosity. Alpha, you can't see her, huh? It's okay, because of the permission that you just gave, I can see her just fine now. But it's not like we know for sure if she can see me or not. So be careful. Alright. But that means to her I might look like I'm just talking to myself, right? That is if she can also see you. If it's only a video data, then it's the same as those holographic human-type signboards. Now that I think about it, she's not moving at all. Can you hear me? When Akira spoke to her, the maid girl bowed politely and gracefully. Nice to meet you. Are you here to register yourself as a new user? Akira did not understand what she was talking about. But he remembered what Alpha just told him not too long ago, so he decided to refuse it for now. No. I just want to ask you some questions. Very well, we'll be waiting for your next visit. That maid girl bowed gracefully once more to Akira before vanishing completely. What in the world was that? It has no real body, it could react when you talk to it, and it vanishes if you refuse its offer. Try to step out from there and then step back in again, but this time try to be more positive and ask for an explanation from her. I guess I'll try that. Akira took a step out of the circle before stepping back in. That maid girl immediately appeared in front of him again. I want to ask you something. As Akira tried to talk to her again, the maid girl gracefully bowed just like before and said, Nice to meet you. Are you here to register yourself as a new user? We need some information first before we can decide about that. So we have some questions we want to ask if it's okay with you. Alpha suddenly interjected, but the maid girl did not respond at all. It didn't work. Akira, take your information terminal out. After Akira took out his information terminal, Alpha's voice then came out from the terminal. We want to think about it first, so, is it possible to send your information to this terminal? Alpha said that not through telepathy but from the information terminal as her voice echoed inside the basement. But the maid girl still did not respond back. Even this doesn't work, huh? Akira, you go ahead and try asking it. I want you to send your information to this terminal, is that possible? The maid girl finally reacted. Certainly. Thank you very much for considering using our product. Akira then looked at his information terminal, but nothing happened. Alpha also confirmed the same. There's nothing in the terminal. Unfortunately, it seems that the data is sent in a format that this terminal can't receive. So let's just give up and go back home. Is there anything else that I can try? We can try to download the data to the terminal through you. Since you can see it, it means that you can receive information broadcasted by that maid girl. But as I explained before, it's an extremely dangerous thing. I'll try my best to keep you safe, but I still can't guarantee your safety. So what will you do? Akira hesitated before answering, Let's do that. It will bother me if we give up and return back without understanding anything like this, not to mention that facing danger is quite normal in this line of work. Alright then. Be sure to tell her to only transfer the data bit by bit, okay? If you feel nauseous, quickly step away from that place. I think the data transfer will stop if you step away from where you're standing now. Akira made his resolve and said, Send the information to me rather than to my information terminal, but do it in small amounts. The maid girl bowed politely. Certainly. Sending the information now. Akira prepared himself to step away from that place in case anything bad happened. But unlike what he expected, he felt nothing at all. He did not feel nauseous nor any headache at all, and his mind and vision were still clear like usual. Akira, it's finished, it's alright now. That was fast. I was so prepared but I didn't feel anything, you know. I intercepted and received the data straight to me without passing it through you. The amount of information that went through you was kept to a minimum. To make it simple, I immediately took over the line after you exchanged address and established a connection with that maid girl. I see. So in the end, what exactly was that girl? Not to mention that she already vanished too. It'll take a long time to explain everything. Let's just go back home for now. Although it's not like it can be exchanged for money right away, we have received good results for today. That was rather an unexpected result since we originally came here just to test the information gathering device. Is that so? Well, I guess it's fine for now. You can explain it to me later. Akira agreed with her and decided to end his exploration. And since his bike was alright, he did not have to go back home on foot. Chapter 38, A Help Request for Temporary Base Construction. Akira was talking with Alpha about what happened back in the Higuraka residence ruin while doing maintenance for his guns inside his room. So, what exactly was that girl? It seems to be some kind of holographic worker from a company. I think there's some kind of device inside that basement that connects it to the old world domain. But judging from the fact that you had to stand on a certain location to activate it and its limited connectivity, I believe that the device is unusable for the general public. Akira was puzzled. Worker, huh? But they're only holograms, right? In this world, there are various types of work that would open up if you can see and accept their existence. Is that so? Yep, it is. If you want proof, you're seeing one right now. Alpha then smiled and pointed at herself. Akira immediately understood her point and nodded. You're right. Inside the secret room in the basement of that mansion, he clearly saw a maid girl appear out of nowhere, though it was only an image. But Akira, who was lacking in knowledge about that subject, completely ignored the fact, or more like, he did not notice that fact at all. Alpha also did not tell everything to Akira. If you showed some sort of reaction to that maid girl, Alpha might start putting on a maid uniform from tomorrow, but that did not happen. Alpha then continued. Akira, I'll at least warn you about this, don't tell anyone about the device inside that basement which can connect to the old world. And don't ever think of taking and selling it, okay? Why? Isn't that an important device? It might earn me a lot of money, you know. Alpha made a serious face as she strongly warned Akira. Don't do that no matter what. Akira was surprised when his simple question was answered with a firm warning. But looking at Alpha's expression, he understood that there was definitely a valid reason for it. Alright, I won't tell anyone and I won't try selling it. But can you at least tell me the reason why? Anything that can help you access the old world domain is a highly valuable object. Because of that, they might ask you how and where you got it. And so there's a chance they might discover that you're someone who is connected to the old world domain from your answers to those questions. I thought that such a thing would be unlikely to happen if you don't know that you are someone who is connected to the old world, and that is why I didn't tell you up until now. But now that you know, you have to keep it a secret no matter what. If someone discovers it, you'll die a painful death. After that, Alpha explained to Akira the dangers of being someone who was connected to the old world domain. In the worst-case scenario, people would keep him alive as a test subject for all kinds of experiments, and even if he died, people would carefully remove and dissect his brain. Akira's face turned pale when he heard that. To be honest, I would choose to not know it if I had the choice. Wait, no, I guess it's better now that I know, right? Wait, screw that, it's better if I don't know. It is actually pretty safe if you keep it a secret, you see. I'll also give my support too. And not to mention that there are people who keep lying by saying that they are connected to the old world domain. So I think it's going to be alright as long as you're careful. I don't understand why people would lie about being one of them. The connected people tend to be very effective in analyzing information. So there are people who want to market their name as a skilled hacker by lying so. Although, I think the real connected people would never do something like that. Akira let out a big long sigh as he hung his head. He looked depressed for about 10 seconds before he suddenly raised his face. Alright then. It's because I'm connected to the old world that I was able to meet Alpha and survive up until now. I'm a lucky boy. That's my take of the situation. Akira said that out loud in order to convince himself. After that, he looked way more positive and enthusiastic than before. Although it looked a bit forced, he just pushed it out with pure determination. Alpha smiled as she watched Akira. Akira, it's a good thing that you got over the shock so fast, but your voice was too loud. It's okay for now, but it'll be bad if someone heard that, you know? So be more careful in future. Akira, who just got back on his senses, trembled as he asked Alpha. That was really dangerous. But it was okay, alright? It's alright. No one should have heard that and I don't detect any eavesdropping tool. I've checked everything, so don't worry. Akira let out a sigh of relief. Judging from it, Alpha knew that he understood the seriousness of his situation as she smiled in satisfaction. Now then. Let's just stop talking about scary stuff here and talk about our today's result. Alpha then started explaining about the result from today's exploration. The maid girl that Akira saw was from a hologram worker company that was advertising its service through the old world domain. It showed that even now some of the relics of the current era were still connected with the old world facilities. Any facilities that could be accessed through relics were of great importance to the people of the Eastern District. After all, they would allow them to extract knowledge, technology and products of the old world from such a facility. Anything that allowed access to the old world domain was regarded as an invaluable object in the Eastern District. There was no mistaking that selling it to the Hunter office or to the corporate government would earn you a huge amount of money. Akira also understood its worth from hearing Alpha's explanation. But he did not think that it would give him any kind of profit. I understand that it was a great find, but I don't see how that would earn us any profit though. After all, if I tell anyone about that place or that device, they might notice that I'm connected to the old world, and that would be really bad, right? There are plenty of ways on how to safely use our findings. That device was connected to the Lion Steel Corp. Although it was an old-world corporation that had ceased to exist, it still has facilities that are active even now. It seems that the Lion Steel Corp. Sold their service through information terminals installed at different places, and I was able to extract the locations of these terminals and the branch offices owned by the corporation. Now that Akira could see clearly how it would benefit him, Akira looked less tense. I see. So we're going to look for relics in those places, right? Yep, that's it. Of course, these locations are in the old world ruins. If the other hunters haven't found them yet, you might be able to find a huge amount of relics there. Nice. Let's go then. Stop there, at least wait until you have a vehicle specialized for exploring the wasteland. Since you will need to go to a faraway ruin, it would be dangerous to go on a bike, not to mention, it would be hard to bring back home all the relics that you might find with a bike. So I still need to wait, huh? But well, it's better now that I have a clear goal in mind. I guess I'll work hard so that I can get a vehicle soon. If he could find an unexplored ruin, he would be able to find a pile of relics that no one had ever touched before. Akira was excited by that possibility as he was doing his gun maintenance in a good mood. Akira was on a bus that was heading to the Kuzusuhara ruin. There were a lot of other hunters inside the bus, some of them were amateur hunters like him, while some of them were radiating the aura of a veteran hunter. All of them were on the same request from the hunter office. The Kagamayama city management decided to build a frontline base in order to effectively explore the deeper part of the Kuzusuhara ruin. They first planned to build a base near the outskirts of the Kuzusuhara ruin before constructing the communication line into the deeper part of the ruin. As the construction of the base went underway, they would also use the heavy equipment to remove the wreckages that blocked the way to the deeper part of the ruin. Once the wreckages were removed, it would open a way to send in transport vehicles and tanks. Of course, the monsters roaming inside the deeper part of the ruin were powerful monsters, but if they could send in tanks and humanoid soldiers, it would help them fight against those monsters and carry relics that were difficult for the normal people. Exploring a ruin would accelerate the development of a city and bring profit to that city. That was why they would do all of these preparations for exploring a ruin. The request that Akira took was to help protect the construction of the said base. It basically consisted of protecting the workers and securing the area. After all, constructing a base was not Hunter's job. Akira was listening to the explanation given to the hunters inside a temporary base. After that, the hunters would be assigned to their jobs depending on their ability and interest. The staff distributed rental terminals for the work and explained how to use them. We'll give our instructions through this terminal. This terminal also contains a transmitter so you can check the other hunters' whereabouts if you open them from the terminal. So be careful not to mistake another hunter as a monster and shoot each other. And also, although we're in a ruin, refrain from searching for relics. I won't tell you as far as to not take any relics that you accidentally find, but we're not here to gather relics. We would be in trouble if you guys focus more on searching for relics, and don't forget that we always track your location too. So make sure not to stand in the same location for a long period of time or do anything that might cause suspicion. Finally, there should be a number behind the terminal, we will call you based on that number, so be sure to check that too. That's all. You may go to the ruins once you finish your preparation, you just need to follow the map's navigation in the terminal. Akira then turned his terminal over and checked his number. Akira and Alpha immediately smiled bitterly the moment they saw the number. It seems that this number is really fond of me. You're right. The number taped behind his terminal was 14. As Akira followed the navigation from the terminal, he arrived at an opening surrounded by countless crumbling buildings. He then pulled out his terminal to answer a phone call from the Hunter office staff. This is A2 Division HQ. Number 14, can you hear me? This is number 14, I can hear you. Take control of the building in front of you. Explore and make a map of that building, don't forget to take out any monsters that you find. The terminal has an auto-mapping function, so you just need to check all the rooms inside that building. There's also a good chance that if you leave corpses of dead monsters, they might attract other monsters. I know it's a pain in the ass, but carry them all the way to the building entrance. What if they're too big or too heavy for me to carry? In that case, let us know and we'll send a special team to help you. Roger that. Akira then ended the call and went inside the building in front of him, but Alpha suddenly stopped him. Wait, this is a good chance for exploration training, so let's do that too. But, won't it make me slower? That's why you would have to do this carefully but not too slowly. If you don't have that much level of skill, you won't be able to survive in a colorless mist, you know? After all, my detection ability reduces inside the colorless mist. So you would have to rely on your own skills when that happens. We can use this chance to prepare for such a situation. Exploring without Alpha's detection ability and support from an information-gathering device would be a nightmare for a beginner like Akira. Thus he could not help but frown at that possibility. The colorless mist, huh? Alright, tell me how to do this. Akira made his resolve and entered the building. Akira started exploring the ruin from the first floor. Some of the floors in that building were covered in dust while some of them were not. It was because of the hunters who had searched the building and the monsters which roamed inside it. He noticed that some walls inside the building were already crumbled. Akira proceeded carefully as he tried to walk without making any sounds. He explored the building by moving from one cover to another. He would stop from time to time to listen to his surroundings. He then readied his gun as he quickly slipped into a room. He was exploring the abandoned building as if he was stepping into a monster's nest. While doing so, he regularly received warnings from Alpha, so he would quickly correct the way he moved every time Alpha warned him. Because of that, Akira moved slowly but was surely improving. Akira finally finished exploring the first floor. And of course, it took him longer than usual. I know that it's to be expected, but I did take a lot of time. I can see now why they told the hunters not to go looking for relics. It's an important skill for a hunter to be able to safely and quickly explore an area. And the only way to learn it is to train and improve your ability bit by bit. Especially when you're facing a monster with camouflaging ability. Camouflaging ability. It's an ability that would let monsters stay undetected. There are some monsters that have optical camouflage skin or armor. They can become one with their surroundings or stay undetected in the shadows. Those optical camouflage monsters, how can I detect them? There are actually a lot of methods to detect them. You can look for optical anomalies or analyze the surrounding sounds. An advanced information gathering device or someone who specialized in information analysis would be able to detect them without any problem. It would allow you to evade needless fighting or to get the first shot in case you want to kill them, so you can safely and quickly search for relics. That sounds like Elena-san's duty. I'm sure Elena-san is very skilled in it. Yep, that's true. But even the skilled Elena-san will have trouble inside the colorless mist. After all, the colorless mist would render the information gathering device useless. Akira remembered about the time when he saved Elena and Sarah. At that time, the colorless mist did not affect him much thanks to Alpha's support. While on the other hand, the guys who ambushed Elena and Sarah could not detect Akira at all due to the colorless mist. The colorless mist is really dangerous. Is there any way to cope with it? You can buy advanced information gathering devices that could still barely work inside a colorless mist. But I heard that it's very expensive and it's less powerful compared to a normal information gathering device at the same price. Other than that, you can instead rely on your exploration skill rather than relying on your information gathering device. So there you have it, that's why you better work hard from now on, okay? Roger that. Next is the second floor. By the way, how many floors are in this building? 8 floors, but I still have a long way to go now. Akira mumbled as he proceeded to the second floor. It took about 3 hours for Akira to finish exploring the whole building. After that, Akira went to the rooftop and took a break. But suddenly he heard cannons from far away. It was coming from hunters who were fighting some monsters. Akira did not find any monster in the building because of pure luck. Suddenly his terminal rang again. This is A2 Division HQ, number 14, can you hear me? Tell me about your situation there. This is number 14. I just finished taking control of the building. Confirmed. Follow the navigation in your terminal and move to the next building. Now then, number 14, you took more time than we expected for taking control of that building. Did you meet a powerful monster or was there any other unexpected situation? I didn't meet any monster at all. It's just that I searched all rooms carefully, I think that's why I took more time than usual. How long is your approximate time, by the way? We approximated that it should take you only about 1 hour. I won't tell you to rush things up, but do it faster next time. That's all, Roger that. Akira ended the call. He was a bit depressed after being told that he was less skilled than expected. Looking at that, Alpha just smiled, trying to cheer him up. Don't worry about that, let's just continue like this. There's no reason to get yourself in more danger just to rush things up. But what if it causes me to fail this request? It doesn't really matter. It's way better rather than getting injured badly. Your safety is number 1 priority. So if you try to rush your exploration, I'll force you to stop, you know. Since Alpha told him firmly like that, Akira cheered up, feeling lighter. You're right, I understand. Let's continue carefully. Yep, that's good. But you need to remember that you have to enhance your detection and stealth abilities as soon as possible, you know? So you need to hurry up to improve in that aspect. Please be gentle on me. Nope, I'll work you hard. Akira and Alpha smiled as they exchanged jokes. He then changed his gear and headed to the next building. Akira took control of so many other abandoned buildings after that. Eventually, his navigation map led him back to the temporary base. So he went back and gave his terminal back to one of the staff there. With that, his job for today was finished. Akira felt tired as he let out a sigh, though he was not tired to the level of exhaustion. He only met some monsters during his exploration and his augmented suit greatly reduced the stress on his body, but it did not help in reducing his mental stress at all. This will be all for my today's request, huh? I'm tired. As I thought, since I always rely on your support during my exploration, it's really tiring when I do it myself. Alpha smiled and complimented Akira. You did very well. Let's take a rest for now. Since we're here, how about we look for something to eat? After all, you'll only get to eat that frozen food if you're back in your room, right? The construction site was surrounded by many trailers. They were owned by the merchants who were selling their stuff for the hunters and the workers from Kagamaima City. There was a bus in the construction site that traveled regularly from here to Kagamaima City. But since it took time to go back and forth, these merchants catered to the hunters who wanted to get ammo refills and food but did not want to take the bus. Some of them sold ammo and guns, some sold food. There were even some renting their camping trailer as a portable inn. The construction area was bustling with people. Seeing how the hunters were eating soft and warm food rather than their usual hard hunter ration, Akira felt hungry out of nowhere. You're right, I guess I'll buy something to eat too. Although Akira went and browsed the trailers, he did not know which food was tasty and which one was not. He felt like he would end up picking up something bad if he just chose randomly, so he observed other hunters. Although there was no queue close to him, he spotted a relatively long queue nearby. After adding himself in that queue, Akira peeked at the price and the food that the trailer was selling. It was a hot sandwich, 980 orum per portion. With Akira's sense of money in his current situation, he felt it was quite costly for a meal. But it would not feel right if he just left after lining up, so he ended up deciding to buy the hot sandwich. As Akira's turn was about to come, he heard a familiar voice coming from the transaction between the seller and the buyer in front of him. Akira tried to remember whose voice it was, but before he could come up with any conclusion, his turn came and he stepped forward. He immediately realized that it was Cheryl. Cheryl looked surprised for a moment, but she quickly returned back to her usual smile. Welcome. The hot sandwich is 980 orum per portion. I'll take one, please. Certainly. If you are going to pay with card, please place your card over the terminal. Cheryl operated the terminal at the counter. The upper part of the counter showed 980 orum. As Akira put his hunter ID on it, it made a beep sound and the payment was completed. Cheryl then took a warped hot sandwich and gave it to Akira, but as she handed it over, she leaned towards him and said, "I'm happy to see you here." Cheryl indeed sounded very happy when she said that, but she returned back to her normal smile almost immediately after. "Thank you very much, please do come again." Cheryl then smiled at Akira with a smile that she directed towards other customers. After Akira left that trailer, he quickly noticed that Katsuragi's trailer was also present. Katsuragi spotted Akira who was standing not too far from Cheryl's shop. "Akira. So you're here too, huh? Good timing. I have something to talk about, come in." "Darius. Watch the shop for a bit." Darius' voice echoed from inside the trailer. "Your break is still later, you know. Akira is here. There's something I want to talk to him about. So just watch the shop while I'm gone." Darius appeared out from inside the trailer while looking annoyed. But the moment he saw Akira, he was taken aback by Akira's equipment. Akira looked completely different compared to the boy that he met not too long ago. Darius looked at Akira's equipment and understood what Katsuragi meant when he said he had something important to talk about with Akira, that he would even ask him to watch the shop. Thus he went to watch the shop without complaining any further. Katsuragi went into his trailer with Akira. He and Akira then sat on a table together. Cheryl was there too. She had also left the shop to one of her subordinates. There were 3 hot sandwiches served on the table. Akira and Katsuragi looked a bit troubled while Cheryl was smiling very happily since she was able to meet Akira again. Akira and Katsuragi looked at each other and noticed both of them looked a bit worried about Cheryl's behavior. "So then, Katsuragi, what do you want to talk about?" "Well, it's not something that big. I just wanted to know how you are doing lately. To be honest, I'm just wondering why you haven't brought any relics since that time. I thought you were injured or something so you couldn't do any hunter job. But since you're here, it means that it's not the case, right? I'm focusing more on taking monster hunting requests lately. I do hunt for relics in the Kuzusuhara ruin usually, but I'm sure that you know it's not the right time for that, right? Well, it's true that it's not a good idea to explore Kuzusuhara ruin in the current situation. I heard that the distribution of monsters in the ruin changed greatly after that battle and strong monsters started roaming the outskirts of the ruin. And since there's no expensive relics left in the outskirts, I guess it isn't worth the danger, huh? But on the other hand, I heard that battle greatly culled the number of monsters. So this is a good chance if you want to grab some relics from the deeper part of the other ruins, right? Isn't that the reason why the manager of the city would even spend a huge amount of money to build the frontline base like this? It's kind of difficult to go to the other ruins since I don't have the means of transport. I can't rent a vehicle with my current hunter rank, you see. Katsuragi took another look at Akira's equipment. An augmented suit, AAH assault rifle, CWH anti-material rifle and an information-gathering device. Akira did not look like someone who would have a problem with transportation. That you have pretty good equipment though. I don't think anyone would refuse a hunter like you if you want to rent a vehicle for your hunter job, you know? It's because I'm selling my relics to you, so my hunter rank doesn't go up much. I only got the augmented suit from the money that I earned back then, and for my information-gathering device, Elena-san was nice enough to sell it for cheap to me. I put all of my money into my equipment, that's why I don't have much left, and not to mention I need money to rent a vehicle after I get my hunter rank high enough. It's because I promised to sell my relics to you. I have to do monster hunting jobs to increase my hunter rank now. So there you have it, I can't do much even if you say that to me. Well, it can't be helped if that's the case. Just wait for a bit more. It's not like you're in trouble just because I'm not bringing any relics to you, right? Well, yeah. Katsuragi actually just wanted to make sure whether Akira had abandoned Cheryl or not, since Akira did not bring any relics to him lately. Akira then shifted his gaze to Cheryl and she smiled happily at him. So then, Cheryl, what are you doing in this place? I'm managing the children from the gang who are working for Katsuragi-san. And I'm also managing a simple shop with help from Katsuragi-san. That hot sandwich was made by us, you see. This is also thanks to Akira, so thank you. Katsuragi then added some more explanation. I'm basically just doing my part of the deal with you. I've also offered Cheryl and her gang some jobs like helping us load goods or stuff like that to help them earn some money. Katsuragi pointed at some children who were moving his goods around when he said that. All of them were the children from Cheryl's gang. I still buy metal wreckages from them, but at least this work should earn them a bit more compared to that. You do know what to do if you want me to give them a better job, right? I know, I'll sell relics that I find to you. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Katsuragi finished the hot sandwich that he had been eating while talking, but that wasn't enough. Cheryl, bring me one more. Of course. Akira, how about you? You should contribute to their sale too. Although you say that you don't have much money, you at least have enough money for another sandwich, right? Akira had finished his own sandwich too, and since he also felt that he was not satiated, he decided to ask for one more. He then gave his hunter ID to Cheryl while telling her to bring one more sandwich, so she went to process the payment. When Cheryl left Katsuragi alone with Akira, Katsuragi suddenly asked Akira while making a puzzled look, "Say, Akira. Did you do something to her?" Akira shook his head. When I noticed it, she was already like that. As I thought, it's weird, isn't it? She's completely different now compared to the first time I met her. I would even believe you if you say that she's Cheryl's twin, you know. Well, the current Cheryl is better as a business partner though. She's good at handling people and she's pretty smart as well. That hot sandwich was originally her plan, you see. And it's selling pretty well too. So that's not your shop, huh? Nope. I want to attain success by staying in my field of expertise, you see. So I have no plans to do any food business. Although I helped her to get that shop running, that shop is Cheryl's own. Is she going to be okay? I'm the one who procured the ingredients. I've told her to make sure that the children who would help her are bathed and cleaned properly. I prepared them cheap but clean clothes and told them to properly use the food-grade disposable plastic gloves too. Moreover, they basically just need to heat up stuff and put sauces on it. So they should be okay. Akira thought that Katsuragi would make him pay and take care of the aftermath if anything bad happened to Cheryl's shop. That was why he wanted to make sure the possibility of any trouble happening later was low, and it was not like he was concerned about its hygiene. But since Katsuragi answered back with that, Akira thought that it did not seem there would be any trouble later anyway, thus he decided not to try digging deeper into the subject. Cheryl came back with the extra hot sandwiches and placed them on the table. Akira took a second look at the hot sandwich that he just received. It had a thick sauce and the bread was soaked in the meat juice as if it would not even let a drop of that goodness to get away. The meat was pretty thick and had a good texture when he bit on it. Strangely enough, it did not feel rough despite its appearance. But it was not strange enough that it warranted a complaint. If someone asked him whether it was good or bad, Akira would answer back that it was a delicious sandwich. But if asked whether he would spend 1,000 orum daily to eat that sandwich, Akira would hesitate to say yes. After all, the sandwich's price was not affordable in a normal situation, it was only acceptable because they were in the middle of the wasteland. But for the hunters who were in that area for the construction help request, they did not mind paying such an amount for that sandwich. There were even people who would gladly pay for another portion after feeling that one sandwich was not enough. The price and the size of each portion of that hot sandwich were actually tuned very well to match the demand in such a situation. Akira then asked Cheryl. Who decided on the price of this hot sandwich? Was it Katsuragi? No, I did. Is it not a good price? Cheryl inquired, sounding a bit worried, but Akira replied as he shook his head. Nope, it's good and I think that the price is acceptable for food in the middle of the wasteland. I'm glad that you find it satisfying. Cheryl smiled with relief. Katsuragi then added while smiling. Well, it's basically the wasteland price. It's because an extra price is added since we took the trouble in bringing them all the way to this dangerous wasteland. So I hope people would not get offended by its price. About that though, did you teach it to Cheryl? Nope, I only helped her procure the ingredients and the equipment. I didn't tell her anything about how to run her business. I only did what she asked me to do. Don't take this wrongly though. I have no plan pushing it to you if it fails, you know. I'm serious here, okay? Katsuragi mixed his joke when he said that, but it could also be interpreted as a subtle warning. He was making excuses for something that Akira did not ask about. But Akira just simply ignored it and instead he shifted his gaze to Cheryl and looked genuinely impressed by her. That I see. That's pretty amazing of you. Cheryl blushed as she smiled happily. Thank you very much. But it's all thanks to Akira and Katsuragi-san too. Akira and Katsuragi looked at each other. Although he could not talk telepathically with Katsuragi, he understood what Katsuragi wanted to say to him. Katsuragi was really questioning whether Akira really had not done anything to Cheryl. The stare that Akira directed to Katsuragi was saying that he really did nothing. But it was rather doubtful whether his thoughts were properly conveyed to Katsuragi or not. Chapter 39, Yurata Scorpion. Akira was on his bike, heading to the Kuzusuhara ruin. His face looked grim as he was rushing due to the bad situation he was in. Alpha, who was flying parallel to him, gave him more information but it only caused his face to turn grimmer. Akira, you've got another rescue order. This is already the third order. Another one, huh? I haven't even arrived at my next destination, you know. Isn't that just a bit too many? Even if you tell me so, I can't do anything about it. Let's just look forward to the reward that we can get from all the monsters that you're going to hunt today. Since it's not a normal rescue request, they might even pay you back in the form of hunter rank points. Akira could not help but make a face saying that he so did not want that to happen. Seriously though, I don't want to lose money after working this hard, you know. Akira, who once again took forward base construction help requests, was assigned to rescue other hunters rather than taking control of buildings like the last time. It was because he took too long taking control of buildings yesterday that he was assigned for another job today. The rescue job was a very tiring job. Although he did not have to do much for each order, the rescue orders kept flooding in like crazy. Akira was planning to do his job seriously. After all, it would not be a laughing matter if he got scolded since he took too long during yesterday's request and failed miserably in today's request. Thus he sped his bike as fast as he could to the next location. The ruin was filled with all sizes of debris and wreckages. With the help of Alpha's superb control support, Akira would blaze through them, evading them left and right, and sometimes even jumped above them as he was closing in onto his destination. He got to face all kinds of situations during his job. Sometimes the people in the site already took control of the situation when he arrived, some other time, the monsters had already died when he arrived, and sometimes the rescue request dispatcher had already escaped from the scene after requesting for a rescue, thus leaving the monster for Akira to take care of. Akira worked really hard and somehow was able to take care of all of the orders until finally, his remaining order came down to only one. After he took care of the monsters in one of his orders, Akira could be seen exiting a building while breathing roughly and looking very tired. He then took out medicine that he bought from Shizuka's shop and gulped it down. Although it was just some cheap medicine, it should at least be able to help him recover from the exhaustion. Akira managed to grumble that it doesn't feel like it actually works. You can't compare these with the medicines which you gathered from the ruins, you know. Both their potency and price are so different. You can try to take a huge dose of this medicine to see its immediate effect, but that would need you to consume a huge load of it, you know? I guess this is why most hunters become dependent on medicines. There were all types and kinds of drugs for hunters sold in the Eastern District. This medicine was one of them. There were hunters who consumed a huge load of medicines daily. Bad medicines could cause bad side effects or bad after effect. But the hunters were desperate to survive to see the next day, so they had no other choice but to consume a huge amount of medicine daily. The next order will be a good place to stop for a while. Once you're done with it, let's take a rest for a bit. You can just say that you need an ammo refill at HQ. What should we do if they say no? Like I said before, my first priority is your safety. So I have no plan letting you continue fighting monsters without getting an ammo refill. You're right. Alright then, let's go and finish the next rescue order. If Alpha got angry and refused to help Akira in this request, then it would be disastrous for him. He used that as an excuse and decided that he would take a rest after finishing his next rescue order. He felt more at ease with that reasoning, and that was all according to her plan. Akira arrived in front of an abandoned building which was the location for his final rescue order. As he parked his bike in front of the building and looked up, he could hear gunshots and explosions coming from the 5th floor of that building. Over there, huh? It's good that they're still alive. It seems that they're having a hard fight up there. Let's go before they run out of ammo. I'll provide you with the route. I'm counting on you. Just leave it to me. Akira could see the indicator within his enhanced vision. He ran and followed the route shown by the indicator as he charged into the building. The guiding line for the route was calculated by Alpha. It showed the shortest and safest route to Akira's destination, after she scanned the area for monsters. Akira knew that it was why he felt at ease as he blazed through an area where he normally should move carefully and slowly because of the monsters that might be lurking around. Akira could see the aftermath of battles between hunters and monsters scattered inside the building. At the moment, he did not see any hunter corpses, while on the other hand, he found a lot of biological monsters' dead bodies as blood and flesh were scattered around. Akira took a glance at the monster corpses that were still retaining their original form. They looked like a mix of spider and scorpion with an exoskeleton. This so-called Urata scorpion had a habit of attaching objects from its surroundings onto its exoskeleton. Thus they were able to become one with its surroundings and camouflage itself. Their exoskeletons looked like metal wreckage or debris to Akira. There were countless bullet marks on their corpses, and the bullets that did not even penetrate their exoskeleton were left around these corpses. Those were a testament to their super hard exoskeleton. Alpha then ordered Akira. Stop. Some of those Urata scorpions are still alive. It will be dangerous if you go deeper without making sure that they're dead. It'll take too long if you use AAH rifle, so use CWH anti-material rifle to finish them in one shot. Roger that. Akira immediately stopped and readied his CWH anti-material rifle, but the Urata scorpions did not move at all even after he did that. It was hard to discern whether they were really dead or not. Some could not move because of a fatal injury, while some might just be playing dead while waiting for their prey to come close enough. Suddenly, Akira could see some of the Urata scorpion bodies had turned reddish. Those were scorpions that Alpha judged to be still alive. Identifying all of the scorpions that were still alive among all of these unmoving scorpion bodies in an instant was an impossible thing for a normal human. But Alpha could do that like it was nothing. It would be extremely dangerous to just ignore these scorpions and continue forward. But shooting each and every single one of them just to be safe would consume a lot of ammo. But of course, it was a whole different case if it was possible to discern the alive scorpions from the dead ones. Akira aimed his CWH anti-material rifle at the scorpions that were outlined in red and nested one shot for each scorpion. The bullet that was spewed out from his gun's muzzle penetrated the scorpion's hard outer shell, wreaked havoc inside their bodies, and instantly killed them. After Akira killed a dozen of scorpions, suddenly one of them sprung up and attempted to attack him. But his bullet reached it first and instantly killed it. That should be all. Alright then. Akira then blazed through the corpses of the dead scorpion and rushed forward. The hunters were holding up in one of the rooms on the 5th floor. They were directing their guns at the only door into their room as they were shooting the monsters coming at them while making a grim face. One of them pulled out his rental terminal and shouted. "This is number 157. HQ. Answer me. This is A4 Division HQ. What's wrong? Don't give me that again. Where's my rescue? The rescue order has been dispatched and he's heading your way now. Just hang on there. How much longer should I wait? We've been waiting quite a while and no one is coming, you know." The rescue hunters are responding to the rescue orders in turns. There are too many rescue orders, we're basically flooded with them, you know. If you want to get angry, then you can curse those hunters who dispatch rescue requests although they are only fighting weak monsters. You're actually getting the short end of the stick because of those hunters. So just try to hang on, that's all. Wait. Damn it. They just cut the call. He was about to slam the terminal on the floor, but another hunter stopped him. It was the last still functioning terminal. The others were already destroyed during the fight. The door to their room was piled up with dead Urata scorpion corpses. Some of them could also be found inside the room. The hunters did not even bother to check the bodies if they were really dead or not. But they also did not have the leeway to shoot them to make sure that they were really dead. In order to make sure that they were dead, the hunters would need to spend their precious ammo to crack open their exoskeleton before delivering the killing shot. They also had used all of their grenades and other explosives when they ran away from the monsters to this room. They had no other choice but to hold their position using their regular ineffective bullets until rescue came. Thus, they could not afford to waste any of their ammo. The hunters had no other choice but to wait for rescue. They did not have the guts to try breaking through the monsters and getting out from that room. After all, they did not know what was the situation outside that room. In the worst-case scenario, there might be a huge number of Urata scorpions waiting outside the room. Because of that, they could not work out the courage to get out of that room. It did not take long before the hunters there heard gunshots from outside their room. And they noticed that the gunshot's sound was approaching closer and closer. A rescue. We're saved. The hunters cheered in happiness. But their cheering was immediately stopped. The Urata scorpions inside that room which were faking death started moving again because of those gunshots. This caused the hunters inside the room to fight desperately. Akira tried to reach his rescue target as fast as he could, but he was interrupted by the scorpions that were pretending to be dead. Every time he found a pile of dead monsters, he could always find scorpions that were faking death mixed among the corpses. Among them, there were scorpions that were still alive even after losing their heads. Akira would destroy their legs or tails, although it would not kill them, it would be enough to at least render them unfit for battle. Akira grumbled as he changed the magazine of his CWH anti-material rifle. There are just too many of them. What the heck is up with these monsters? How many did I kill until now? That last one was your 54th scorpion. This is indeed too many. The usual CWH anti-material rifle's ammo was much more expensive and had higher piercing power than normal ammo. They were normally used for fighting mechanical monsters, thus it was a bit of an overkill using them on Urata scorpions. But since his normal ammo would not work against the hard Urata scorpion's exoskeleton, so he had no other choice but to use the expensive CWH ammo. Akira frowned every time he pulled the trigger of his gun. It felt like he shot money out of his rifle's muzzle. I have to pay for the ammo with my own money, you know. If the reward from this request is bad, I won't do this request again, okay? This request is basically not a monster hunting request. So unlike a usual monster hunting request where the reward is decided based on the type and number of monsters that you kill, we wouldn't know how much reward we will get until we receive it. Not to mention that from yesterday's request, the basic pay is only 20,000 orum. I already spent more than 20,000 orum worth of ammo, you know. Just how big is my ammo expense today going to be? Let's put that aside for now until you finish the rescue order. You'll get killed if you're too frugal with your ammo right now, you know? I know. Akira rushed forward while closely gripping his gun. After killing about 20 more scorpions, he finally arrived near the room where the hunters were holding up. Gunshots echoed endlessly from inside that room. As Akira carefully stepped into that room with his gun ready, he saw the hunters fighting 2 Urata scorpions. The normal ammo that the hunters used could not deal much damage. They were only able to barely hold those 2 scorpions off from coming closer. Akira quickly aimed at those scorpions and destroyed their heads and tails. Their limbs were blasted and scattered all over the room. The hunters only noticed Akira after those 2 scorpions stopped moving. Are you the rescue hunter? Thank goodness. The hunters slumped on the floor. They were relieved and glad. A hunter who had not lowered his guard came and asked Akira. Are you alone? Yes. Did someone else come? No, you're the only one. Akira was surprised to know that he was the only rescue sent to a Urata scorpion nest. But before he complained to the HQ, he asked the hunters. What did you say to the HQ when you requested a rescue? I told them that we encountered a group of insect-like monsters, but then they told us to hold our ground. To be honest, it was really dangerous. You really saved us, you know. Akira thought that the HQ might have misunderstood and thought that they were attacked by some small-sized insect-like monsters. It was important to inform the HQ with the correct information. Just like the other hunters, Akira also wanted to get out of that building as soon as possible. So he shouted at the other hunters. Let's get out of here before more of those monsters comes. The route that I took to come here should be still safe. Why, you're right. Hey, we're leaving the place. Akira prioritized escorting the hunters out as soon as possible. The hunters would suddenly stop every time they saw a pile of Urata scorpions' corpses in the middle of their way out. Only after seeing no movement from those piles after Akira, who was leading the group, approached them, they would finally feel safe to walk past those piles. After leading the hunters out of the building, Akira contacted the HQ. This is number 14. HQ, answer me. This is A4 Division HQ. What's wrong? I've rescued the hunters and will be returning back to the temporary base now. Don't return, just send the hunters to go back by themselves. You should go to the next rescue order. Akira's face turned grim and shouted at the terminal. Are you crazy? That building was filled with Urata scorpions, you know. I won't go to the next rescue order without an ammo refill first, okay? Akira waited for a response, but there was no reply from the HQ. He could hear a little bit of ruckus from the other side of the terminal. He then asked for a response while making a puzzled face. HQ? Answer me. What's wrong? When he did that, the HQ staff asked him back slowly and carefully. Let me reconfirm. Were they really Urata scorpions? Is that building a Urata scorpion's nest? I don't know if it's a nest or not. But it's true that the building is flooded by a type of monster with a super hard exoskeleton that would even bounce off a normal AAH rifle bullet. If you doubt it, you can go ahead and send someone to check the corpses. Forget what we just said. Go back to the temporary base as soon as possible. The terminals that we gave you are still functional, right? Mine is alright. But as for the hunters, they are broken except for the one that they used to contact you. Or so they said. The HQ staff suddenly shouted. Don't lose them no matter what. Come back here as fast as you can. And make sure to not damage the terminal even further. That's all. Then the HQ staff ended the call. Akira and the other hunters looked at each other with a puzzled and worried look. Akira was obviously confused, but Alpha then said to him with a smile, shaking Akira off from his confusion. Akira. There's no need to think about the things that you don't understand right now. Let's just head back for now. Just see it from the bright side, it's a good thing now that you have a reason to go back, that you're right. There was no mistaking it. There was something going on. But since Alpha was not making a solemn expression, Akira thought that it should be alright. So he decided to just push that aside for now. And so, Akira and the other hunters headed back to the temporary base. The hunters were walking in front while Akira followed behind them on his bike. Since his job was finished the moment he evacuated the hunters from that building, Akira could just directly go back. But the other hunters pleaded with him to accompany them on their way back. Akira was tinkering with his information-gathering device to correctly detect the hunters in front of him in order to get himself familiar with it. But it did not go well. Although the hunters were not too far in front of him, the output from the information-gathering device could not display the correct information. Akira mumbled as he was playing with the information-gathering device's setting. This thing is difficult. The output goes crazy every time I make even the slightest change from Elena-san's setting. Maybe I should just stay with Elena-san's setting. Elena's setting is basically an ideal setting after all. If you change it randomly, the accuracy of the information-gathering device will fall greatly. But you should play with its setting to understand the setting parameters and get familiarized with it. Now that I think about it. You're also using this information-gathering device to detect monsters, right? If I play with its setting, wouldn't it disrupt your detection ability? Is that really alright? It's okay. I'm directly using the raw data from that information-gathering device and analyzing it myself. The data that you're seeing right now is produced by the software inside that information-gathering device, and it has nothing to do with my detection ability. So no need to worry, you can play with it. I see. In that case, I'll just keep on tinkering with it. Akira was viewing the scanning result through his visor-type display. There was a separate area on his upper right visor showing the scan focused around Akira. Although there were hunters walking in front of him, the signals coming from those hunters were rather wacky and unclear. It was because the setting on the information-gathering device was incorrect. The search results would vary greatly every time Akira changed the individual setting of his information-gathering device. If he could optimize the setting to focus only on the important information, the information-gathering device could be effectively used in many different situations. By adjusting the values in the settings, he could focus on a vague signal, which only showed that something was detected, and get a better set of information that would let him extract shape, size, and any other information. Alpha then explained to Akira the basics of adjusting the setting. Normally, you would just expand and contract the search area. And when you find a signal, you would focus on where the signal comes from and try to analyze it. It's important to set the interval between wide-range and close-range scan, the power output ratio between the image, sound and movement processor, and the type of analysis that you would use for each data. For example, when you're in a place with a lot of obstacles, it's better to decrease the power output of image analysis and increase the range of the scan. In case when you can see your target, it might be better to focus the image sensor to only detect images from behind you. There are basically a lot of things you can do with it. Yep, it's not easy. Akira was listening to Alpha as he was having a hard time adjusting the setting of the information-gathering device. Not too long after that, Alpha suddenly said to him in a serious tone. Akira, you should either go ahead and leave those hunters behind or tell them to start running to the temporary base as fast as they can. A swarm of Yurata scorpions is closing in on us. Akira immediately shouted to the hunters in front of him. Hey! Run to the temporary base as fast as you can. A swarm of those monsters from before is coming this way. The hunters were shocked as turned towards Akira. Akira made a grim face as he continued. I'll try to slow them down. So run as fast as you can. The hunters looked around but they could not see any Yurata scorpions. One of them asked Akira in panic. Are you sure? Where are they? I don't see them at all, you know. Akira started to get irritated since the hunters would not start running. Just go now. If you keep standing here, I won't help you, okay? I'll just go ahead on my bike, you know. The hunters started running in panic. Akira then looked around, but he could not find any scorpions. Alpha, where's the swarm? I can't see them and I got no signal from the information gathering device, you know? Akira, I'll enhance your vision now, so stay calm, okay? After giving Akira a warning, Alpha enhanced his vision. Because of that, Akira was able to see the Yurata scorpions around him. His face turned grim the moment he saw the scorpions. The other hunters were running desperately towards the temporary base. They were running on an open ground with little to no wreckages, thus they were able to run quickly, but on the other hand, there were not many covers in case they got attacked. In short, they had no winning chance in case a swarm of Yurata scorpions attacked them here. The hunters understood this fact, and that was why they were running so desperately. The hunter who was running at the front suddenly stopped, so all the hunters behind him immediately stopped too. What's wrong? The hunter who stopped because the one in front of him stopped did not even need to wait for an answer to understand the reason why. There were multiple wreckages scattered not too far in front of them. Although they looked like nothing but normal wreckages, they were actually Yurata scorpions waiting for their prey to come close. The Yurata scorpions anticipated the hunters' movement and already laid an ambush here. The hunters picked up their guns in panic, but even before they were able to do so, a scorpion quickly jumped into action and ran toward the hunters. But at the next moment, a gunshot echoed and that monster was sent flying. The hunters immediately turned to where that gunshot came from. It was Akira aiming his CWH anti-material rifle at that monster while still on his bike. Don't stop. Run. The hunters immediately started running again, passing the dead Yurata scorpion that Akira just shot. Akira was able to see the scorpions with the help of Alpha's support as all the scorpions around him were outlined in red. Some of them were camouflaging themselves as wreckages, some of them hid behind the wreckages and some of them were still on their way from afar. He could clearly see their positions and shapes thanks to Alpha's support. Akira did not find any signal from his information-gathering device that indicated the existence of the Yurata scorpions around him. Or at least, Akira could not recognize if there was such a signal. Thus Akira looked confused since it was as if Alpha summoned those monsters out of thin air. There are so many of them around, but why is my information-gathering device not picking anything up? The sensors installed in that information-gathering device do receive signals from the Yurata scorpions. But even if it can receive those signals, it is a whole different story whether it can recognize it as Yurata scorpions or not. It's just like you can see all those pebbles scattered around you but it's not like you always recognize that those pebbles are there, right? It's not an easy thing to segregate a big amount of information. That would simply drive you crazy. And if you take all of them seriously, you won't be able to differentiate noise from useful information. It would be pointless if you try to compare my powerful information gathering ability and superior information analysis ability with the result from that information gathering device, you know. But if I have to say anything about it, you should be able to notice those scorpions had you retained Elena's setting. So in short, because I changed the setting, I messed up the setting that Elena-san left with it and so it doesn't work properly, huh? If I have to be honest, then yes, that would be true. But if I have to say anything else, then it just means that you should be thankful for Elena-san's setting. So, it's basically pointless to have a good tool if I can't use it, huh? This shooting skill is basically because of your support too. I really wonder now if I am actually getting stronger or it is just all because of your support all along. As Akira stated his own weakness and berated himself, Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him up. If you have anything to complain about your own strength, then you should work hard to train yourself from now on. But at least I can guarantee you that you're stronger now compared to before you started training. You're right. I'll definitely do that. Akira kept on aiming and shooting at the Urata scorpions while smiling bitterly. Akira might not realize it himself, but his skill was actually improving at an incredible speed. It was all thanks to Alpha's super effective training. It was the reason why, although he had bad luck, he was able to survive after he encountered 2 swarms of monsters on the same day. But Akira looked down on his own skill. It was because he understood that compared to Alpha's support, his skill was basically not even worth mentioning. That fact had greatly caused him to develop a biased evaluation of himself. People who had absolute confidence in their own skills usually were indeed skilled people. So in contrast, Akira's low self-confidence made him look weaker than how he really was. Because of that, there were children who looked like a completely different person when they were in battle. People used to mistake them as pebbles and stepped on them, just to find out that they were actually closer to land mines. Akira shot down the Urata scorpions one by one. The piercing ammo that he used pierced through their strong exoskeleton and destroyed their nervous system. It then either killed them on spot or at least rendered them paralyzed. But there were still a lot of Urata scorpions there. Akira thought that there was no end to them as he shifted his aim to his next target. But Alpha suddenly said to him, "Akira, that was your last bullet. Do you mean I've already run out of piercing ammo?" "Unfortunately so. Change your gun." Akira quickly changed into his AAH assault rifle while making a grim face. He knew that his rifle was only loaded with normal ammo, so it would be difficult to kill a Urata scorpion using this ammo. He suddenly heard a scream from the hunters. When he quickly glanced at the direction of that scream, he saw Urata scorpions standing in front of the hunters. "Hold on." As Alpha said that, she controlled Akira's augmented suit and moved his body to grab onto the bike. At the same time, his bike suddenly accelerated, passed beside the hunters in front of him, and headed straight to those Urata scorpions. Akira tried to follow the movement of his augmented suit. When Alpha gave him the signal, he quickly leaned his body sideways to make the bike slide on its wheel. He used one of his legs to prevent him from falling over, as he slid on his bike and slammed its wheels onto the Urata scorpions. Alpha accelerated the bike when its wheels got in contact with the scorpions and sent the scorpions flying into the air. One of the scorpions that were sent flying crashed into wreckage not too far from Akira. Although it did not kill it, it was enough to stop it from moving for the time being. While the other scorpion was sent flying upward. Akira got off his bike and kicked the scorpion as it fell back to the ground with his augmented suit enhanced strength. That scorpion was blown away on its side and bounced further away as it landed onto a wreckage. The other hunters were dumbfounded watching such a scene unfolding right in front of their eyes. Akira then shouted at them, "Go! Now!" The hunters got back to their senses and started running again. More and more scorpions joined the swarm that was chasing Akira and the hunters. As the other hunters were running away, Akira protected their back as he carried 2 AAH rifles and showered the monsters with bullets. But as expected, the normal bullet could not do much damage on the scorpion's exoskeleton. Due to Alpha's accuracy support, Akira was able to land multiple shots at the same spot on Urata Scorpion's hard exoskeleton, which eventually destroyed that exoskeleton and injured them, thus slowing the scorpions down. But even if he managed to kill some of them, it was only enough to slow down the whole swarm. That thing is freaking hard. And there is no end to them. This is getting pretty bad. In contrast to Akira, who started panicking, Alpha was still calm. But even so, she suddenly made a decision that fit the situation. It might be a good idea to consider abandoning the other hunters behind and heading to the temporary base soon. That's a little bit. You know. Can we ask for rescue from the HQ instead? Those hunters already did that while running, you see. And it seems that the reply was not positive at all, that I'll try to hold on until the last moment. Since he had worked so hard to help them, Akira wanted to save these hunters. But he had no plan to die with them. That was his thoughts as he kept on shooting at the scorpions while making a grim face. The situation just kept getting worse as the hunters started to reach their physical limits. The hunters pushed themselves to keep running although they were already short on breath. While on the other hand, the scorpions did not show any sign of exhaustion as they kept closing in. It was only a matter of time before the scorpions reached them. This is not good at all. Tell the hunters to hole up in the building near them and wait for rescue from the HQ. If we're lucky, we might be able to survive this swarm. There's no other way, huh? Do you have any recommendation about which building should we pick? Let's see, how about that? Oh, there's no need to do that anymore. When Alpha was about to point at a building near them, she suddenly turned and pointed at the direction of the temporary HQ. As Akira turned to that direction, he could see multiple armed vehicles heading towards him. Akira then moved his bike aside to make a way for them. After those vehicles passed Akira, they scattered the scorpions away with their huge guns. Explosive warheads showered the scorpions and quickly turned the whole swarm into minced meat. The armed vehicles then continued to decimate the rest of the scorpions as they headed straight to the deeper part of the ruin. One of the armed vehicles stopped beside Akira. A guy then came out from it and said to Akira, "Are you number 14? "Yes, why?" "I'm the captain of Kagamaima Defense Squad. We're here by the request from HQ. Give me your rental terminal." Akira handed his rental terminal to that man. "All right. With this, your job has ended. You can go back home now." "Wait for a second. What's happening here?" "The ruin is flooded with Urata scorpions. So we're here to eradicate those scorpions. There's a good chance that a big nest is around here somewhere and it seems that the exploration around this area has stirred up the nest. I heard that they're resweeping the area around the construction site now. The HQ is trying to identify the location of that nest from the information terminals that they lent to the hunters, but it seems that a lot of hunters were killed, you see. So it seems like they're having a hard time pinpointing the number and the locations of the nests because of the lack of information. They also told us to retrieve the terminals from the dead hunters too." In any case, do you want to help us collect the terminals? You came all the way here escorting those hunters, so you're a pretty good hunter, aren't you?" Akira shook his head and refused. "No thanks. I thought I came here with plenty enough bullets but I'm all dry now. I simply don't have enough resources right now. I'm not even sure they would cover for the ammo that I spent, you know." That man laughed lightly at Akira's complaint. "That's too bad. You should at least make a contract to make sure that they would cover for your ammo next time. Later then, kiddo." After he said that, the man went and joined with the rest of the armed vehicles. Akira looked at the other hunters. It seemed that they were talking with the people from the other armed vehicles. Akira could not hear what they were talking about, but Alpha could as she used the information-gathering device to analyze the faint voice that reached it. It seems that they asked for a ride to the temporary base but got refused. "It has nothing to do with us, so let's just go ahead and go back home." "All right." Akira then got on his bike and drove past the other hunters. Some of them tried to call him but he just ignored them. The other armed vehicles continued deeper into the ruin after taking the rental terminals from the hunters. The hunters that were left behind could not help but grumble. "That boy and the defense squad won't even give us a ride. There's no helping it. Let's just go back home now." Although the defense squad had cleared the way to the temporary base, it's not like it will stay safe forever, you know. "You're right. Let's go then. But still, who was that boy? He is really strong. No idea. But all I know is that he's strong enough to charge at that swarm all by himself. I heard that there's a strong boy in Drankum, that boy might be him. I also heard that boy from Drankum did well in that big battle not too long ago. Ah, right, I heard about that too. But I heard that he's just an above average but a little arrogant boy with some good equipment though. I don't really remember what his name was it Ka? Kanzuya? I don't care about that. Let's just hurry up and return back. The hunters sounded dead tired as they were talking. But even so, they managed to drag their feet back to the temporary base. Chapter 40, about Shizuka's shop. Akira went to Shizuka's shop to buy ammo. But as he placed his order, Shizuka looked at him surprised and asked with a puzzled look. Akira. You're buying a lot of ammo this time. Are you planning to use these anytime soon? Rather than a plan, it's more like I've exhausted all of my reserve ammo. That's why I want to stock a lot of ammo so I won't end up running out of ammo when in the midst of a battle again. His answer hinted that he had fought against a big swarm of monsters that could not be killed using normal ammo. Those monsters were so big that he had spent all of his ammo reserves. Either that or he fought some super strong monster and ended up using all of his ammo. In the worst case scenario, it might even be both. Shizuka wondered if Akira did something dangerous again. Although she asked him with a worried voice and gaze, her smile somehow gave pressure as if warning Akira not to lie. Is it okay if I ask you what happened? When I took the request to help the forward base construction in Kuzusuhara Ruin, I met and fought with a lot of Urata scorpions. Akira explained everything to Shizuka without trying to hide anything. Since Akira explained it without making any suspicious behaviors, Shizuka thought that there was nothing to worry about and patted her chest in relief. In reality, Akira actually was in such a dangerous situation that he even thought of abandoning the hunters that he had saved. But with that being said, he knew that he could easily escape if he just abandoned the other hunters, and not to mention that the other hunters were also saved in the end. So he thought that it was not so dangerous and left off some details from his story. Thanks to that, Shizuka could not tell that Akira actually had a brush with death. Because of that, I could not use my usual AAH rifle's ammo, you see. That's why I thought that I should stock up piercing ammo. Shizuka felt relieved and smiled gently at Akira. She then came up with a recommendation considering both Akira's safety and the shop's revenue. Stocking piercing ammo is a good idea. Though, there is an alternative. In the case you've described, I recommend you to add a modification to your AAH rifle. If you add a modification to increase the firepower of the rifle, you should be able to use it to fight against Urata Scorpion. It will give quite an increase in firepower even when you use normal ammo, but of course, there's a limit on how far you can increase its firepower using modification. Modification, huh? But isn't that a complicated procedure? Even if it's called a modification, you actually just need to replace a part of the rifle. You should be able to do it if you know how to do standard maintenance for an AAH rifle. You've heard about those AAH rifle fan, right? They even usually make their own parts, you know. Some of them would even spread their modified rifles around to get more AAH rifle fans. I also have some modified AAH rifles here. Modifying your AAH rifle should be cheaper rather than stocking up piercing ammo for CWH anti-material rifle just because the normal AAH rifle ammo doesn't really work against some of the monsters. So, what do you think? Akira would take Shizuka's recommendation if he had no problem with money, and as a matter of fact, this problem has been solved from the reward from his last request. Unlike the building scouting job that he took the other day, his rescue job yesterday scored him quite a huge reward. Because of the surplus money, he immediately decided to take her recommendation. I understand. In that case, I'll take your recommendation. Thank you for your patronage. As Akira smiled with a smile that only an independent hunter could give, Shizuka found it rather interesting and smiled back. Shizuka put all kinds of AAH rifle modification parts in front of Akira. A magazine extension to increase the ammo capacity, a port to connect the information-gathering device with the rifle, a gun barrel to increase the firepower. Although there were still other kinds of modification parts, Shizuka only had these parts in her shop at that moment. Akira looked at these parts with wide eyes while listening to Shizuka's explanation. There are so many different modifications, huh? There are still many other types of modifications out there, you know. Some of them don't even look suitable for AAH rifle. Although it would be cheaper just to buy a new gun, those AAH rifle fans would forcefully attach those parts to their AAH rifle. I guess those people are really zealous. So there are even those kinds of parts too, huh? That aside, about this gun barrel to increase firepower, I wonder how much increase it would give when I use normal ammo. It'll give quite an increase, you see. It would even lessen the kickback too. Although, to be honest, I don't really understand the reason behind it and the kind of technology it uses. I only know that it uses some kind of complex technique to produce such an effect. I guess it's a technique from the old world technology. The old world technology, huh? Akira understood well just how out of common sense the old world technology was. It was already obvious by looking at the monsters. Even for Akira, who had very limited knowledge, he knew well that it would be impossible to reproduce those monsters even by using all the knowledge of the current world. But the old world technology was able to accomplish such a feat. Although Alpha was teaching Akira about basic scientific knowledge, she prohibited him from asking about the monsters. The out-of-common-sense technology of the old world could create things that were close to magic. If Akira wanted to understand the knowledge behind it, he would need to spend his whole life studying. That was why Alpha told him to not think about it for now. The technology of the old world, if all kinds of mysteries in this era can be solved with those 3 words, it would take one's whole life to understand it. I bet those researchers who are working under the corporate government are devoting their entire lives to do that, but I heard that even they still don't fully understand the old world technology. A gun's barrel that could change the velocity and mass of a bullet, or a magazine that allowed stocking impossible amounts of bullets in such a small space. All of these things were made possible due to the old world technology, and the people of the current era still did not understand the working mechanism behind it. If it still bothers you that much, you can try becoming one of those researchers and research it yourself. So what do you think? Want to give it a try? He would be lying if he said that he was not interested. But Akira still had a heap of other stuff that he had to learn and do. He just did not have the time nor the money to indulge himself in studying the old world technology. I'm a hunter, so I won't be digging too deep into that kind of stuff. Akira smiled mischievously when he said that. After that, Akira followed Shizuka's recommendation and bought some modification parts plus an aiming device that he could connect to his information-gathering device. And with that, half of the money that he earned yesterday was gone. Hunters had 2 choices, to use the money for updating equipment or to increase their quality of life. Focusing more on the former would help to earn more money. But neglecting the latter would ruin their health and affect their performance as hunters. It was important to be able to maintain the balance between these two. After all the hunters who could not do this end up dead. But for Akira, who had spent his whole life till now in the slum alley, his current lifestyle was actually lavish for him. Rather than ruining his own health, it was actually an upgrade from his previous living condition. So even if he splurged on equipment, it would not disturb his balance. Suddenly, Akira could hear Elena's voice from inside the shop. Shizuka. Come here for a bit. Akira, wait for a sec here, okay? Shizuka just smiled at Akira before she went to the back room. Akira waited for Shizuka while making a puzzled look. Not too long after that, he could hear Elena's panicked voice and Shizuka's voice, which sounded like she was teasing Elena. Akira is here. Yep. And remember that you did promise him to show it when it arrived, right? So let's go. I never said yes to that. You went and made that promise without my permission, didn't you? But you didn't say no either, didn't you? Let's show him, it's not like you'll lose anything anyway. Whoa, stop pushing me. Elena appeared from behind the back room with Shizuka pushing her from the back. Akira was frozen when he saw Elena, who was wrapped in a thin bodysuit-shaped augmented suit. Her augmented suit was made of glossy material. It fit tightly on her body that it fully showed her bodyline. It was obvious that the augmented suit was made of very thin material. There were thin lines that were just a few centimeters wide running on the surface of her augmented suit. It ran from her shoulder to her elbow and extended to the tip of her fingers. Some of it ran down from her neck to her chest and down to her lower abdomen, and also from her hip to her knees and reached her ankles. Seeing Elena wrapped in that thin body-tight augmented suit which showcased her bodyline in a suggestive way, Akira could not help but to remember the naked Elena's image that Alpha reconstructed using the data left inside his information-gathering device. Elena's image from back then was so breathtaking that it was enough to make Akira lose his cool. As Elena's eyes met Akira's, she could see him flustered and blushing. Because of that, her face started turning red too. Shizuka, who was the only person who wasn't flustered, smiled teasingly as she explained about Elena's augmented suit. The augmented suit that Elena is using is the B3CSD augmented suit. Unlike Akira's augmented suit, this augmented suit is not equipped with exoskeleton support. It might be all baggy before being turned on, but once you turn it on, it will fit tightly on its user's body. Because of that, it would feel like it's not even there and it won't disturb the user's movement. It has enough air permeability that the user would even be able to feel the breeze as if it was blowing directly over the user's skin. And of course, it also augments its user's physical power too. Just like Shizuka said, Elena felt like she was actually naked. Elena went to the back room in panic. Akira just saw her off without saying anything while Shizuka giggled mischievously. Akira took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He thought that he would not be able to talk normally with Elena once she returned if he was not calm enough. So in order to change the mood, he asked a light question to Shizuka. Shizuka-san. Do all advanced augmented suits look like that? Nope. Not all of them look like that, but that type is not rare either. After all, there's a demand for that type of augmented suit. Akira was surprised when he heard her answer. He wondered if some of the girls actually wanted to buy that kind of augmented suits, or that it was just because the people who bought them were not very concerned about that feature. Shizuka looked at Akira's expression. Since he could not come up with a reply, she took note that he was misunderstanding something, so she explained to him. It's not like they would go out with only that augmented suit, you know. It is originally designed as a support-type augmented suit that was meant to help you when you use a heavy augmented suit or other types of equipment that you can't use without any physical enhancement. It is designed to reduce the stress on your body when you use a heavy augmented suit or to add functions that you can't normally find on a heavy augmented suit. Then it expanded from there. Some of them are used together with armor, some of them can be used under normal clothing, and some of them are redesigned to be used in daily life. I'm actually using one too, you know, although, it's a cheaper one compared to Elena's. Shizuka-san too. Yep. Without it, I won't be able to carry around heavy guns and ammo after all. Akira had seen Shizuka carrying around heavy guns and ammo as if they were nothing, but he never really paid attention to it before. After hearing her explanation, he quickly realized it. Now that you mention it, that must be the case, huh? I didn't realize it although I've seen you carrying heavy stuff around. Most of the people won't notice it. Some people intentionally use simple clothing while hiding an augmented suit under it in order to catch their opponents off guard. It's an important skill for a hunter to be able to discern that, so you should be careful, Akira. I understand. Akira could feel that he was really lacking in both knowledge and skill as a hunter. Elena then returned after putting on her usual armor on top of her augmented suit. As she and Akira looked at each other, she just smiled, trying to gloss over what happened not too long ago. Akira once again threw out a new subject to change the mood. Elena-san, thank you very much for the information gathering device from the other day. It is really useful. Elena understood Akira's intention and immediately answered back. I'm glad to hear that. As I thought, a general type information gathering device is more suitable for beginners. Not to mention that I heard the power of the general type information gathering device has been increasing lately. I guess the trend for information gathering devices really leans towards that direction nowadays. Akira and Elena continued their conversation awkwardly, trying to forget what just happened. Shizuka was just silently watching them while enjoying their reaction. Akira borrowed a car from the rental shop and was traversing the wasteland. Alpha. How long before we arrive? At this pace, we should arrive there in about 30 minutes. I see. So then, Alpha, why are you in that uniform? Alpha, who was sitting in the assistant driver's seat, was wearing a maid uniform. It looked very non-practical since it focused only on aesthetics. It was made of glossy luxurious fabric with a snow-white apron above it, and it had zero skin exposure below the neck. The skirt extended down to her ankle, thus completely hiding her long legs. It had long sleeves that covered her arm and her hands were wrapped in snow-white gloves. Alpha looked graceful and refined. She then let out a bewitching smile. Oh my, do you want me to put on something else instead? If you have any request, I'll change to any dress you want, you know? Well, it's not like I have any request though. It's just that I feel like you always use dresses that don't fit the waistland, you see. So I'm just curious why you always do that. The reasoning behind my dresses, huh? You can say that I have a lot of reasons behind it, but you can also say that I'm just picking dresses randomly. A lot of reasons, huh? Akira remembered the other day when Alpha was using a provocative swimsuit in the middle of a request. Although it was better compared to when she was naked every time she took a dip in the bath together with him. Unlike in a bath where it was to be expected to get naked, wearing a swimsuit in the middle of the wasteland in a normal condition was completely abnormal. Thus he could not help but get distracted by it. Well, I guess it's still better than a swimsuit, huh? Alpha might change into something worse if Akira prodded too much. That was why he decided to not pursue that subject. It might be a little bit too late asking about this, but, is this vehicle really okay? A wasteland vehicle for hunters usually has guns attached to it, but this vehicle has no guns, you know? Well, it's not like I want to rent a vehicle with a huge cannon, it's just that we can get a better vehicle if I spend a little more money for the car, right? The vehicle that Akira borrowed was the cheapest vehicle for hunters that were available in the rental shop. So there were many other better vehicles in that rental shop if he was willing to spend more money on it. This one is good enough. Thanks to the previous request, you are rank 20 hunter now, and this vehicle has the best price versus performance ratio that you can get for now. Although it's true that this vehicle has no weapons attached, it'll be fine as long as you can take out the monsters that you meet. It will also work as a test for your newly modified AAH rifle after taking Shizuka's suggestion. Not to mention, I can't control the guns attached to a vehicle because they are controlled by the control device on the vehicle. After all, it's not like I can just hijack the control unit of a rented car, right? Oh, I understand now. The control device also doubles as an information gathering device used by the hunter office to decide your reward from the monsters that you kill, you see. So if you mess with it, they might cut your reward. But even so, do you still want me to do it after knowing that? Alpha smiled teasingly, while in contrast to that, Akira's face turned pale. Please don't touch the control device. Roger that. Akira looked annoyed since it seemed like Alpha was enjoying herself by bullying him. Putting that aside, what would you do if I suddenly tell you to do that? I've explained to you all the risks that might come from doing that, so if you tell me to do it even after knowing that, I'll do it, you know? Like when you saved Elena and Sarah, I've told you to stop but you still decided to help them and I still gave my support to you when you did that, remember? And also when a big swarm of monsters came out from Kuzusahara ruin, I told you not to go but you said that you would go even if you had to go alone on foot, but even so I didn't use the augmented suit to forcefully stop you and I even gave my support too, right? I always try to respect your will, you see. That's why, Akira, you should think carefully before deciding on something, okay? You're right. As Alpha gave off a pressuring smile to Akira, he thought that he should not have asked while making a stern face. They continued talking while heading to their destination. Akira, who was bothered by the content of his request this time, suddenly asked Alpha. By the way, the request that I took this time is a normal monster hunting request. But it seems that I can still get the reward if I just submit the scan information that I collect around the destination area even if I don't kill any monsters, right? But it's a monster hunting request, so why is that? It'll be used as data for monitoring the monster distribution in the area. I think they'll send an eradication team if they find an area with a lot of monster signals. So it's basically a reconnaissance request, but since they don't know the exact location to send the hunters, they also combined it with an extermination request for convenience. Basically, you won't get any money if you just waste your time loitering around the city, but you can get some money if you loiter around a bit further away from the city, you see. Akira thought that it was something interesting, thus he continued asking about that matter. Doesn't that mean that the hunters can just run around in the wasteland in a high-speed vehicle without fighting any monsters and still get money? Some hunters do that too. Akira was half joking when he asked that question since he thought that no hunters would do something like that. So he was surprised when Alpha gave that unexpected answer. They do, huh? They're called as the runners. They use vehicles specially designed for enhanced speed and equip it with a very powerful scanning device as they just roam around the wasteland. But of course, they won't be able to do that if they don't have the ability to escape from the monsters. Else they might gather a huge number of monsters chasing them around while trying to run away from them, you know. Since they know that the city defense will take them out together with the monsters chasing them if they bring those monsters to the city, they have no other choice but to desperately try to break off from the monsters chasing them. So there are hunters who earn money by doing something like that, huh? I thought that hunters only earned money by hunting monsters or relics. You're not 100% mistaken, hunting relics and hunting monsters are the primary income sources for the hunters. I'm just saying that it's not the only income source for the hunters. But well, I guess it has nothing to do with you, Akira. What you need is basically polish the most fundamental skill for a hunter, the skills to explore ruins. As Alpha was smiling at Akira showing her expectation of him, he just returned back with another smile. I know. Please be patient until I have enough skills to explore the ruin that you requested me to. In that case, let's see how good you are now so I can plan your next training schedule. Alpha smiled and pointed her finger forward. There was a monster running towards the vehicle in front of them. Akira stopped the car, got off from it, and readied his AAH rifle that already had the modifications that he bought from Shizuka's shop installed on it. When he took his aim through the scope, it worked together with his information-gathering device to calculate the distance to the monsters and to show the scan result from the area around him. At the moment, Akira received no support from Alpha. He wanted to test his own skills as he carefully took his aim and pulled the trigger. The bullet that flew out from the rifle's muzzle did not even scratch the monster. It flew past not too far to the right from that monster. That was close. It missed 2 meters to the right of that monster. Alpha enhanced Akira's vision so that he could see the trajectory that the bullet took. He confirmed the trajectory and immediately took another aim. He adjusted his aim and aimed carefully. He then used his augmented suit to hold his aim so it would not sway before pulling the trigger again. This time, the bullet passed through the left side of the monster. You missed 1 meter to the left this time. Just a bit more and you'll hit it. As the monster kept running towards him, Akira slowly took a long deep breath to calm himself down and took another aim at the monster. He knew well that he would die if he panicked, and getting nervous would only put him in a worse situation. He kept himself calm and aimed carefully before pulling the trigger again. This time, the bullet hit the monster. But it did not hit the weak point of the monster, nor was it able to deal severe injury. It was only enough to stagger the monster as it continued charging towards him. Akira kept trying to snipe the monster continuously. Although all of the bullets that he shot hit the monster, he was not able to stop it. The monster was already in a dangerous distance from him. Akira lightly sighed as he changed his stance from sniping to just standard shooting. He changed the rifle's mode from semi-automatic to fully automatic. He sacrificed precision for damage as he shot out countless bullets with enhanced firepower thanks to the modification that he had installed on his rifle. It was no longer important to aim for the monster's weak points. Akira now just showered the monster with bullets and slaughtered it, without giving it any chance to escape. Akira thought back. With Alpha's support, this fight would have ended with the first shot. He cursed his own weakness and lack of skills. As I thought, most of my shots missed. What should I do to be able to shoot accurately as if you're helping me? My extremely accurate aiming is based on a complicated trajectory calculation with my superior processing ability. That's why even if I teach you how I do it, it won't help you much. So just try to imagine the TP line that I usually show you before you shoot. I'll train you hard until you can make an accurate judgment of the bullet trajectory. But that aside, you're actually getting better, I can guarantee you that much. So be patient and let's keep doing our best. Seeing how Alpha smiled when she said that, Akira decided to trust her. After all, it was not like he could do anything about it even if he doubted what she just said. I know. Well, if it's that easy, I guess people won't be having a hard time like this, huh? Yep, that's true. So let's patiently polish your skill. Akira changed his gear, returned back to his vehicle and drove to his destination, leaving the dead monster corpse behind. Chapter 41, A Request for Akira. Akira traversed the wasteland in his car and finally arrived at his destination. After he looked around his surroundings, he seemed uncertain. Alpha, is this really the place? This should be the place according to the data that we got from Higuraka Residence Ruin. There was a weird silence between Akira and Alpha. In order to find an undiscovered ruin, we're trying to look for Lion Steel Corporation's branch office or any facility with a terminal. If it is located in an area that is not widely known to the public, there is a good chance that there's an undiscovered ruin there. This place is one of such an area, am I right, Alpha? That's right. There was an endless wasteland laid in front of Akira. Buildings that were abandoned would slowly become decrepit before crumbling down. The wind and rain would then shave the debris into fine particles. As for the dead human and monster corpses, they eventually returned back to be one with the earth. Then, new life would bloom out from where they were. However, only small traces of civilization were left in this place. It was too barren to be called as a ruin, that I guess I got my hopes up too high, huh? But it's only to be expected though. If finding an undiscovered ruin was an easy thing, the other hunters would have found dozens of them already. Akira tried to cling on to his faint hope. Is it possible for you to get more precise data? Even if you tell me that it's around here, this place is vast. We might be able to find something if you can come up with a more precise location. Wait. Look over there. When Alpha pointed her finger towards a location that she extracted from the data set, Akira quickly turned towards that direction. With his vision that was enhanced by her support, he was able to see an arrow that was pointing at a specific location. But unfortunately, it was pointing at an empty space. Akira tilted his head when he saw where the arrow pointed to. Are you telling me that there's a building with some kind of optical camouflage over there? Nope. Alright then. This one is a bust. Let's go to the next one. Alpha answered immediately in a fashion as if she was trying to just gloss it over. Akira found that a bit funny as he smiled bitterly. It was not like Akira was blaming Alpha. Even old-world cities that spanned over a very wide area could not resist the might of time and had turned into a barren wasteland. The so-called ruins were basically nothing more but a part of those cities that, for some reason, were able to withstand the withering of time and were preserved till now. They were exceptions but not the rule. Akira and Alpha just left that place and headed to the next one. They then checked all the places that they could extract from their data, but they did not find anything interesting. Akira could not help but let out a sigh since he kept finding the arrows pointing at empty spaces. Frustration kept piling every time he headed to a different place. His motivation was slowly shaved and his original expectation was crushed. Looking at the discouraged Akira, Alpha tried to cheer him up with a bright voice. It's all busts, huh? What do you want to do now? Want to stop looking for an undiscovered ruin and go back to exploring already discovered ruins? Those data are also useful even in an already explored ruin. It might help to navigate through confusing areas or dangerous places. With that data, we might even be able to find undiscovered hidden places filled with untouched expensive relics, you know. Akira hesitated before answering back, that I think I'll stay looking for this undiscovered ruin for some more time. Since we got that data, I want to make use of it as much as possible. Alright. I hope we hit a jackpot in the next place. You can say that again. Although it would totally suck if it's overrun with monsters. That's why you have to make sure you have a solid preparation so that it won't be a gamble. Of course, I'm talking both about your equipment and skill. Moreover, you have my support too, so it'll be alright. It has been like that up until now, hasn't it? Akira looked back into his memories and noticed that it was indeed true, thus he was finally able to get over it and lightly smile. You're right. I'll be counting on you. Just leave it to me. Alpha gave a confident smile to Akira. Akira had been gambling since the day he met Alpha. As a hunter where he had to gamble using more than his own life, he had been winning all his bet. But there was no guarantee that it would continue from here and on. As Akira and Alpha continued to roam the wasteland in search of undiscovered ruin, they also continued to find empty spaces. Akira thought that he should head back to the city soon, so he decided that the next place will be the last stop before returning back to the city. The last place he checked was also a vast empty wasteland, but there was a cluster of completely buried debris in a certain area not too far from there. As Akira thought, it was another bust. He asked Alpha to reconfirm the location from the data as she had always done. Alpha, do that thing again, please. It's over there. Just like usual, Alpha used the data as a reference and pointed at the direction of the location. Akira then could see an arrow pointer with his enhanced vision. Akira was surprised when he saw the arrow. It was pointing below the ground. Underground? That seems to be the case. Akira scanned his surroundings one more time, but he did not find anything that resembled an entrance to the underground. Is there any gate mentioned in that data? I was only able to extract the location. I thought that location data would be enough since you can decide the route through simple research. It might have completely collapsed and buried underground, but if that's not the case, then you'll be discovering a new ruin. But even so, I can't go in without any entrance. So, what do you want to do? Want to look for an entrance? No, let's go back home for today. I'm here with a rental vehicle. So even if there's really an undiscovered ruin here, I just can't stay in one place for long looking for an entrance. The record left in the vehicle will be suspicious after all. So yep, I'll have to get my own vehicle first before searching for an entrance here. That's true. We'll have to wait until then. Let's just go back home for today. Although he could not find an undiscovered ruin, he was able to find hints of one. Akira was at least satisfied with that as he decided to go back to the city. Akira was taking a good dip in the bath inside his inn. He looked completely relaxed as he let the warm water melt away all of his tiredness. As usual, Alpha was also there taking a dip in the same bath as him. The only thing that hit her wonderful body was the hazy steam and the ripples on the water surface. But even so, her body was utterly captivating. Akira did not seem bothered by that at all. Although there was an unreal beauty in the same bath as him, as always, he was just wasting that luxurious scene. A notification message reached Akira's information terminal that he left inside his room. But since it was connected to Alpha, she also received that message's information. Akira, there's a request for you from the Hunter office. Request? Yep, you've become quite a hunter now that the Hunter office would even send a specially designated request to you, huh? Well, normally, you should be delighted, but the content of the request is rather concerning. Akira quickly understood that there was something bad going on. He quickly tensed up as all of his consciousness that was melted into the warm water was snapped back into his body. So, what it needs me to do? To put it simply, they're thinking of taking out all the Urata scorpion's nest in the Kuzusuhara ruin and they want you to help them out. Nice, let's refuse it. Akira immediately refused it. Normally, any hunter would have welcomed any specially designated request from the Hunter office. But as he remembered the hard battle he had fought in that abandoned building and how he had to fight a swarm of Urata scorpion while trying to run away from that area, he did not hesitate when he decided to refuse this request. But Alpha then lightly shook her head. It is concerning because you can't just refuse the request, you see. The requester is the long-term strategic division of the Kagomayama city. It would be simple if it was from the city guards since their duty is to maintain the safety around the city. But this one is from the long-term strategic division. If you refuse it without any good reason, they might paint a bad mark on you thinking that you have no motivation in helping with the city's growth. It would be very troublesome if they see you in a bad light as long as you're living in this city, you know. Well, in the worst-case scenario, you can just move out to another city though, but I don't think it is worth all of that troubles for just refusing this request. Akira groaned, even he would not want to be put in a bad spotlight in the city. Is there any way to politely refuse this request? Maybe I can put extra conditions if they want me to take this request, but what should I put so that they would retract the designated request? Well, it is indeed a hard question, a condition that is not impossible but enough to make them retract this request, huh? After Akira had a long consultation with Alpha about what condition should he demand from the requester. He understood that simply asking a big reward would not work, even if that might be able to let him evade the designated request, there was no mistaking it that it would buy him animosity from the city. So, they decided to ask for a big reward for his next request as his last option. In the end, they came up with 3 conditions. Because of his lack of skill, he would be using a lot of the special piercing ammo for his CWH anti-material rifle, and so they will be paying for the ammo up front. And although he would be working as a part of a team, he was to be allowed to make his own decision and move alone separated from his other team members from time to time. That also included the time when he decided to return back home. The reward would be paid based on the number of monsters killed. And lastly, his reward would not be deducted from any passive actions such as going back home first. He had a hard time fighting the Urata scorpions yesterday because of his lack of skill. Thus, he would not take the request unless he was entitled to get this much exemption. This was what he added to his reply mail before sending it. I wrote a lot of stuff there, but I wonder if I've asked too much. Akira could not take back his reply mail since he had already sent it, so it was a little worried. Alpha smiled at him to calm him down. It can't be helped. If it was too easy, then they would just accept your conditions. Let's just hope that they would retract their request without getting too angry. Akira let the warm water take over his body as he wished for this matter to be resolved peacefully. The next morning, Akira was shocked when he read the message that reached his information terminal. You got to be kidding me. All the conditions that he put out for the Urata Scorpion's nest cleaning request were accepted. Akira visited Shizuka's shop right when it was just opened. He looked grim as he asked Shizuka. "Shizuka-san, how many CWH anti-material rifles specially designed ammo can you sell to me if I ask you for everything you have?" Shizuka tilted her head when Akira asked her that question. "How many, huh? To be more precise, how many do you exactly need?" "As much as I can carry. Since I have an augmented suit, I'm thinking of stuffing my rucksack with as many bullets as possible. Then I want to buy some more as reserve ammo too." Shizuka felt something bad was going on, thus she worriedly asked him. "Why do you suddenly need that many CWH anti-material ammo? What exactly are you planning to fight?" "Urata scorpions. Things happened, you see." Akira then explained everything to Shizuka. After that, she frowned and said, "Urata scorpion's nest, huh? It's true that their exoskeleton is very hard, so it's understandable that you would use expensive ammo to make sure that they are really dead. With that in mind and considering the strength of the swarm that attacked you the other day, it must be quite a big nest. And I'm going to fight those monsters, huh? Maybe I should have given them a crazier demand." Shizuka felt a pang in her heart as she saw how dejected Akira was. But she prioritized herself as a shopkeeper as she said to him with a serious face. "All right. I'll help you as much as I can with the ammo. But there's one thing that I want to make sure first, about the ammo expense that will be paid by the requester. How exactly are they going to pay it? Ordering a big amount of CWH anti-material rifle special ammo cost a lot of money, so it would be troublesome if you don't pay me up front. Business is a business after all." Personally, Shizuka wanted to sell the ammo even if Akira could only pay it on a later date. But if she did that and other hunters heard about that, it would be very problematic for her. As the manager of her shop, she wanted to avoid that situation no matter what. But Akira answered back swiftly. "Don't worry about that. I heard that the requester will pay for the expense when you deduct the ammo expense from my bank account. So please use this request's unique code when you charge me for the ammo." After Akira finishes his payment, all of the money that he spent will be considered as a loan to the hunter office in case if he ran away from the request. But the collection of that debt would be done in a quick and violent manner. Simply put, only a bad ending would be waiting for him if he did that. Akira already resolved himself. Because she already knew that, Shizuka decided to do her best as a businesswoman who was dealing with a hunter to make sure that Akira would return back alive. She then gently smiled at him to cheer him up. "All right. I'll bring them to you right away, so wait here for a bit, okay? And also, you'll be bringing your AAH assault rifle too, right?" "Yeah. I did modify it after all and I'm sure I'll meet other types of monsters too. In that case, you should replace the normal AAH rifle's ammo to piercing ammo. I'll bring you the strongest piercing ammo that can be used for AAH rifle."
"It's okay if I put it on the same payment account, right?" "Yes, please. Its firepower is pretty high, and so is its price. I don't usually recommend using it since it will bring down the gun's durability. But it's not like you can worry about it this time, right? So, when are you going to need them?" "I already received the dispatch order, so I'll immediately go after I get the ammo. Did I see? I'll bring them here right away." Shizuka went to the warehouse to look for the ammo after she said that. Akira finished his preparation, bought as much CWH special ammo and AAH piercing ammo as he could carry from Shizuka's shop, made sure that his rifles were in top shape, and stuffed his rucksack with as many supplies as possible. Then with the help of Alpha's support, he adjusted his augmented suit so that he could walk normally with all of his heavy loads. Shizuka stood in front of Akira and gave him a warning. "I don't think I need to keep telling you this, but don't do anything reckless, okay?" "Of course." Shizuka gently but tightly hugged Akira. Because of their different builds, Akira's face was buried inside Shizuka's breast. But rather than being surprised, the warmth and the sound of Shizuka's heartbeat calmed him. Shizuka tightened her embrace, but it was not like she could stop him now. She looked very worried when she gently said to Akira, "Be sure to come back alive, okay? Okay." Akira sounded rather happy when he said that. Akira was listening to the explanation about his new request from the staff inside the temporary base in the Kuzusuhara ruin. Your request is to take out Urata Scorpion's nest. The details about the request have been sent to you. I'll assume that you've all read it, so I'll skip that part. Just read the instructions in the terminal that we lend you and go to your designated place. After that, listen to the commander in the field. How about the road there? Is it safe? It would be troublesome if I meet another swarm of Urata Scorpion, so I don't want to go alone. I did include that in my demand, right? Don't worry, we have taken out all the swarms out there. But you might still encounter some small groups that's separated from the main swarm. Since you're here for taking out their nest, you should at least be able to handle a small group, right? Well, if things get dicey, just contact us through the terminal and you can always withdraw. All right. Akira stepped out the base with a terminal that the staff handed to him. Alpha suddenly gave him an order. Akira, connect that terminal with your information terminal. I'll modify it so I can work with it. It's just a borrowed terminal, you know? Are you sure?
Akira did not mind if Alpha wanted to hijack or even falsify the data inside his information terminal. But he hesitated to allow her messing with a borrowed terminal. So he could not help but ask her with a puzzled look when she told him to connect his information terminal to that borrowed terminal. Alpha smiled to assure him. It's all right. It's easier to use one's own information terminal, so of course, I rather use that one. It is just that it can be connected to other information terminals for hunters, so I just want to make use of that feature too. I see, I guess it's fine then. Akira was convinced by that and connected his information terminal with his borrowed terminal. With this, Alpha was able to access the information inside the borrowed terminal. Akira arrived at his destination. He was standing and looking at a half-destroyed tall building in front of him. It was not rare to find such a building in the outskirts of the Kuzusuhara ruin. His face frowned imagining such a building being overrun by Urata scorpions. Is this building a Urata scorpion's nest? Not this one. Wait, no. But I was told to come here though. This is just an entrance. I picked signals from other hunters inside the building, so let's go. Akira could see some hunters together with the staff from the City Defense Division inside a big hall on the first floor. The staff who was taking command in that area waved at Akira as he noticed him entering the hall. But he obviously looked disappointed when he saw Akira up close. Let me confirm this, are you here for the Urata Scorpion's nest extermination request? Yes. Another child hunter, huh? I guess I really need to ask those people in HQ to only give me real hunters next time. That staff did not even try hiding his displeasure. Akira was not there because he wanted to, so he really hoped that anyone who wanted to complain would not word it out. But he also understood that it was not like that staff asked for him either, so Akira tried to just ignore his spicy remark. Well, that's fine. You want to join the defense team or the exploration team? Please assign me to the easier one. His answer made that staff flare up as he glared at Akira. Are you fucking kidding me? Akira's face turned stern as he firmly replied back. I'm being serious here. If you tell me to choose, I'm picking the safest and easiest job. But I don't know which one of those two is easier, that's why I'm asking you as someone who knows the current situation here. That staff kept glaring at Akira, but since Akira glared back at him without even flinching back, that staff changed his stance and mocked Akira. Humph, very well. I'll leave you with the defense team. You just have to guard the buildings and points that we have taken control of. It's an easy job that children like you should be able to do. That staff operated his information terminal and started processing Akira's assignment. He was obviously annoyed when he saw the data that he read from Akira's borrowed terminal. Name, Akira. Hunter rank 20, huh? That's pretty high for a small kid like you. Do you have another hunter behind you that you're piggybacking? I'll leave that to your imagination. He was extremely annoyed by Akira's apathetic attitude. But since he just finished processing Akira's assignment, he decided to stop thinking about it. Humph, your station will be in the defensive point number 14. The location should be shown in your terminal. So there, now go. Roger that. Akira then left that place. After Akira was gone from his views, that staff mumbled. Good grief, that little turd. I have no idea which gang sent that brat here. But I really wish they would send his guardian hunter too when they send a brat like him for a request like this. I bet he has nothing interesting in his record anyway. He then used his information terminal to open the Hunter Office website to see the hunter-related information about Akira. Although it did not show Akira's history, it did not take that much of tweaking around to open the history page that he normally should not be able to see. The Long-Term Strategic Division, as the one who ordered for this request, had a close relationship with the Hunter Office. Because of that, some people in certain positions in the organization were given the rights to access information about the hunters. Some hunters hid the requests that they failed and only showed the requests that they had succeeded. The city staff found such a thing so many times in the past as they laughed at those hunters. He mocked Akira since he thought that it must also be the case for Akira. He believed the boy was also hiding his request history. But the moment he saw Akira's request history, he was completely blown away and reactively turned to Akira's direction. Although Akira was just a small boy from the slum who started from rank 1, it only took him a few months to climb up to rank 20. There were several records saying that Akira responded to Kagemayama Defensive Squad's emergency request and came back alive. Then he went against a swarm of Urata scorpions during the forward base construction aid request while saving the other hunters. And to top it off, he did all of that by himself. There was no record of him working in a team with another hunter nor that he ever joined a hunter gang like Drankum. Akira's request history did not agree to what he expected from a young hunter who he just mocked. It even made him suspect Akira for falsifying the information. Who in the world is that boy? What that staff felt was not amazement after seeing a mind-blowing hunter record that attested for Akira's strength, but it was more like being spooked from seeing a boy who defied all common sense. Chapter 42, The Children of the Defensive Point 14. With Alpha's help, Akira could see an indicator in his vision guiding him to his station in the defensive point number 14. As he followed that indicator, he eventually arrived in front of a building in the middle of a plain opening. There was a shutter in the wall of that building. He could see a stairway leading underground. When he peeked behind that shutter, the indicator was pointing downwards. It's underground. It seems that the Urata scorpion made their nest in the underground city of the Kozusuhara ruin. I didn't know that Kozusuhara ruin had an underground city. The person leaning beside that shutter noticed Akira and immediately operated a control panel near him. The shutter creaked and slid open. Akira found it weird, so he asked that man. This shutter is also an object from the old world, right? How did you move it? This one can be opened and closed with a button, you see. Although, we still need an expert hacker to be able to control it. But then again, it's an old world relic made using old world technology, so it's not like having an expert hacker guarantee that you can take control of the control panel. Since we are on that note, be sure not to mess with the control panel that you find in the underground. In the worst case scenario, it can trigger an alarm and this place will be overrun with monsters in no time. Get in, I need to close it again quickly. The shutter shut after Akira stepped through it. The sound of the steel shutter echoed as it collided with the floor. It was reminding him that he was no longer outside, in the wasteland. When Akira walked down the stairs, he suddenly stopped as he saw a huge load of explosives lined up in front of him. The man from before noticed Akira's expression, so he explained. Those explosives are just insurance in case anything bad happens. If the monsters underground push us up to this point and it's obvious that it's impossible to defend this point, we'll blow those explosives and stop them here. Don't worry, it won't explode if you step on it, though. Don't kick or step on them on purpose, okay? Akira looked stern and glared at that man. What will happen to us in that case? The man laughed as if he was joking. If you guys do your job properly, then you guys will be either dead or have fully withdrawn from the underground by then. Work hard if you don't want to be among the former. Akira sighed and continued walking deeper into the underground where the gathering place was located. Although that man said it as if he was just joking, Akira knew that he was serious. The underground city was illuminated by lightings installed by the people who went down there before Akira. It showed its real appearance after being warped in total darkness for years. Ruins of crumbled shops piled up over one after another. This showed that it was once a bustling place filled with people. But instead of people, it was filled with monsters right now. The underground city consisted of complex hallways filled with monsters. It caused the underground exploration to be extremely difficult. The people who had explored first had cleared and installed illumination in certain points in the underground. Although they were able to secure those areas, the underground was still more dangerous compared to the surface above. As Akira was walking past the already secured hallway, Alpha explained to him the details of the request. Although he had heard a simple explanation from her beforehand, he wanted to confirm the duties of the defense team in detail, so he asked Alpha about it in the middle of their idle banter. During this Urata Scorpion subjugation request, the hunters were mainly divided into 3 teams: the exploration team, the extermination team and the defense team. The exploration team was responsible for exploring the underground city when it was filled with total darkness. They had to map the underground city and mark the locations of any nests that they found. The team mainly consisted of the hunters who were proficient in using information-gathering devices. The extermination team's main duty was, simply put, hunting and exterminating monsters. Basically, they had to hunt and exterminate Urata scorpions' nests, expand the secured area and provide support to the exploration and defense team if needed. It mainly consisted of hunters with excellent fighting skills. As for the defense team, looking from where Akira was sent to, it seemed that its main duty was to protect non-crucial communication relay stations. Akira looked happy when Alpha explained that to him. In that case, then it's really an easy job that even a small kid like me can do, right? I'm glad I asked. Akira, I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but stay vigilant, okay? I know. I'm just glad that it's not as hard as I expected. I thought it would be some kind of super hard request since the requester even accepted all of my demands. I really do hope that's the case. As Alpha said that as if she was hiding something, Akira looked slightly worried while making a puzzled face. Alpha. If you're only scaring me to keep me on my toes, can you please stop it? I'll properly do my job. Or is it that you're expecting something to happen? If I have to say anything, I guess it's a certain someone's bad luck that made him encounter monster swarms twice in the same day, or got him chased by a swarm of Urata scorpion after getting dispatched for a rescue request, or made him run alone in the wasteland for an SOS request. Akira hung his head low without saying anything back. He knew that he had bad luck and he understood that Alpha was warning him not to do anything that might worsen it. I'll do my best to avoid any situations where I can only rely on my luck. Yep, you should do that. Let's hope that your bad luck won't go so bad to the point where I can no longer compensate it with my support. Akira could only smile bitterly to Alpha, but she smiled back teasingly at Akira. There was an opening in a junction where the hallways met. Illuminations and communication relay were installed in that big opening. 8 hunters who looked bored were guarding the area. It was the defensive point number 14 where Akira was stationed. One of those hunters noticed Akira who was coming from the hallway. He then laughed and tapped the other hunter's shoulder. That's my replacement, so I'm out. Wait. Isn't this just another brat? Don't worry, it just means that this job is so easy that they think it's okay sending children here, you know? Later then. That hunter then smiled mockingly and waved at Mamata, his hunter friend. He passed beside Akira and left the defensive point. Mamata watched in jealousy as his friend left and proceeded to the surface. After his friend had gone from his view, he shifted his gaze to Akira. It was obvious that he was so disappointed having Akira there, he didn't even try hiding it as he exasperatedly asked Akira. So, what is your hunter rank? 20. Mamata frowned, his face was saying that he was annoyed and displeased. Another piggybacking brat, huh? Why in the world does this station keep getting children? Just be sure not to get in my way, okay? Piggybacking was a derogatory term used for the hunters who got support from other better hunters and borrowed powerful equipment to get a high rank. They did not have real ability and skills suitable for that rank. Most of the young hunters from hunter gangs were piggybacking hunters, and the whole gang was often mocked for letting young hunters do that. Akira did not know the meaning behind that mocking term, but he could somehow feel the meaning behind it from how Mamata said it. Akira also fully understood that he was able to gather all of his achievements thanks to Alpha's support, so he just ignored it as he asked Mamata. Are you the one in command here? There's no one in command here. We're just a mismatch of random hunters, deciding on the person in command would only cause a fight. I have no plan watching over you little brats. If you're looking for someone to help you, then get along with those kids over there, all right. Akira turned at the direction that Mamata pointed when he said that. But he suddenly turned around, walked away, and sat not too far from both Mamata and the group that Mamata just pointed, isolating himself from the rest of the hunters. The other hunters looked at Akira, wide-eyed. But he was not bothered at all. Akira, are you sure you don't want to join that group? Yes. I think I'll just cause a fight if I go over there. But Alpha, if you tell me to go, I'll go. Alpha looked at that group of hunters once again before she turned back to Akira and smiled bitterly. You're right, let's not do that. The group that Mamata pointed at was Katsuya's group. The hunters in the defensive point number 14 were divided into 3 groups, Mamata's group, Katsuya's group and Akira alone. Katsuya's group consisted of Katsuya, Yamaina, Eri, a young girl by the name Reina and an adult woman by the name Shirori. Mamata's group thought that Katsuya's group was filled with piggybacking hunters because of such a composition. A group of young hunters with 1 adult hunter, he bet it was a group of amateur hunters with 1 veteran hunter, he assumed that Shirori was there to watch over the other green hunters. Though in reality, that was not the case. But, it was also understandable that Mamata made that assumption. Both Mamata's group and Katsuya's group spent their time by having silly talks. As time passed by without anything in particular happening, it slowly shaved their vigilance. But they also kept their information-gathering device to focus on a small-range scan, thus there was a minimum possibility of facing a surprise attack. Up until this point, no one doubted it was an easy job that even a small kid could do. Akira was chatting and studying with Alpha. As a kid who had grown up in the slum city, he was not good with letters and he lacked common sense. In order to learn the knowledge needed to be a successful hunter, he needed to study the basic knowledge first. He still had a lot of things to learn, that was why he used any idle time he had for studying. Alpha suddenly turned her head, Akira noticed that and followed suit. He found Katsuya and Reina walking towards him. Reina pulled Katsuya and dragged him to Akira. She then looked down at Akira who was sitting on the ground and said, Your name? It's Akira. Why are you sitting here alone? Come with us. No thanks, I'm good here. Reina frowned. Why? Is it so that you can play hooky by yourself here? I have no plan playing hooky here. Don't lie, you've been just sitting here quietly doing nothing. Both Katsuya's and Mamata's groups were at least still watching their surroundings, but Akira did not seem like he was monitoring his surroundings at all. Or at least, that was how it looked from outside, so it was understandable why Reina thought he was playing hooky. But Akira just answered back swiftly but casually. I keep my eyes on the scan result of my information gathering device. That was why I noticed when you guys came over here. To be more precise, it was Alpha who was keeping eyes on the scan result and not Akira. Alpha just smiled at Akira, but he ignored it. Reina was obviously annoyed, but she was convinced by what Akira said and decided to stop pursuing that line of thinking. Instead, she tried to come up with another excuse to make Akira listen to her. Akira, what is your hunter rank? Rank 20. Reina looked smug as she stated her rank. Mine is 23. There was a moment of silence between them. Akira showed no change in his behavior and did not say anything back to Reina. She was very upset by that as she yelled to Akira. Are you listening to me? I'm rank 23. I'm above you, you know. So. Don't give me that. I'm above you, so you should listen to what I say. Just get on your feet and come with me. No one told me to follow the orders from the hunters who are ranked higher than me, and the request description doesn't say anything about that too. So I don't have any reason to obey you. No reason? That might be true, but... Reina raised her voice when she said that. As Katsuya saw Reina getting heated, he thought that it would be bad to let her continue, so he interrupted her. Well, what can I say? Although she said all of that, she's actually just worrying about you. Isn't it safer to be in a group than being alone if something bad happens? I'm not worried about him. Not even the slightest. Katsuya was actually not trying to help Akira. He said that in order to calm Reina down. But in the end, Reina vented at him too. Akira then casually said. I'll take care of myself if anything happens. When the push comes to shove, you can just abandon me to die. Katsuya was surprised by what Akira just said, but he somehow tried to continue the conversation. Even if you tell us so, it's still safer to be in a group, right? Just leave him alone. Brats like him can just go ahead and die all by himself. Reina immediately turned and walked away. She was even half running. It was completely visible even from behind that she was livid. Katsuya actually wanted to ask Akira about his relationship with Elena and Sarah. But if he kept standing there, Reina would get angry at him too, and he wanted to avoid that. Not to mention, Akira also did not seem to be in the mood to talk. So he had no other choice but to return back following Reina. Alpha just smiled as she was watching Katsuya and Reina walk away. Well, they're very lively, aren't they? You can say that again. I bet they were so lively that they even got into a fight with the other group before I came here. Mamata's group was looking down at Katsuya's group. It was obvious from how they were behaving. The hunters here already broke into two groups when Akira came, so he thought that it must be right after they had a fight between them. And his guess was spot on. It was doubtful whether they would even help each other if they were attacked by a swarm of Urata scorpions at this moment. It could be considered lucky if they were just abandoning each other. In the worst-case scenario, they might even accidentally shoot at each other. Akira planned to run away alone if the situation turned from bad to worse. He was given the right to do so in his contract. Other than the right to withdraw alone, he was also given the right to move alone. So just to be safe, he wanted to avoid any needless fighting. Akira frowned and sighed. And here I thought I was assigned to a safe place where I can take it easy. Alpha smiled mischievously. Just give your best so that you can wrap up today's request as a lucky hit since you're assigned here. Yeah, I know. Akira grumbled. He was forgetting to count himself in his consideration. But in contrast to that, Alpha knew well that Akira was the biggest threat here who might worsen their situation. Forget about accidental shots, he shot and killed the person who threatened him without even a trace of hesitation. He was probably the most volatile person in this place in case a problem arose. Alpha judged that she needed more observation data to understand the principles behind Akira's actions. Alpha was observing Akira while still smiling like usual, but she has always been watching him closely. Nothing in particular happened after that. Akira had no complaints about it, but that was not the case for the people who were seeking a big reward. As the calmness continued, those people started complaining and talking about what they could do to solve the problem. Mamata's group started talking more specifically about their complaints. We really have nothing to do, huh? Nothing is happening. I bet those hunters in the exploration team are also collecting relics while exploring the underground ruin, but we're in the defense team right now. Even if you want to look for relics, there are only cheap relics left in the outskirts of the ruin, you know? That might be true on the surface, but I heard that might not be the case down here. There are not that many hunters who would come to the underground city to look for relics since this place is always filled with total darkness. I also heard that the shockwave from the explosions used by the defense squad during that big fight not too long ago had opened a path to an undiscovered area inside the ruin, you know? It seems that the Urata Scorpions used that new route connected to the unexplored area to come to the surface. Wait, doesn't that mean that the exploration team can have all the relics in the unexplored area for themselves? Yep. It's not that strange to find a big load of untouched relics inside an unexplored area. I bet they'll get a whole lot of money from the relics that they bring back from here. Damn it, I should have joined the exploration team. As Mamata heard his friend complaining, he joined in their conversation. About that, you see. It seems that they can't bring home relics that they find during this request. It'll be an infringement to their contracts, after all. And if they are found out, the city staff would seize their relics and the penalty is pretty harsh too. But with that being said, it's not like they would leave the relics that they have found, so what do you think they will do in this case? If it's me, I would hide the relics somewhere safe where only I can find them. Exactly, I'll do the same too. So in short, there might be relics hidden around here by those people. So, want to try searching the area? Mamata and his friends made greedy smiles as they looked at each other. As Mamata's group was trying to sneak away from the area, Reina saw them and rebuked. Hold it. Where do you think you're going? Mamata answered back apathetically, Where, you ask? We're just going to patrol around the area. Reina could feel that Mamata was mocking her from his random excuse. There's no need to patrol the area if you're in standby here. Moreover, that's the exploration team's job. Our job is to guard this area. So don't go wandering around without permission. That'll only bring us trouble, you know. Reina shouted at Mamata's group, her voice echoed deep into the underground city. But Mamata did not show any concern at all as he replied back. Don't worry, we'll be back in no time. It's not like there are any monsters coming here anyway, and if there's any movement, I'm sure the people in the HQ will inform us. That's not the problem here. Reina was yelling at Mamata's group but they were ignoring her. It did not seem that any of them were trying to find a middle ground. As their unproductive argument continued, everyone's attention was on them. Suddenly Mamata turned to Akira who was neither a part of his group nor Katsuya's group. He then laughed lightly and asked for Akira's opinion, trying to get Akira involved. What do you think? Everyone there shifted their gaze to Akira. Mamata was looking at him with the eyes showing that he's looking down at Akira while Reina was glaring intensely at him, both of them were waiting for his opinion. Akira who was suddenly pulled into the conversation thought for a bit before answering back, Just go and return back quickly if it's just for the toilet, after all, we wouldn't want you to do that here. If you take too long, I'll assume that you met some monsters and ask for confirmation from the HQ. Akira was basically approving Mamata on what he was going to do. Reina looked surprised and angry at the same time, while on the other hand, Mamata smiled victoriously. It's great to have someone who is so understanding. Yeah, I'm just going to the toilet. I'm about to burst to be honest, later then. After saying that, Mamata took his whole group together with him and left the area. Reina was glaring intensely at Mamata's group, but once they were gone from her view, she turned her displeasure and intense glare towards the next target that she was furious at. She then yelled at Akira while walking towards him. What was that? Are you taking their side? Akira looked a bit annoyed as he answered back casually. I bet they won't listen to what I say anyway, so it's faster to let them go do whatever they want and have them return back here after that. That's all. The way Akira said it as if it had nothing to do with him rubbed Reina in the wrong way. She then exploded in anger. That's not the problem here. Are you saying that it's really okay to let them do what they want? I have no right to stop them. If you want to complain, you can just report them to the HQ. Or do you want to point your guns at them and tell them to stop? Well, I won't stop you though, but I won't get myself involved either. Not to mention that Akira was planning to act alone depending on the situation, so he was not in a position where he could complain about what they were going to do. Moreover, if there were any important notifications like an order to withdraw from the HQ while they were still gone, Akira was not planning to wait for them to return back before withdrawing. To put it bluntly, he did not give a rat's ass if they were left behind to become the monster's meal. Akira thought they left that place fully knowing about this fact. So, relatively speaking, Akira's status and position here was closer to Mimata's group rather than to Reina's group. Reina was still yelling at Akira after that, but he just ignored her. He thought that it would only worsen the situation if he said anything back to Reina. As Reina realized that it would be pointless to keep yelling at Akira, she just glared at him with rage before returning back to Katsuya's group. Akira sighed. I guess the only time when they don't cause a fight is when they die or something similar to that happens, huh? As Akira did not seem to realize that he was also at fault, Alpha just smiled bitterly at him and said, some people just don't get along with other people. It might be just that your way of thinking doesn't fit well with theirs. I guess that must be the case. If they always picked a fight with other people no matter who they were, they would not be able to work as a group. But Katsuya and his friends formed a group and worked together in their group. So Akira thought that it must be that they were not compatible with people like him or Mimata. After coming to this conclusion, Akira decided to just stop thinking about them. Chapter 43, Battle Record and Real Ability. Akira and Katsuya's group were standing on guard inside the hall while Mimata's group left to search around the area and returned back for a few times. Reina tried to call the HQ in order to stop Mimata's group, but the HQ did not take her seriously, thinking that it was not a crucial thing. The defensive point number 14 was not an important position, that was why the HQ did not even bother giving them specific orders. It did not take long for Katsuya's group to realize that Mimata's group did not leave the hall only to take a break. Reina was getting more irritated each passing second. They had to watch the hall and shut their mouth while the other group was not taking their job seriously and going around the area looking for relics. Katsuya. Why don't we go around looking for relics too? No. Katsuya answered back swiftly and without any hesitation, but it only worsened Reina's mood. Since it was an order from Katsuya, who was the leader of the group, so as a member of his group, she had the duty to obey him. She understood that well, but her piled-up irritation gnawed at her. But why? Why should we stand guard while they don't? I know how you feel, but hold yourself back. We've decided from the start that we'll always move in a group to ensure our safety, remember? Moreover, if 5 out of 8 people in this place, 7 if you count them too, leave their station, I'm sure the HQ will not be happy about it. They'll send their complaint to Drankum and will be penalized because of that. That's why we have to stay here. Reina stayed shut, she could not deny Katsuya's logic. But even so, it was not like it could clear her displeasure, she obviously was still annoyed. Katsuya, who noticed that, looked at Reina's eyes, his stare was filled with seriousness and with a hint of affection. But more than that, I don't want you to do the same thing as those scum. As Katsuya kept staring at Reina, she looked a bit intimidated, but then she relaxed, her expression turned from being irritated to slightly embarrassed. At first, Reina did not acknowledge Katsuya's ability. But after hearing that Katsuya and his friends took out a greedy crocodile with their own power, Reina offered to join their team herself to confirm their ability. Around the time she joined Katsuya's team, she still did not recognize their ability, but it did not take long before she recognized their real ability. And since then, she somehow got interested in Katsuya. Even for this request too, it was originally taken by Katsuya, Yamaina and Eri. But Reina went out of her way to bring Shirori with her and joined Katsuya's team, and Katsuya gladly welcomed them. Shirori then gently scolded Reina. "Milady. Please don't bother Katsuya-sama too much. I don't agree with that idea too. Please keep in mind that I'm here to make sure of Katsuya-sama's and Milady's safety." "Oh okay." Reina was weak against Shirori. Shirori was Reina's servant. She served Reina for quite a long time and Reina trusted her. As a requirement, when Reina left her house to work as a hunter, Shirori was to act as Reina's bodyguard. So she decided to give up and stop being persistent. Shirori then continued. "And as I've said to you before, please refrain from making unnecessary contact with other people. There are many other things that you have to be careful of other than the monsters. Since I'm the only person here assigned as your bodyguard, I know it's rather pathetic but I cannot guarantee your safety. So please refrain from making contact with other hunters outside Drankum. Your fiery nature is prone to cause unnecessary fighting, as such." Reina felt that it was going to be a long lecture, so she interjected trying to stop Shirori. I know. But aren't you being too overprotective? Milady, I believe I don't need to remind you, but we are in the wasteland. It's an extremely dangerous place compared to the area inside the city walls. The moment you think that I'm overprotective shows that you are still too naive. Please understand this, milady. The people of the Eastern District had different opinions about where the wasteland started, but most of the people thought that the area outside the city wall was already the wasteland. The barren plain, the desert, the ocean, the skies, the ruins, all of them were described as the wasteland and they were all dangerous places. For some of the people who spent their lives inside the city wall, everything outside the city wall, including the lower district, was all considered as a part of the wasteland. Despite all the differences in opinions, one thing in common was that the wasteland was the opposite extreme of the inner wall where people could live their lives peacefully. The wasteland was a very dangerous place where a person's worth was judged by his or her ability to kill both monsters and other people. Reina understood that she was in the dangerous wasteland, but her resolve was still too naive. With Shirori around to protect her and being in the same group as Katsuya and his friends who were level-headed and had relatively good judgment, made Reina feel safer while also made her less competent in recognizing the real dangers of the wasteland. Shirori understood that very well, but it was not like she could leave Reina open to danger either. That was why she did not have any other choice but to teach Reina through long lectures. Although Reina had enough of Shiori's long lecture, she did not try to resist at all. Reina was actually happy that they were thinking of her safety, but at the same time, she worried that this request would end without anything worth noting at this rate. That was why she was a bit anxious. Reina was always accompanied by Shirori when she was out for her hunter's job. Not only did she have to face the other hunters who looked down on young hunters, but she also had to bring someone to watch over her no matter where she went. Because of that, her evaluation in Drankum was pretty low. Although her hunter rank went up smoothly, more than anyone else, she was the person who doubted her own ability the most. Katsuya and his friends were able to prove their strength after killing a greedy crocodile. The other hunters in Drankum also stopped looking down at them just because they were only small children. Although Urata scorpions were not as strong as greedy crocodiles, Reina thought that if she joined Katsuya's group and contributed in wiping out Urata scorpion's nest, other hunters would stop looking down at her. Since Katsuya's group was able to kill a greedy crocodile, they were sent from Drankum to join this operation. The HQ originally accepted their team and was planning to send them to the extermination team. But after knowing that they were a group of children, the HQ decided to assign them to the defense team instead. Reina found it vexing. She was annoyed that people were still looking down at them. Being in a defense team did not mean that there was zero possibility for them to encounter monsters. That was why the HQ sent hunters to do that job. Reina tried to suppress her irritation, thinking that her chance would eventually come. But unfortunately, the defensive point number 14 was a very safe position. We've been here for quite a long time now. The reason why those people would leave this place is because they don't think anything will happen even if they are not here. I bet that's also the reason why the HQ won't tell them to stay here either. Will this request really end up without anything interesting happening? Reina started hoping that something would happen soon. She completely forgot that safety was the first priority in the wasteland as she was getting impatient. Suddenly, a voice came out from the communication relay device installed in that place. This is the HQ, defensive point number 14, answer me. Everyone there quickly gathered around the communication device. Mamata, who was the closest one, answered back. This is defensive point number 14. Do you notice anything out of ordinary over there? Nothing, everything is normal like usual. You're number 147, right? It seems that you've been leaving and returning to your station a few times. Are you sure that nothing is out of ordinary? We were just going to the toilet. After all, it's dangerous to go alone, and it's normal that we don't go to urinate at the same time, you know. So don't be that uptight. Everyone there thought that Mamata and his friends had been unnecessarily leaving their station, so he assumed that was why the HQ complained. After making that excuse, Mamata thought that it was the time for them to stop leaving their station, but the next answer from HQ refuted their assumptions. I don't care about that. Did you encounter any Urata scorpion when you left the hall? Or at least, did you notice any Urata scorpions in the area? No, nothing. Is there anything wrong? Defensive point number 15 was overrun by a swarm of Urata scorpion. They were able to repel the swarm back with no injury, but the real problem is the direction where the swarm came from. It seems that they came from somewhere inside the area that we had secured. The exploration team might have missed blockading some tunnels, or the swarm might have opened a new tunnel. They might have dug through the crumbling wall or tunneled a small opening into a hole big enough for them to pass through. Are you saying that we have to be careful since we might also get attacked? No. We want you to explore the area one more time. Bring some people with you to explore the area and check if there's any change in the area compared to the map made from the previous exploration. If you find any new tunnels, immediately inform the exploration and the extermination team. There might be a lot of untouched expensive relics waiting to be found in an undiscovered area connected to that new tunnel. Mamata and his friends looked at each other, smiled, and then answered back assertively. Roger that. We'll immediately send some people to explore the area. No, you guys stay there. Just shut up and guard the area. I bet you guys are planning to look for relics rather than exploring the area. Of course, we won't. You guys just stay there. Mamata clicked his tongue and obviously looked annoyed. Looking at that, Reina snickered and said. Serves you right. Mamata turned to Katsuya's group and looked at them. He then answered the HQ back in a fashion as if he was mocking Katsuya's group. Humph. Who should we send then? Other than us, there are only children and a hunter assigned to watch over those children, you know? Katsuya, Eri, and Reina glared at Mamata. Yamaina seemed annoyed by Mamata's remark too. Shirori stood quietly beside Reina, and Akira looked like he did not give two shits at all. The HQ staff then answered back. Number 27 should go. You can pick anyone else, but you can only take 2 other people, max. It's fine if you want to go alone too. Mamata's group and Katsuya's group only knew the number of people in their own group. So they did not know who was the number 27 as they looked at each other, puzzled. This is number 27, roger that. Everyone turned their gaze at the source of that voice. It was number 27, it was Akira. Akira. They said that you can take 2 other people if you want, so, who do you want to take? Nah, Alpha, I'll go alone. I don't want to cause any needless fighting, after all. That's true, but it's dangerous to go alone, you see. Although you got permission to go alone, it's meaningless in this situation, isn't it? You can say that again. If I get another request like this, I'll need to rethink about my demands. Akira grabbed his rucksack and left the hall. The other hunters there were shocked and stared at Akira's back as he was leaving that place. Some of them were simply surprised, some of them were displeased, but Akira did not bat an eyelash as he kept walking away from that place, disappearing into the tunnels. Mamata snapped back to his senses and immediately asked the HQ. He sounded puzzled. Why that boy? Is this some kind of mistake or something? You're not mistaking number 27 for someone else, aren't you? There's no mistake, it is number 27. After the HQ denied Mamata's suspicion, this time Katsuya was the one asking a question. Any particular reason why you picked number 27? If you picked it at random, I want you to let us choose instead. If the HQ randomly chose the people to send, it might cause a problem afterwards. That was Katsuya's thoughts, so as the team leader, he asked HQ to rethink its decision. But HQ denied that too. It's no problem, we picked number 27 because of his record. But you can go ahead and pick the other two. Katsuya was shocked. He remembered the time when he was looked down upon and got assigned to the defense team instead of the extermination team by someone from the HQ. That person might be the same person who he was talking with right now. But that man sounded as if he recognized Akira, who was also a young hunter like him. It was just like the time he first met Akira. This time Shirori joined the conversation. What do you mean by his record? Katsuya-sama and his two other friends took out a greedy crocodile on their own. If it's picked based on the record, shouldn't you pick them instead? Katsuya. Oh, the leader of the Drankum team, huh? Fighting Urata scorpions is not like fighting greedy crocodiles. But if the scorpions were able to dig holes through the walls and open up new tunnels, the areas that were already secured were once again turned into dangerous areas. Although it was only a guess at the moment, it was enough to make exploring these areas extremely dangerous. And Akira was about to step into this life-threatening zone. Even if he had to explore the area, it was not like Akira could just wander around without any objective. After he walked not too far from the defensive point 14, he stopped and asked Alpha what to do next. What should we do? Should we go to the defensive point 15 for now? Any reason why you would do that? If there are any scorpions withdrawing back from defensive point 15, they might be injured and leave some blood marks or other traces on their way back to where they came from. And also, in case if I meet another swarm and get overwhelmed, I would be able to run to defensive point 15, which would be closer than defensive point 14, right? They said that the hunters there were able to fend off the swarm without any injuries, so it should be safer than defensive point 14. That's excellent judgment. Especially that last reason, it's a very good reason. Although Alpha was smiling happily at him, Akira felt a slight of annoyance. Alpha, do you also think that defensive point 14 is dangerous? The hunters there are too relaxed and have completely split into two groups. I doubt they can fight well if they get ambushed, and of course, it's more assuring to go to the people who had fought against that swarm before. Yeah, exactly. Although, as the person who split off from the other two groups and basically made the third faction, it was not like he was in a position to say anything about it. Akira understood that, but he just could not help but grumble. Although he would not go as far as to tell them to get along with each other, Akira hoped that they would at least try not to get in each other's way or even cause harm to one another, like shooting the other group from behind their back. He basically did not want to worry about anyone accidentally shooting someone else. We should go soon. As training, try to explore the area without my support. Training even in this situation, huh? It's exactly because we're in this situation. Of course, I'll keep scanning the surroundings as a training for myself too. You're training? Akira was surprised. He thought that Alpha was an ultimate existence who did not need any more training. She just smiled and said something that he could not ignore. That's right. I'm training myself to see how far I can give you my support only using your current equipment and to find the most effective way to do so. To be honest, even right now, my detection ability has been significantly lowered. Akira was frozen in place. When he came back to his senses, he started to panic. He desperately tried to stay calm, but he just could not do that. What do you mean? It will take a long time to explain everything, so I'll only explain to you the reason. First of all, I can't use the same detection power in the underground city as when I'm on the surface. There are certain materials and facilities in the ruins that reduce my detection ability, and this place is filled with those things. So, just by how much exactly is your detection ability affected? That's a secret. But at least, compared to you or the other hunters, my detection ability is still very high. As a matter of fact, it's relatively very high. But since I can use your detection ability as a comparison, it means that its range and sensitivity have been reduced significantly. Akira thought that it would have been better if he did not know this secret. He started to feel fear that he had not felt in a while. The fact that he might find a monster waiting for him right at the next corner and the fact that he was exploring an unfamiliar ruin gave him goosebumps. But he then clenched his teeth and made his resolve. It's all right. Resolve is my responsibility, let's go. If that was enough to stop him, he would not be able to survive as a hunter. Thus Akira made his resolve and swung his leg forward. Akira. I'm sorry to disturb you when you're already resolved yourself, but we have some guests. Alpha pointed behind Akira. He looked puzzled, but judging from her reaction, it did not seem like it was an enemy. So he slowly turned around while lowering his gun. He was so puzzled because of a different reason as he saw who his guests were. That girl. He saw Reina and Shirori walking towards him. Reina and Shirori confirmed that it was Akira almost the same time when he turned back. But to be more precise, Akira was slightly faster. Shirori noticed that and put up her guard against him. There was no way Akira could see what was behind him. They were not close enough for him to hear their footsteps. He might be able to notice them using an information-gathering device, but she did not think Akira had such a good information-gathering device. Despite all of that, Akira turned back as if he knew well about their position. Shirori just could not think of that as a mere coincidence. In the far east of the eastern district where the front line was, there were some hunters who could feel others' gaze or presence and precisely pinpoint their position only from that which could not be explained with common sense or anything else. Shirori thought that Akira was one of those people, or at least he had a fraction of the talents of those people. Thus it would be extremely dangerous to antagonize him. Because of that, Shirori asked Reina to rethink her decision. Milady, would you please rethink this? No, it would be very suspicious if we ran away the moment he saw us. It would be bad if he misunderstands and thinks that we're here to ambush him. We have no reason to ambush him, so I'm sure he'll understand if we explain. Akira seems to be waiting for us, so let's hurry up. Reina started running towards Akira. Shirori just gave up trying to convince her and followed behind her. Akira thought that it might cause fewer problems if he just quickly moved away from Reina and Shirori. But inside that unknown ruin where Urata scorpions might be hiding behind the wreckages that were scattered around the area and with Alpha's lower detection ability, Akira thought that it was too risky, so he just gave up on running away from Reina and Shirori. And since he stopped where he was standing after seeing them, he had no other choice but to wait until they joined him. When Reina reached him, Akira curtly asked her. What's wrong? Reina answered back in a serious tone. We're here to explore the area too. I see. I'll be exploring around that area, so you can explore the other area. We're coming with you. Akira was actually trying to indirectly refuse her offer, but it seemed that Reina did not catch that, or maybe she did but ignored it. Unfortunately, he did not have enough social experience to discern it. So then he shifted his gaze to Shirori as if he was blaming her. Milady, it seems that he has no wish to form a team with us. I believe it's best if we withdraw ourselves here. Reina's face immediately turned grim. She seemed like she was about to say something, but she stopped herself as she sighed and calmed down, or at least she was trying to calm herself down. She thought that it would be a very bad idea to annoy Akira in this place. It was obvious that was the reason why she was trying to hold herself back. As Reina was telling herself to calm down, she continued to try negotiating with Akira so that she could go together with him. Will come with you, will be useful to you. Well, at least Shirori will be useful to you. In that case, I can just bring her but not you. Shirori will only return back if I'm not with her. If that's true, then both of you can go back. We'll come with you. No thanks, go back. After Akira yelled at them, he just turned around, ignored Reina and Shirori, and continued his exploration. He was carefully moving deeper into the ruin. After a few minutes, he turned around since it was bothering him, and as he expected, he found Reina and Shirori still tailing him. Moreover, they kept a pretty close distance to him as if they were exploring the area together with him. Akira walked towards them, he then sighed exasperatedly and said, Is that it? Are you not going to leave me unless I point my rifle at you and threaten you to leave me alone? Shirori answered back swiftly with a serious face. In that case, I'll do all I can to fight back. Since it'll cause an unnecessary loss for both of us, I hope you would reconsider. Shirori's eyes were saying that she was serious. Akira could feel her strong will to protect Reina no matter what, even if she had to sacrifice herself. Akira was frankly amazed by her strong will, but he thought that this was not the right place to show that resolve, so he exasperatedly glared at Shirori. If you would even go that far, then you should do all you can to drag this girl back, right? My position is under Milady, thus I have the duty to respect Milady's will as long as it's acceptable. The only time when I'm allowed to ignore Milady's wish is when her life is in danger. Akira sighed again and was tearing his hairs out. Alpha, is there anything I can do about this? It can't be helped. Let's just give up and don't let them bother you too much. Why in the world should I bring something that might bring me trouble in the near future? Because it'll only worsen the situation if you use force to make her go back. That's true, but still. You can at least use them as decoys or shields. I'm sure they'll return back on their own if they get injured. So let's just give up making them leave you alone. After all, it's not like you can really point your gun at them and tell them to go back home, right? You're right. Akira gave up and continued exploring the area. He just ignored Reina and Shirori who were tailing him and carefully continued exploring the area while heading to the defensive point number 15. He periodically checked his information-gathering device to confirm if there were any monsters around him. Even if his information-gathering device did not pick up anything, he still remembered what happened the other day when he was ambushed by a swarm of Urata scorpion. So he did not drop his guard down and kept moving carefully. Of course, Alpha would tell him if he missed anything, but since the Urata scorpion might camouflage themselves among the rubbles and wreckages around him, he could not help but move carefully. Because of that, he was moving rather slowly. Alpha, now that I remember it, is there any problem with my information-gathering device's current setting? Yes, there is. Yep, thought so. The optimal setting changes with your surroundings or the aiming device of your gun if you use it in tandem with the information-gathering device. There are some types of monsters that specialize in hiding themselves, so you need to adjust your information-gathering device to be able to detect those monsters. It's also important to adjust its scanning range. If you make it smaller, monsters might be able to notice you before you notice them, but if you make it wider, its sensitivity will fall and you might get ambushed. So you need to consider all of these factors and carefully readjust your setting. So in short, it's not something that the current me can do, right? So Alpha, can you do that for me? Certainly. Yep, it has been readjusted. But you'll have to do it yourself eventually, okay? After Alpha's readjustment, the sensitivity and effectiveness of Akira's information-gathering device increased exponentially. Because of that, the information displayed in Akira's visor suddenly changed. Signals coming from Reina and Shiori who were behind him became clear and the blurry map that was showing his current position was updated. It even showed and indicated the differences between the current condition and the map made by the exploration team down to even the precise locations of the crumbled rubbles. It used echolocation and other means to widen the detection range to detect what was behind wreckages, rubbles and corners. Akira was very surprised. Whoa, that was a huge change. I would only get the previous levels of information had I not asked you to readjust it, huh? You need to learn to question yourself whether it's showing the correct information or not. Or that it needs adjustment or not. Akira hung his head low, I'll give my best. Yep, you should. Alpha smiled at Akira just like always as she replied, you're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.